You just heard Limbs from Agalloch's Ashes Against the Grain album from 2006. This is Agalloch Part 2. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
Jason. And yeah, so we're back for part two. You kind of get a little preview of where this band that we hopefully you listened to part one already, but kind of where the band is going. Probably near the end of this episode where they're going to be, which is the Ashes Against Grain record from '06. And um, we're about to venture into the album we ended part one with, which is the Mantle, which is a much more experimental and atmospheric kind of record. And a song like Limbs that you just heard there kind of recenters the band kind of back to being a little bit more metallic and things like that. You hear all the things you heard in part one, the Brave Murder Day minor key riffs and acoustic passages and all of that kind of stuff,
Didn't have
So
them like holding out notes
yeah,
forever kind of thing with pinch harmonics and
yep, lots of that. And so it kind of recenters, a lot of the experimental moving pieces we're going to be talking about throughout a lot of the first half of this episode back there. But yeah, it's part two of Agalloch. We got a lot of really, really positive responses to part one. I think they're maybe not the biggest American underground metal band, like a Mastodon or a Lamb of God or Ghost. Well, no, not Ghost is not American, but like one of the newer of the last couple decades kind of metal bands that we've tended to talk about. But I think they have a really passionate fan base, and they're like
they're the most
Neurosis. They have,
European of sounding of the U.S. bands.
yeah, for
The
sure.
sensibilities, for sure.
Which fits into the aesthetic of what we've always kind of kind of been about. Back in the
Yeah,
early episodes, people used to tease us for being Swedophobes because we had so many episodes devoted to Sweden. But that's kind of where Mark and Chris and I kind of our hearts were, especially as we got into this European metal scene back in the 2000s or the 90s and stuff.
I think we're more
Um,
into like melancholy than brutality.
Yeah, that's always been my thing. The Paradise Lost and Anathemas and Catatonias, they always had that in common more than, I like some good brutality, don't get me wrong, but I
Sure.
think as I get older and my sensibilities kind of drift, more towards that kind of stuff sometimes, in terms of what I reach for more often than not. If somebody sits me down and is like, you got to hear this like crazy technical death metal record, like I'm into it, but
Sure.
I'd always reach for that all the time because it's not easy listening.
Yeah.
So not that all those bands are easy listening, but they're certainly more soothing, at least for our sensibilities, I think. And I think
It's for our
Agalloch fits into that.
sensibilities. I think for
Yep.
sure. Like I dig suffocation, but I don't often put it on and like want to lift weights or something.
Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, we saw Luke, who's a friend of the podcast. He and I went and saw, I think it was Cryptopsy was opening for Blood Incantation. And that was like the first time Luke had really listened to them. And he was like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is like, but it's like, I love Cryptopsy, and we probably could do an episode on them because there's enough interesting things to say. But again, it's not something I always reach for.
No,
Maybe
I
when I
like
was in
that
my
that
early
first
20s,
record
but
a lot, but I don't go back and revisit much.
yeah, those first three are pretty good, up through Whisper Supremacy, and then it's a little more hit or miss. But yeah, they're fun live. I don't know if you've ever seen them before, because that would have been might have been the first time I ever saw them. Maybe I saw them back at like a
I feel
Milwaukee
like I
Metal
saw them at a
Fest.
Milwaukee Metal Fest.
I think that probably is it. But I have such faded memories of a lot of those kind of things. So,
Well, this year
but
anybody is going to be at Eagles Ballroom in Milwaukee in May 16th, 2025. This will be the first time I've gone back to the Milwaukee Metal Fest since
2000, I think.
2000. Yeah, it's been 25 years.
Yeah,
So
'cause I think
we'll be up
was
to
oh
see Paradise
one.
Lost and Enslaved, and then we're gonna skate out of there.
Yeah, was '01 when they moved it to
That was
New
in New
England.
Jersey.
That was the New England, New Jersey Fest, right?
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
'01.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cathedral Mastodon played the merch area.
Anathema. That's when we drank with Anathema, was one of those.
That was in
So,
Milwaukee. That was 2000.
oh yeah, you're right. That
Yeah.
we went back to the hotel. But we also hung out with and interviewed him. There was twice we hung out with him because we did back-to-back interviews. Like in a
Wasn't
two,
it
I
just
remember.
the same thing though? Like did one like 2 days?
No, because it was for Eclipse. It was like a year apart. One was like right after Judgment, and then one So like one was like 2000, so Judgment had come out in 99, then the other was after Fine Day to Exit, which was like 2002 or something like that.
Oh
So
yeah, I don't
yeah.
remember where that was.
But I don't remember where the second. I feel like it was might have been New England. It might have been one of the second Jersey Fest because I think we did two of them. At least I remember going to two of them. I think, and then I was in the teaching gig and I couldn't get that time off anymore to be able do that kind of adventure. But
Yeah,
yeah, man, a
I
return
remember
trip for
talking
you.
about the yeah, because I distinctly remember those, but the only like because the photos that we've got that I have are only from
Those are Milwaukee. I do.
Milwaukee,
Yeah,
and then that's the Milwaukee ones, the in 2000s where they did the like the acoustic set with the Buckley covers and stuff.
yeah, for the press only. Yep.
Yeah, and I've got a
Yeah, and
ton of photos of that as well. But
I feel like the it happened again the other interview, but that was more on the fly. And I remember that was more just like a hangout session with Vincent because I remember he and I like walking and talking a whole bunch, and maybe we went and found a couple quiet spots to do the interview. You might not have been around as much at that one because the first one, you and I went back to the hotel with them. I think I don't think Chris or anybody else went with us.
yeah,
So,
yeah. No, maybe I
but
wasn't. Maybe I just heard the audio.
that might have been it. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird when you get old. We've been in this for so fucking long. It's kind of wild. That actually comes up later on because we if you joined us for part one of Agalloch, you know that we had a pretty substantial interview with John, the vocalist and main guy from Agalloch, and we'll have more clips throughout this episode. But in this one, I think it's after talk set three is where Hunter Ginn, who is from Radical Research and Canvas Solaris and now drums for Agalloch, he comes in on the Zoom call and basically is like, "Hey, I've been a fan, uh, ever since Requiem Zine." And John's like, "Wait, you guys are this is part of Requiem Zine?" And like it blows John's mind in the middle of like this, like he's like he had no, he hadn't put two and two together and stuff. And it's a funny and it makes me think like, fuck, man, we've been doing stuff like this for almost fucking 30 years now. You and
Yeah, I
Chris have
mean,
been
we
33
started I think
years.
in 1992.
Yeah, so 33 years for you and Chris. That's wild.
Yeah. Well, and
Fucking
even, I before that it was or wait. Yeah, it's around there. It's most of my adult life, more than I haven't done it.
yeah.
I've been
Huh.
doing it.
Started writing for Eclipse when I was a freshman in college. So like right out of high school, boom. But I mean, I was linked in with you guys in high
So
school,
I never even
you
thought
know.
about this before, but between like when we started doing Requiem and out of high school until modern day, there's been almost an unbroken chain of like because when Eclipse ended, it wasn't fair that far. What it was maybe 2 years after, 2 or 3 that
What?
we started the podcast.
No, because the last issue of Eclipse was '03. So it was
Okay,
about
so
5 years.
we started okay, but
Yep,
we've
we
got a
started
pretty
'08.
good uninterrupted, you know,
Yeah. I mean,
chunk there compared to anybody else.
Chris was doing digital metal, so that counts as kind of some link, in a weird
Yeah.
way. So, but yeah, it's been pretty wild. But yeah, we got a lot of really positive responses to part one. We had an Instagram post that kind of went viral, blew up, had like, a lot of couple thousand people liking it and stuff and lots of comments and stuff. So I'm hoping, hopefully, we're talking to some people that discovered us on part one for this part two, and this is your second brand new episode that you're checking out of Requiem. Obviously, if you are new, if we didn't say this in part one, we've been at this for a while, Mark and I, as we were just kind of alluding to, working at record stores and writing reviews and doing interviews with bands and doing zines and all kinds of
Working
things
at
and
record
hosting radio
labels.
shows and yeah, working at you and Chris working at record labels, me running, radio programs and now teaching music classes on this and writing books and all kinds of crazy shit. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. Yeah. That
yeah,
too.
exactly. Exactly. So yeah, deep dives is what we do. So yeah, so we appreciate all the people that are checking this out for part two. Like I said, lots of positive feedback. We did want to give a shout out to we do have three new patrons that joined after part one, so that was pretty
Awesome.
awesome. Don Goulet, who's a local friend, also a musician, a guy I've known for quite a long time. Kinda Girl, LT, joined, and then a guy named Ross Trotter joined. So thank you for the three new patrons. If
Absolutely.
Mark and I do this and have done this now since 2008. We don't make money off of it except through patrons. We did never charge. We refuse to do commercials. We don't want to do, promotive ads or anything like that. We've tried to keep it as pure and almost like our old radio show, but almost like a PBS NPR version of it because we don't have commercials like radio shows
Mixed
would have
with
had.
pirate radio.
Yeah, kind of a little pirate radio, a little rebellious kind of thing. And so if you want to, if you dug what we did in part one and you're still sort of interested in kind of supporting something like this, even like $5 a month or whatever, just go to patreon.com, Requiem Podcast /Requiem Podcast. Check us out and, be pretty cool. I mean, $5, especially now with, inflation, it's not a whole lot to ask
No,
for entertainment
honestly,
purposes,
what the money we make on the show, we put directly back into, web hosting fees, research. It's kind of a nice excuse to be able to, oh shit, I need to, fill in my entire back catalog of this discography of this band to be able to properly talk about it.
Well, I just purchased a new $200 microphone. So hopefully people
There
that
you
are
go.
longtime listeners of the podcast, I don't know what it's going to sound like. Mark thinks it sounds better on his end, but probably not until you mix the episode will you actually,
Well, we're definitely not hearing background noise,
yeah, so
so
that's good.
that's very good.
I still need to download a program and tweak it. Like I literally just opened it from the package today and just like, well, here we go. Give it a little test run. But yeah, I mean, I can give you example of Mark and I recently saw each other. We spent a long weekend in Philadelphia for the Decibel Beer and Metal Festival, and
Oh yes, I
bought.
forgot.
Yeah, I know. I bought, I think, 4 books there for research purposes. And if
Nice.
Mark's seen my book library, and Mark's got a pretty substantial one too. But I've got a whole fucking music shelf of metal books and just things for, I'll pull a couple out today for this episode. So
Well, and
it's
magazine archives,
yep,
to
the
be able to go
archives
through
of stuff.
old Metal Maniacs and
Yep.
Terrorizers and
Absolutely. So, but yeah, so in the meantime, before we dive back into all the Agalochian kind of things, like I said, we were in Philly. That was a good time. Got to see, for me, Dismember for the first time ever. That was a pretty big moment.
it
I was
was
pretty happy about
my
that.
third time, but the first time was in 1992. Second time was with where the lineup where Fred wasn't with them, and I think it was Maddie and David Bloomquist, and then two other dudes at a at I think at the Death Fest, MDF.
It was a year I must have not have gone then. Was it
I
like 2013 or something? 2014?
I think so.
Okay, because I think
But
I
yeah, because it might have been. I'm not exactly. I'd have to go back and look. But this was the original classic lineup,
yep.
Dismember, which was wonderful. And me and Chris put together a little care package for the guys where we made them Dismemberizer logo shirts,
Yeah.
which I'm sure everybody knows this was the Nick Anderson's piece of paper was too short to be able to put the full thing on there. So it was just
Ran out of room on the logo, and it ended up
yeah.
just being Dismember. Yeah. So,
So did that, and I was able to get this press photo I've been hanging on to for 35 years now. Um, I had it in high school. I had it on my wall. I don't know how it
I've seen
didn't
it on
get
your wall
destroyed.
for as long as I've known you. I've seen it like in some capacity on one of your walls or one of
Yeah,
your apartments that you've lived in, and
and I was able to get that autographed, and that was a huge, really huge deal for me. That's like a bucket list kind of thing. So, and the guys were absolute mensches. They're just fantastic guys. So everybody just sitting
these
back there,
dudes.
all very so they're just such nice dudes, and they're so stoked about this like stage in their career. With I know that they're just everybody's on the same page. If one thing doesn't seem right, if somebody's not having a good time, we're not going to do the show. It's just like we're doing this because we're friends and we love the music. So yeah, that was fantastic.
Well, and speaking of mentions, it was really cool to finally be able to meet and talk and hang out a little bit with Chris Morrison from Mother of Graves, who of course we've heard on a couple of Requiem episodes if you've been long time listeners, and
And
he's
see
a
them live.
Midwest guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
They're
Midwest
great.
guy from Indy. They were fantastic. And then Steve Jansen got to play from Crip Sermon, who, if you listen to our epic Crip Sermon episode that we did in the late fall, I think September of last year, Steve was one of the interviewees. He's the guitar player for Crip Sermon. He was guesting for Eternal Champion and sounded great.
God, those guys are fucking incredible, dude.
He was ripping, and so I got to hang out with him a little bit afterwards, and talk to him about a dream he has, which is starting a Dokken cover band little project. So
If you need some artwork, I'm there.
if you are out in Requiem land and you have some good pipes to do some Don Dokken-esque vocals,
That's
get
a
a hold of
tough
Steve.
order. Yeah.
Steve can rip the George Lynch part off. So that's, you got the guitar down. I'm sure he can assemble a bass player and a drummer too. But
Well, when he was sound checking too for
he
Eternal
was playing
Champion,
Kiss of Death.
he was
Yeah,
playing yeah. I was
I
like,
know.
oh
That's
yeah.
what made me think of it. And then we also got to meet Scott Burns, and I talked to him a little bit about the possibility of doing something for Requiem, and he seemed really down for it. And so maybe in the near future, I thought about possibly. I can't remember how much we got a chance to talk about it, but like a round table with Swano, and him, and maybe speaking of Eternal Champion, uh, why can't I think? Arthur,
Arthur
and
is.
kind of getting, yeah, almost like listen to like three generations of kind of dudes just kind of talk about the art of production and stuff. It might be like more of a Patreon kind of thing. I don't know like where we would kind of sneak the music in or kind of some kind of bonus thing, but maybe this summer when I have a little bit more free time, I can kind of lock them down and get them in just like a Zoom call where just basically be like running a class discussion, where I
Yeah.
kind of stay out of it and just let those guys kind of talk and nerd out about some things. It might be kind of cool. I don't know if it will be like a traditional type episode, but the fact that Scott Burns is like up for it, and him and Swano start talking to each other a little bit. And so like, I don't know. And we
Yeah.
have some
After
connections with
Swano wrote
Dan.
that like glowing introduction for the
Yeah.
forward for the book is like, and it's yeah, like
He's just
it's
like,
a generational thing of like really really good producers.
hmm I mean, Scott Burns for, people like Mark and Chris and I don't know when you as listeners got into metal and extreme metal, but if you got into it in the early 90s, late 80s, like we did, I mean, his name was like fucking gold,
Synonymous. He was the
and
like one of the early guys to really take it seriously.
yep.
With the Morris brothers as well, but
Mhm.
yeah, like everybody just thought it was a joke.
Mhm. And he was the one that kind of, and he helped mentor a lot of those bands too. That was the cool
Hmm.
part, like kind of guide them into like trying to like get their sound the right way, and be more professional about stuff. And so yeah, it was cool. And I, as a teacher who has guided young people in a lot of areas as a coach and teacher and stuff like that, I could kind of relate to that idea of like it might not always be like my passion, but to see like young people who have a passion and to be able to like kind of guide them in a direction where they can like see that through is, it's cool. It's really appealing to me, and so I
Absolutely.
appreciate
Yeah.
what he kind of did. So yeah, and then let's see, I saw Elcest in the meantime. I got to see them, I think, right before Decibel Fest, or was it after? I can't remember. Was it after Philly? I can't remember when,
I think
but I think it
well, you
was
saw
it was after we recorded Agalloch Part One. I
you
saw
saw
him.
the
I know that.
Mayhem show too, right?
Yeah, the next day, or I saw him. So I saw, okay, what it
That was
was. I
like
saw
right before.
Elcest,
Yeah.
and then the next week I saw the Mayhem Decibel Tour show, and that was great.
Which we
That was really fun.
co-sponsored.
We did. Yeah, we co-sponsored, and that was cool. So thank you, Albert, if you're listening to this episode, for helping with the guest list and get some people there. In fact, one of our patrons, who just signed up, Don Goulet, I took him to that show because he took me to Alcest. And
Nice.
so I kind of tried to return the favor. And here we are. Now he's a patron. So
Little
he's
back
obviously,
scratching.
I've sprinkled a little bit of metal into his life, and now he's a Requiem Patreon. So that's, it can happen to all of us. And then I think the day after I saw that Mayhem show, I went and saw Kraftwerk. So it was a very interesting week for me. But it was pretty fun. I can't complain. But so yeah, that's kind of the musical stuff we've been up to. Mark, you've got some musical projects kind of coming up soon. Do you want to talk a little bit about them as you're approaching deadlines,
Well, yeah, I'm
or I don't
finishing
know?
up. It's already been leaked, not leaked because it was by the publisher, but I'm putting together Spatter Cadavers, the official authorized oral history of propulsion, which I'll be finishing up in the next couple months, and I'm probably late 2025, early 2026, which will be 2026 will be the 40th anniversary of the recording of Slaughter of the Innocent demo. So that'd be some nice, you know, nice timing there.
Hmm. Yeah,
But that's coming together. That's I've been working on this for the last 8 years.
it's
Um,
wild.
it's yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I was kind of having flashbacks of Wonder Boys, where he's just
Your book's gonna blow away in the wind soon.
well, it's just one of those things where you're like, okay, when is it like when's this gonna be finished? Because it's constantly been on my mind for a very long time. But also like there's been all these huge life changes, moving um, 3 hours north, 3.5 hours north, having a child.
Yep.
He's not even 2 years old. Um, like completely all just these huge big changes. But this is the big book before the next thing happens. But that's not going to happen for a while. But um, it's not going to be a super traditional like book like you normally think. There's comic book stuff in it. It's a really big lift for me because I'm not technically writing it. I'm assembling it.
You're something like that. Yeah, yeah.
So I didn't want to have to because I can write, but it's difficult. I can't like Chris can knock stuff out because he's all those muscles are you know exercised constantly, and that's what he's decided to put his most of his creative energy into, and mine's been more art. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of storytelling stuff. A lot of I'm pulling back all my old zine skills into this thing. So it should be an interesting book when it's done. It's got a ton of assets of photos and flyers and contracts and just interviewing anybody that had any remote um, kind of had anything to do with that band at all.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of that Michigan element because we've got probably one of the best states for music for
Yeah.
extreme-ish music or genre-pushing music, I think, out of any state in the United States, but maybe New York, but that's more transplants. But so
Florida
yeah,
too.
that's been my big,
Speaking of Scott Burns, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Florida had a pretty good impact, but yeah. But even like some of those guys were transplants to Florida. They weren't like they didn't actually grow up there, you know.
yeah.
So, you know,
Well, I'm
no,
thinking, yeah,
that's
Cooper, MC5, Stooge, like
Stooges, yeah.
the
Yeah.
how big of a deal Iggy Pop is to music in general. Um,
Well, and like, proto, the fact that like Stooges and MC5 could be seen as like, part of the birth of not just a punk, but also like metal, even before
yeah,
predating Sabbath, so in terms
and
of
then
that,
like experimental music as well, the early stuff where they're doing like just beating on drums and scream like turning on a vacuum cleaner. Um, and speaking of that, um, I've never listened to this band. I know a lot of musicians I really respect, think they're wonderful, and I was talking about it with Lisa, and she was like, "Oh yeah, like they're great," and I was like, "I've never ever listened to this band," and we watched this documentary on Einstürzen Neubauten. I don't know how
oh yeah,
familiar
and
you are with
a
their.
little bit.
I've known them forever. I've never listened to their stuff, and we watched this great documentary on YouTube, and I started picking some of the stuff up. I was like, Jesus Christ, like this is it bridges so many different things that I've been into lately. So
I kind of got into
that
them
was
a little
awesome.
bit when we were doing the Neurosis episode.
It makes
Um,
nothing but sense. Yeah.
yeah, I kind of started exploring them, and I think they were mentioned in one of the books that I was reading. I'm looking on my bookshelf right now to see if I can spot the spine of it, but it's like a post-punk kind of book that came out. I can't find it. It's too many book spines to sort of look for, but they have like a whole chapter on like Throbbing Gristle and some of
Hmm.
that type of stuff. And I think I kind of started to check them out. We played a song from them on the Neurosis episode, actually, when I cultivated all their influences. There's
Okay.
definitely one on there. So it
Yeah,
has
I've
been
never
played on
given a whole
Requiem
lot of
before.
like I didn't know what time frame they were from, but I mean it makes
Yeah.
all the sense in the world that they're like, the next generation of krautrock almost.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
and I've
Well,
been
it's kind of like when
going
I
back into
got
the
into
can thing too.
Swans. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was kind of like when I was finally like realized the genius of swans and any of that stuff, Killing Joke and all
Yeah.
that. It's like, oh
Yeah, I would
fuck,
put Killing
there's a
Joke
reason.
right with these guys too. Like they're
Yep.
so similar, and it was just I just never had the I don't know, YouTube is such a incredible resource for stuff like that. It was a subtitled documentary, but it was we were already up a little bit too late because my mom was taking care of her son and for a couple days, so we had a little bit of time, and we are like, well, let's just fucking watch this. We never watch anything, so
Sure.
it was awesome to
That's
be able
cool.
to connect on that too.
Speaking of cool music documentaries, if you get a chance, I'm trying to think what service it's on, but maybe you can find some stream of it somewhere, or maybe you can even find it if we could ever get the Apollo thing working up in Kalkaska.
Yeah,
But it's a great Sly Stone documentary that just came out recently that Questlove from the Roots produced, and he had just done the one on Summer of Soul. Did you ever see that?
no,
It's about like the giant like black music festival that happened the same summer as Woodstock, but it happened in New York in like Harlem, but it never got the attention. But it had a huge, I mean, it didn't have as many as Woodstock, but it still had like hundreds of thousands of people that came over. I think it was like a 3 or 4 day sort of festival, and it
it
just
was right in
never
the
got
city.
really promoted. Yeah, it was right in the city and shit, but it had like all the big like, soul acts and like, I think Sly played there, James Brown played there, Motown, all that kind of stuff. And
Was it like at
anyways,
the Apollo Theater or
no, it was like outdoor on like a outdoor stage. So it'd be like
really?
almost like
Okay,
Art Beats and Eats or something like that, or like when
yeah.
Detroit has like a open, music festival like on the streets kind of thing. It was like that.
Well,
But anyways,
the
this
jazz festival, I guess, to some
yeah,
extent.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The Detroit Jazz Festival. But yeah, he had done that a couple years ago, the Summer of Soul documentary, and that was great. I watched that with my stepdad, who's a huge. We talk a lot about like Funkadelic and Marvin Gaye, and like Sly and stuff. So, but my girlfriend and I watched the Sly Stone one, and it's cool because it really gets into the psychology of, and I've always been a huge Sly and the Family Stone fan because they have a lot of like psychedelic guitar because they were a San
Hmm.
Francisco band. But I didn't really appreciate the fact that like in a lot of ways Sly Stone was put on a pedestal before any really black artist ever had been before, and he was sort of seen as like a leader, and he didn't know what to do with that kind of pressure, and he crumbled under it because there was no pathway. And so
Hmm.
his kind of like destructive decisions sort of paved the way and were lessons for like Prince and Michael Jackson and like the next generation that worships Sly. But like he almost had to suffer for like everyone else's like successes in the like late 70s and 80s for like black mainstream artists. And it's really fascinating. And there's like a lot of contemporary kind of black artists that talk about like the influence Sly had and just like how tough it is to sort of have this extra pressure put on you and expectations and stuff. It was
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, really good. So
Cool.
that's like kind of the last big, I guess, music documentary that I saw that was kind of maybe off the metal beaten path a bit,
I
but
mean,
it
I'm
was good.
honestly I'm down to watch any. I mean, not any. I'm not going to watch a Jelly Roll documentary, but like I've
Fuck
watched
that guy.
a 3 hour
Hey,
Eagles
guess who fucking
documentary.
sang at WrestleMania, Mark? Because I can't get
Ah,
him
your
on my
favorite guy.
fucking life. He showed the fuck right up, and I was like, God damn it, he's fucking everywhere.
Is he on Ozempic and he's all svelte now, or
I don't know, man. I
this
fucking
fucking guy?
Lord, my girlfriend wanted to hear him. She's like, "Oh, I want to hear what this guy sounds like because you make fun of him all the time." And like after like 15 seconds, she's like, "Oh, he sucks." So I just fucking muted it while he's saying. I
It's
was like,
terrible. It's all absolutely
Ugh.
awful. We went. That was something we were
We were
after the
sitting
show
around at Philly
in
drinking
Philly, just making
afterwards.
like looking up because I don't know who the hell this guy
Jelly
is,
roll facts.
and we were doing up facts and yeah, Billy,
Yeah,
like
Billy,
a
who I'm
guy, a
staying
friend of
with at
ours that was
MBF,
down there was
was looking
really
up
he's
some
like, who
shit.
the fuck is this guy? And then
Oh,
coming up
fucking
with
Jelly.
conspiracy theories about, where he came from and that Chris Dick and
Yeah,
Kid Rock are the same person or
yeah,
something. Like there's
yeah.
all this. It was a good time. It was a good time.
Speaking of, that reminded me of Milwaukee Metal Fest days where we all fucking stayed in a hotel together. It was like fucking 10 dudes, and we just had like 3 or 4 inside jokes for the whole fucking weekend that
Yeah,
we would always kind of go back to. It was fun. So it
and
was
just
good
being like
times.
beyond tired because
Yes,
nobody
yes,
was really
just
drinking or anything. I don't
not
think
really.
we
No,
were
but it
just
was
like
just like long
exhausted and
days.
like, oh my
Well,
god, this whole fucking day was crazy.
I was drinking a lot because it was the craft beer and I had the free,
Oh no,
so
I was talking Milwaukee times.
Oh, Milwaukee Times. No, we didn't have money to do that
I was
shit.
smoking cigarettes and like we would
Yeah.
there was no place to eat, so you'd have to like get a hot dog at Hooters or some
Oh, no,
shit.
we
It's
also.
just
What about Giuseppe's? Remember
oh
Giuseppe's Pizza?
God,
Yeah.
yeah,
So until
the mob
until
run pizza
uh
place.
until we hit Giuseppe's car going into the parking lot
Well,
because
I
we were
wasn't
driving with
driving,
a
so
maniac.
he won't ever want
Yeah.
to kill me.
Yep. Um. But yeah, and then MDF's coming up soon. You're going to Milwaukee. I'm going to be going to MDF later on in May. Here coming up soon, so I'm excited to see Paradise Lost there and some other bands.
I think they're doing
Um,
the Draconian set at MDF, right?
MDF, I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
so that's
I
gonna be
think it's a
that's
different set at Milwaukee, but
yeah.
yeah. Beyond
So
after that, I think we've got Dinosaur Jr. in July, and then the
yep.
Swans in October.
You guys are going to Swans?
Yeah,
Oh, let me know. I'm going to be on board with
I
that.
don't
I
think
think.
tickets are on sale yet, but
Yeah, let me know. I'm
I got it on the
100% on
calendar.
board. I'll figure it out unless
Yeah,
I have a
I
cross
want to
country.
see him before, I mean, anybody that I really want to see, I'm gonna just go do it because, everybody's getting old and
Well, speaking of which, I already told you what I'm doing next fucking Wednesday. So I'm going to
yeah.
see AC/DC for the first time. So that was not cheap, but I was like, you know what? A lot of those dudes are, well, one has already passed away, unfortunately, and Brian Johnson's voice is probably not, you know, it probably can't hold up too much longer. So we'll,
He's been a smoker for his probably since he was like 6 years old. So,
but yeah, so it's gonna be good. On the bad side of things, I'd say, if you are a listener,
oh
where
yes.
subscribing to, depending on what podcast service you use, just some fair warning. And I had heard through the grapevine from some fellow metal podcasters that Spotify had been taking down certain episodes. Apparently, they're running some kind of, AI fucking algorithm program that's kind of starting to pop kind of things. So if you're subscribed to Requiem on Spotify, you may want to get a backup because some of those episodes are starting to disappear. Not every episode. They haven't taken down Agalloch Part One, so that's good at least. But I just kind of worry for the future on Spotify for music related podcasts like this, where we play full songs. We're not here to monetize and make money off these bands. We're trying to, if anything, trying to sell more albums for these bands. So I hope that if
Well, and technically we're using, in the very broadest sense, a fair use educational
yeah, we're doing
aspect of
commentary.
this. We don't
Yep.
have ads on the show.
Yep.
So it's but trying to fight, this huge, you know, multi-billion dollar company is kind of pointless. So I would suggest everybody not like actually go to a podcast aggregator and just start getting your podcast that way.
Yep. I think Apple Music's been pretty safe. I listen to a lot on there, and they haven't seemed to mess with any of our episodes. We did start adding episodes to YouTube, so if you listen to YouTube Music, you can get our podcast on there for right now, unless you're in Russia. And I've gotten a bunch of emails that some of our episodes are being flagged if you're a Russian person, a citizen.
Well, it's
So
just like the 80s again. So
yeah, exactly, exactly. But yeah, so just kind of let it, just so you know. And also, if you do go on, if you do switch over to Apple Music, leave us a rating there, and that helps us a little bit get noticed. I think a little
so
bit more.
I
Leave us
noticed
comments,
that
things like that.
on Spotify you can leave ratings, but you can't see
Yeah,
them.
yeah, it's weird. I think I can see them because I think I might have uploaded the Spotify, so I think there's a way where I can log in and I can see what our rating is, but you can't do any comments there, so it's just kind of like
Yeah, I can.
whatever.
I saw
I don't know.
our rating is we have 5 stars,
Yeah,
but I
but it's
can't like there's no like
when
review
people on the
things.
other end are looking for it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's weird because we pay for a family account, so we don't have hear ads or whatever. But
I
I
know.
can't see like how many 5 stars there are,
Yeah, it's
or if
frustrating.
anybody.
Where
I don't even know if they have
Apple
commenting
Music
or
I can
anything. So
see, and you can make comments and read the comments. So that's why I've always preferred Apple Music because it seems like a little bit more like personal and
yeah.
stuff. So we're trying to get it up on Amazon Music too. We've had a little bit of difficulties there. I don't know where people listen to their podcasts.
I
I'll be
think
honest
we're
with
going to
you.
have the same problem
No,
on all the big places. So I think what's
probably.
going to really need to happen is people just go to smaller
Yep.
um, places, not these huge multinational corporations to find the shit. So if things get real bad, we can always just give anybody a direct RSS link to
Yes.
what we've got. So like It's I don't know. It sucks because like we grew up in that physical media time where you could just even if it was a Russian bootleg, you could get the CD and you could listen to it. There wasn't some kind of encoding on it or you know all this crap. So
So let us know if you're having trouble on certain platforms, let us know, and that will motivate Mark and I to try and find some type of solutions potentially.
you
Because
could always
obviously
send us a huge thumb drive and we could put all of the episodes on there for you.
that's true. Yeah, we can do that for you
Just
too.
a
And
just a nominal fee of 29.95. All 300 plus episodes.
are most of the old episodes on still on the website, right? Requiemmetal.com.
They're no,
Um,
they're all available through Spotify. Through any place that we've aggregated our stuff over to, we have everything there. So, but
sure,
what I'm
but
thinking about starting to do once my book is done is going
yeah,
back through and each time we upload an episode, we put it directly onto our website.
yeah.
So you can go
Well, that's
right
what I
there and
meant.
you can see it immediately. You can download it. You can do whatever
Okay.
you want with it.
But like some of the on our website, I know when we put all those episodes up, still a lot of them are there on the website, correct? Some of the old episodes.
Yeah, they're all there
Like
up until the In Flames episode. Then we did everything over to this new service we're using that
okay.
we're paying for because
Yeah.
the other thing was a free service. But
So
what
if
I'm would
Spotify
like to do
removes
is,
any of those first 140 episodes or so, then you can find them on the website, if you're
yeah,
new
and
to
eventually
us.
all
And
everything will be there
yep,
because
that'd be
we
cool.
use our Patreon money to pay for the Squarespace account
Yep.
as well. So
Yeah,
that'll be
so that's
another thing
kind
I
of
do.
our housekeeping stuff there, I suppose. Sorry for that. These are long episodes for a reason, but we wanted to keep you on the loop just in case, like, I don't know, stuff starts disappearing. And I know that we often get a lot of feedback from people like, "Hey, I just discovered your podcast, and now I'm going back and listening to like old ones, and stuff might not be there, depending on where you're
Yeah.
at." And that kind of is frustrating. Actually, I was talking to a guy who is like, "Yeah, I listened to so many of your new ones. I literally just went back and started with episode one, and I'm just like rolling through, and I'm like, oh man, I'm like, are we making any sense?" He's like, "Yeah, you guys are just." I think in those early episodes, we're just kind of like geeking out. We're just kind of fans of stuff. We didn't do like a ton of research, but we kind of just flew off the cuff a little more, and
Well,
that's
that was
cool. That
also
was,
like like the dawn of
oh
podcasting.
my God, we didn't know what we were supposed to be doing or what the
Like we're in those
possibilities
first two
were.
years of like before everybody and their grandma has a fucking podcast.
Podcast. I know. Yeah, we're OGs, baby. Don't
Yeah.
forget that. So basically, to get back into Agalloch land, in
Oh
part
yeah.
one, we actually started part one with the Mantle. With the opening two songs were from the Mantle record, and then as we sort of got near the end of part one, we were kind of basically setting up that record, and we kind of did that as a preview for fans. And the last song we played in part one was the Soul Invictus cover of Kneel to the Cross, and that really was kind of setting things up for the Mantle in terms of the use of more atmospheric dynamics, some more clean vocals, and a lot of these more kind of, I guess you could call it neo folk elements, and some of the stuff that we are about to kind of cure going on. And, you know, basically what we're going to do here is like we did in part one is we're going to dive into kind of the new influences that are happening because obviously everything that we talked about in part one was the stuff that led to the band's formation. And we always often talk, and it's an old adage in rock and roll or in music in general that you spend your whole life making your first record. It's that second record that becomes very hard, right? What do you do to follow that
Hmm.
up?
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, Pale Folklore, as much as I love that record, and I think it has a lot of really, it's got a lot of neat personality to it, even if it's not, necessarily like perfect. They, grew a lot probably as they were making Pale Folklore. And I think like us, and this is one of the things I'm starting to really find fascinating about Agalloch, is I feel like they're on a parallel journey that you and I were on in terms of like they kind of just got sick of a lot of the American metal scene in like 99, 2000. And they started really branching out into other genres that were equally as dark, but maybe weren't necessarily metal. And so I think the stuff that they're maybe not stumbling on all the same bands we were, but we were definitely getting into, Nick Drake's and, post rock and, Mogwai and all that kind of stuff, at the
Hmm.
same time as we were staying on top of the metal that we were passionate about, going back and buying old stuff. We were doing the same thing. And I think because of the age that we're pretty similar age. I think you're about the same age as John is.
I'm
Um,
I'm about 5 months or about 7 months older, I think.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So, I
Yeah.
mean, you guys are like right locked in. I think you guys were kind of on similar journeys, you and Chris and John, and I'm sure Jason Walton and Don were kind of in that same boat as well. And so I think it's really fascinating to look at like what new influences have started to enter after Pale Folklore that are going to influence the direction that the band's about to sort of go into. And so this first set of music, we're really not listening to anything Agalloch style, but these are all bands that are going to be incredibly important for the making of the Mantle and influencing the Mantle and some of the things that happen. And I think to most people, and I think the band would admit this too, is that the Mantle's like the most important record they made. It's maybe not the most quintessential Agalloch, and maybe it's kind of an anomaly in some ways, but it kind of like Brave Murder Day for Catatonia is pretty singular. It doesn't really
Yeah.
sound like everything, but like that had this like weird seismic impact on other bands that heard it and were like, "Ooh, this is really offbeat." And I think you could probably trace the Alcest and Death Heavens and a lot of those kind of bands to the Mantle, and a lot of the
Absolutely. That's
bands,
yeah, I put that in my
you
notes
know,
too. Like I don't think Deaf Heaven's a different animal because it's what almost 20 years later or something. I don't know when their first record came out.
I think that was like 2013 or 2014. I think 2012, 2013 is when that Sunbather came out, I
It was
think.
that long
So yeah,
ago?
I think so. Yeah, it's been
Okay.
a hot minute. Yeah.
But it was
So
definitely that like the mixing of, post rock and black metal and shoegaze and all this kind of stuff together.
yeah,
I just think I think they have much more of a kind of like an American sensibility than Agalloch seems more
very
international to
European.
me.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
mean, obviously you have like, the Ulvers and, all this other, a lot of the other stuff as well, but even, Rush, but
Sure.
a
Yeah. Yeah.
little bit of Canadian influence.
Well, and that's the story. I put that on there because he directly, when I was emailing back and forth with John, he was like, actually, a strange influence on the Mantle is the song from Counterparts, and he'll mention it in the interview. So I'm not going to ruin it. I'll let people who
Yeah.
listen kind of hear John tell
But
the
but
story. But
but also it's not lost on me that their vocal dynamics are fairly similar,
Mhm.
fairly, the same kind of nasal heavy,
Yeah,
offbeat. Geddy Lee is not a traditionally like great vocalist, but he leans into what his strengths are, and
yeah,
it surpasses any like limitations he has.
yeah. Hey, speaking of Rush, if there's any negative thus far in me dating this wonderful
A Canadian?
Canadian woman I'm dating, she's not a fan of Rush, and so I
Oh,
have to. I know it's almost a Canadian crime, I told her. So, I don't know. We'll have to work on that. Maybe she said she liked the documentary, so she's aware of the documentary that
that's one of my favorite documentaries of all time.
it's great. Yeah, so I think she likes them as human beings. I think she's like, yeah, they seem like really good dudes. It just never worked for me. And I think maybe her dad played a lot around her and maybe burn her out on it, perhaps. And I get that.
How
That
does she feel
sometimes
about
happens.
Triumph?
I don't know. I don't know. She liked April Wine, so that's something. They're like
Okay,
the
how about the
Canadian.
Tragically Hip?
I think she's kind of mid on them. I think she's like they're kind of overblown. She likes Tea Party though, which was a band I kind of got into as well. They
Okay,
were like the Canadian
I was just
Porcupine Tree.
thinking of like the biggest
Yeah, she's a Neil
like
Young guy.
documentaries
She
of
likes
Canadian bands.
Neil Young. Yep, she loves Neil Young.
Okay,
So yep. So yeah, but it was funny. Like I don't know how it came up. It might have been when we went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She's like, yeah, I don't really like Rush. I was like, what? Shocking to hear Canadians
how
say
does she
that.
feel about the Trailer Park Boys?
I think she likes that stuff.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Although she hasn't seen Strange Brew, so we're gonna watch that. She's a little too young for that movie. So
Okay.
uh, yeah. So I was
Is
like,
she
ooh,
into
I thought all
curling?
Canadians knew Strange Brew. Huh?
Curling? How does she feel about curling?
Oh yeah, I think she's done some curling in her day. Yep.
Okay.
So
All
yeah.
right. And
But
poutine and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, yeah. She's I think Canadians don't really eat poutine, she said. It's like a thing that like people in Montreal eat, but it's not like a Canadian dish per se,
Well, we all know Montreal people are weird. They're
Yes.
the I don't know what the the analog for like what U.S. state makes sense for that, but Montreal people are definitely their own thing.
Yeah, it's probably the equivalent of like Boston or something like that. It's very singular, you know. Boston, they always say, is like the biggest small town you'll ever be to because it feels very like small townish, you know.
Yeah.
So I think Montreal has that mentality of like singularity, you know, compared. So, but yeah, basically when if you look at interviews and Chris, our friend Chris Dick, did a Hall of Fame on the Mantle from Agalloch, the 93rd Hall of Fame. I'm trying to
How long
remember
ago
what
was that?
November 2012. So,
Okay.
yep.
Like
So it's been
Jesus.
been a hot
Hot
minute.
minute, yeah.
But in it, John talks about how they were really into Laibach and the Swans' White Light from the Mouth of Infinity record and Coil. And they were really listening to a lot of Nick Cave's Prey and Henry's Dream albums.
Hmm.
In the Woods, Omnio, Death and June's, But What Ends When the Symbols Shatter, the first three Godspeed You Black Emperor records, and then Bathory Hammerheart. And he said that was pretty much like we were just injecting that shit kind of into our veins quite a bit. And you know, Don Anderson, the lead guitar player, he said, yeah, he said there simply wasn't any real difference for us between something like Dark Throne and Nick Cave, for example. New music we were absorbing was dark and genuine. That's what they were looking for. So it didn't matter if it was loud or soft. If it was dark, they were kind of into it. And I kind of get what he's saying because I think
Hmm.
we were sort of on that path too, where it's like, oh, dude, Suicide Folk, like this fucking like Tim Buckley song and Nick Drake song, or is like fucking dark as anything, Catatonia or Paradise. You know, like we were seeing that relationship that like it didn't have to always be sonically heavy; it could be like emotionally heavy, and I think that was a, I
Yeah,
don't know,
like getting to like Leonard Cohen and all that, like all
yeah,
that stuff. It all made sense together.
yep.
A
And
lot of
so I
that like
think
Louisville, like indie rock stuff too.
for sure, Slint. I mean, we did
Hmm.
a Slint episode, you know, because of that. But so, you know, your Four Carnations and all those kind of bands,
Yeah.
for sure. But John said in the interview with Chris, he said, I think we were just tired of the metal scene and we wanted to pursue other musical ideas. We
What year
found
was
the
this
metal.
record?
This is '02. Yep. So
So
Mantle's
they're, I think, because they're, I feel like this is like almost a residual wave of that 97, vibe where everybody was like, okay, we're
yeah.
kind of, where the fuck is this extreme shit gonna go? And we're digging back in to try to do something different.
Mhm. Yeah, it's at 97 stretch to like 2000, you know, where
Yeah.
Judgment comes out and you know, 1 second and the stuff cat, you know, discouraged ones and tonight's decision. And it was, yeah, it was a
Wedding Bride
very,
doing, 34
yeah,
point whatever
34.
percent, like
Yep.
all that stuff, like bringing trip hop into doom metal.
Yeah. I mean, I think I was so into like fucking shit, like, you know, Portishead and all that stuff and Massive Attack because it was like dark, it had energy. I mean, OK Computer was dark, you know, there was
Hmm.
like all that stuff was like, there was a melancholic thing that was sort of floating around in a certain scene. And it seems like, all the same people were kind of into all those same kind of weird bands. There was a lot of crossover, you know.
Yeah.
And even when you talk to like Vincent from Anathema or whatever, or like you know, Jonas from Catatonia, and he's like, yeah, they're covering Jeff Buckley and they're listening to Nick Drake, and you're like, okay, we're all on the same fucking wavelength. This is a weird, you know, why are we all, you know, they're doing. I mean, remember when Catatonia fucking covered a Will Oldham song? We're like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
okay, like it
Yeah.
was like
And,
all the
and,
worlds were
and
aligning.
Buckley, it was like,
Yeah, Nightmares by the
Nightmares by the
Sea.
Sea. And you're like, God, this fits so perfectly on this, on tonight's decision. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I
And we
just
were
feel
like
like
right at the same point, discovering all
that's
this
what I mean.
stuff.
We were on like a similar trajectory, and you know, maybe too they were in. I think also it was age, but it was also like era, and I think you know these guys were Americans like we were stuck in a scene that
Hmm.
didn't really exist in America yet. Like you know, there wasn't this Euro metal scene. It was very pockety. You know, we all found each other at Milwaukee Metal Fest or whatever, but like there weren't a lot of us out there, you
No,
know.
the US extreme metal stuff was very specifically death metal.
Yeah,
The doom metal
yep,
scene didn't really exist outside of a handful. Like it all kind of predated all that stuff with with Trouble and Pentagram and shit like that. But we didn't have like a really like a doom death scene. We had Avernus, They did like
Well, we
a
talked about it in
demo.
our two part
Yeah,
that we just did with Albert, right? You had
yeah.
Morgian and Avernus and a few other things, but it
But
was
they were
pretty
such
few and far
outliers that I don't know
between.
who the fuck really knew. Like we knew, Rick McCoy from Avernus personally. We met him several times, but like nobody else knew who the fuck the band was because they had that aesthetic.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So it was weird. So, I mean, that's one of the stories that John will tell throughout this episode and in different interview clips and stuff is just like they were kind of alone. I mean, Portland didn't really have a metal scene. They had like kind of a crust scene and punk scene and stuff that had like gone through there, but Seattle had grunge and Portland
I
was
mean,
just
I think Portland
there.
had Poison Idea. I don't know who else they had, but
That's what I mean. So they had
yeah,
some punky kind of things that had left over, but nothing that was like European death doom and,
no,
black
this was
metal and, this kind of stuff. So
totally
very, very
outside of
strange.
it.
Yeah, but like, John basically to go on, he says that he had found the metal releases between 98 and 2001 quite boring. But he also said we didn't want to go the over route and change it to something completely different, however. So they definitely knew they wanted to bring these influences in, but they were also sort of like trying to stay balanced somewhat. I mean, you
Yeah.
could argue Ulver went very extreme in the other direction, and
Well, they
and some
wanted to,
people found that.
I think that Agalloch wanted to stay in the metal scene.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think they
Yeah.
they still believed in the metal scene and had some interest in it, but they're like, hey, what if we could do a song that sounded like fucking Godspeed You Black Emperor mixed with black metal? Like why not?
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. And speaking of Godspeed, I want to turn to a quote from Chris's interview, and this is Don Anderson. And he says, Godspeed in particular was a major influence. Their approach to the guitar seemed aligned with black metal. The guitar was no longer a purely riff based instrument, but provided an ambiguous atmosphere through the tremola picking either large chords or single melodic lines. Seeing Godspeed live really showed us that we could easily integrate that same approach in black metal. Artists like Nick Cave and Neil Young's soundtrack to the Dead Man movie also showed us a dirtier, almost country like sound that was twangy or whatever, but still dark and moody. I would say Tom Waits, Nick Cave, and Neil Young were points of departure for me during the recording of the Hawthorne passage's first part. John was also interested in capturing a post punk death rock feel there too. Laibach was more of an influence graphically, but of course, just having gotten into so much non metal was the overall influence. So I think that's, you know, we were into Nick Cave. We were kind of checking a lot of that kind of stuff. I saw Godspeed live. I don't think you were at that show. I think I went with,
I
I
didn't
remember,
see them live, but I definitely I was following them and Silver Mountain Zion, all these other,
yeah, all that,
similar bands.
the
Yeah.
Canadian post rock stuff. But do you
Yeah.
remember Forrest, the guy who
Yeah.
was a chef?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up going. He and I went and saw Godspeed, and that's who I think I saw Queens of the Stone Age with too, as well. And that was, I mean, it was pretty transcendent. It was kind of like when I saw Kraftwerk a few weeks ago. It's like so singular. I was like, what am I
Hmm.
watching here? Like it was very emotional and cool. And I don't know if I fully like understood what I was seeing, but like just that it was like when you see Neurosis the first time, you're like, there's some spiritual thing that's kind of happening, that tension and release and all these kind of energies. And so I think I can see how these guys intellectually were kind of like into that and probably like, man, what can we do with like emotion and tension and stuff? And
Yeah.
I
I
see a
mean,
lot
it
of
was just, yeah, it was the same type of like the same vibe. Like if you don't like if you have a visceral reaction reaction to something like music, it's just like that's where it's at for me. It's not. I can intellectually understand why certain things are important, but the stuff that is the has the most value to me is is stuff that like viscerally like grabs me by the neck or
Mhm.
really makes me feel like seeing I think in God, when was it, maybe 2006 or so, I saw Sigur Rós in Ann Arbor and they just
Did I go to that
played.
show with you? I've seen Cigaras. I
I
wonder if
don't
I went with
remember. I don't remember, but they played in front of a. They had lights behind them and they had a screen in front, so all you saw was their shadows playing.
you.
It was at the
That's
State
super cool.
Theater.
Okay.
But yeah, like there was just that era of like all this stuff just kind of clicked, and I feel like even like the God, what was the soundtrack of oh God, that fucking movie, the zombie movie.
Oh yeah, that was
The
almost
Fast Zombie
Godspeed. You like,
movie.
yeah, the 28 Days Later.
Yeah, what
Yep.
was that band called? Or the
Well,
guy that did
they used
the
they
soundtrack?
used Godspeed on the in the movie, but on the soundtrack it was a guy. His name was John somebody, and very Godspeed Mogwai-esque.
Yeah.
That soundtrack was really really cool. Um, his name's escaping me. It's John someone, but I'll look
But
it
yeah,
up
and
while we're kind of
Mogwai, like
talking.
all this kind of like instrumental stuff. Mono was out at the same time. Like,
And
uh,
Mono opened for Elsass, which was super cool. I'd
yeah,
never seen them live before. I was like, man, fuck, it's been a
I've
while since
seen
I've thought
Mono
about
three
Mono.
times.
Have you really?
I
Oh,
saw him
that's
with
awesome.
Pelican. Like they had this weird run where I've still got I think a handful of T-shirts from the shows, but um, like they just kept popping up, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't think anybody else cared about this, but it
Yeah,
was all that
they
like instrumental kind of post rock stuff that was happening.
Well, I think, oh, by the way, the guy's name is John Murphy, who did the 28 Days Later
Okay,
soundtrack. But I think it's like, Neurosis came out of sort of crust grind, and and I think they were on a similar trajectory as Agalloch, but Agaloch's background was obviously like Doom Black. And so they almost like end up in the same kind of places sometimes. And I think some of the same fan base, I think, appreciates what Agalloch does the way that people appreciate Neurosis.
yeah.
But like again, they're just coming from two different origins, but they almost like move closer to each other throughout the 2000s, I think, both those bands,
Well,
in
even
a weird
like
way.
Steve Until solo stuff,
Mm,
I think is much more akin
to the Mantle and
to the
some of
man.
that
Yeah,
stuff. Yep.
yeah.
Yep. I agree.
It's about
Yeah,
like
it's a good.
indigenous stuff and like there's all this like it's much more. Um, it's yeah, it's not as it's like bringing like Americana stuff back into
Yes.
things too. Like I don't think people understood. I didn't understand Americana being dark and emotional and edgy until like Oldham.
Yeah. And those
Like
Johnny Cash records too, the
yeah,
American ones,
absolutely.
which
But
again,
like
Johnny Cash also did I See a Darkness with Oldham, a duet,
yeah,
so like
yeah,
there
he
was like
actually
something kind of
played on
happening
or
there.
he did harmonies on that
Yeah.
Rick Rubin record. But yeah, there's just a lot of things coming together at once that was even the fucking when we went to East Lansing to see Ours.
Yeah.
Like that was
Mhm.
another like Jeff Buckley protege kind of thing that was happening and
Sure. Red House Painters that we were kind of getting into all
yeah,
that stuff
yeah, like
too.
all that stuff was just it was huge. Like it was I just feel like very thankful we were in that spot at the right time to like have all that stuff kind of hit. I don't know
We
if
were adventurous enough to be interested in it too, because not everybody
true.
went on that journey, but I
Yeah.
think we were working at a record store and being around different influences of people who were recommending things. Like we were kind of an open door to stuff, and we were like,
It's
you know
true.
what, let's try that.
Yeah. And I was
I
working
mean,
at
I
the
was getting
newspaper
service.
doing the like reviews of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's how I got into that Red House Painter show. I don't know if that was the last time they toured, probably. It was for the
Yeah,
old
we went
Ramon
and saw him
record.
in Ann Arbor. Remember, we
Yeah.
went to Blind Pig, I think, is where we
Yeah.
saw him.
And I've
Um,
got I was pulling out my CD and I've got a fucking guitar pick from that
oh,
show.
that's right. Yep. No, I think like you hear this, and we're going to hear a quote from him later. And I think we heard a quote from him in part one. But Austin Lunn, who of course did all of this with Panopticon, where he's bringing in this Kentucky bluegrass background from where he grew up and
Appalachia thing. Yeah.
Appalachia sort of thing. But there's some dark shit about that too, right? Like those are weird naturey places, the mountains and the culture there is very strange and singular. There is like almost like a pagan aspect to it, right? Like on some level, these like, off the beaten path, like, you you know, places that are living in the mountains separate from the rest of society. And I think
Yeah. Absolutely.
Agalloch captures some of that kind of energy that kind of like, I don't know, just yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about it later in the episode, but like there's sampling from the Wicker Man, and it kind of just makes sense. Like that's the kind of like aesthetic that all of this kind of has, that like folk horror kind of element to it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. That's the US version of, we're a relatively, what are we, 250 years old
or
or
so,
something?
yep,
Um,
260, 270 now, but yeah,
yeah. So like it's cool to have like that extra like that's what our like ancient history is as far as, pre um, pre First Nation, pre Native American people. Like
Yeah.
that's what we got, and it's cool to
Well, I
like be
think
able
that's
to go back and use that as our as our folklore, really.
I think one of the things that's cool too, and you're starting to see it like a band like Black Braid, for example,
Hmm.
like bringing in like kind of Native American culture and mixing it with black metal. I think it's awesome, So it's cool. So it's like you're almost like black metal itself has become like a vehicle to maybe discover your own folk origins of your people, the way the Norwegians did it with Viking culture and some of that kind of stuff, or Ulver did it certainly with folk kind of culture of that sort of region, and I think
It's like
that's
taking
something.
it back from the Christians coming in and taking over the local folklore and culture and like kind of basically taking that back.
Yeah, no, that's well said. I think that's the way to think of it.
Like
Is
this is
it's yeah.
our cultural, this is our cultural history. Like the shit you guys came in and brought in isn't that's not us. Like at its I think at its roots, like black metal is just going back to the like prehistory,
Mhm.
to what like the original things that the people that settled those nations like really what their beliefs were and like before these big institutions came in and kind of tried to take things over.
Yeah, it's almost like now it's the palette that you can paint on with black metal, but the rules don't exist anymore. Whereas like things in the 90s were pretty, you know, um, there were a lot of rules to like, cult and all that sort of stuff. I think now it's like
But there's also a lot of like just throwing that out the window. It was about like aesthetic.
Mhm.
I think like if you had to put a definition down for black metal, I think it's atmosphere.
Yeah,
But when you can do atmosphere and bring in some type of like cultural like relevance to like the ancient like I think the Vikings were probably the first people to ever come to the United States that weren't indigenous people there. It
yeah,
wasn't it wasn't Columbus. It wasn't some ding dongs from the UK. Like this was like hundreds of years before any of that kind of shit happened.
yeah.
It's just like it's the old ways, and that makes nothing but sense that they used, Wicker Man stuff and Seventh Seal samples and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into some of this weird kind of influences in terms of some of these older bands. And these are kind of bands that, Mark and I, a couple of them are obviously huge fans of, and some, we probably would never be able to pull off a whole episode on, but it's kind of neat to be able to spotlight some of these kind of bands and play some of this offbeat stuff sometimes. Just like you talking about, kind of getting into um, Newbotton, right? And
Yeah,
then kind of being like, hey, we actually played a Newbotton song like 4 years ago in that Neurosis episode. You know what I mean? Like it's just you never know when you rediscover. I mean, who knows? Maybe like 2 years from now we'll be like really into Death in June or something. Like who
yeah.
fucking knows? But um we're gonna start with Fields of Nephilim and a song called Moonchild from the Nephilim album from 1988, which is their second full length after the
It's
Dawn
not the
Razor
Iron Maiden
debut.
cover, even though that I think that was the same year that
I think it was, yeah.
the Maiden
This is
record
a
came out.
reference. Was the Iron Maiden one also a reference to Aleister Crowley novel, or no? Because that's where this is a reference to. It's a Aleister Crowley novel that he had written, I think, but
I
I don't
mean,
know if the Maiden
I
one
would guess so.
was.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure, but
I always think of Moonchild too from Harvey Sid Fisher because that's the chorus that he sings for one of the fucking horoscope songs.
that's
You're
right.
a moonchild. So I don't, I don't know, but Andy McCoy, big influence on a lot of the British Doom stuff, correct? If I'm not mistaken, the vocalist for Fields, wasn't
Oh,
he a big
absolutely.
influence on Nick Holmes and
I mean, I would
Aaron?
think, yeah, any of those early guys for sure. He was like,
Yeah,
outside of Sisters, I mean, they were kind of like the next big um like goth rock thing. Like
sure.
singular goth rock thing, more metal. Even in like the into the 90s when they did just the Nephilim, which was him basically doing like death metal vocals
Yeah.
on this kind of stuff too.
Yeah, and there's some cool like kind of early Pink Floyd, like pre-Dark Side kind of vibes to it, like Set the Controls for the Sun and some of that with some layered melancholy. And that's kind of the key feature here is this idea of melancholy that's kind of pouring off of
That false
you know,
vibrato he's doing on his vocals and like just classic goth stuff.
mhm. You've
What
been
what
into
I
them
think
for
of
quite a
as
while,
goth
right?
rock. What's that?
I remember you were the first person I know that ever talked to about Fields of Niflheim when I was kind of getting into this stuff.
Yeah, it was mostly because like some of the like the skater slash metal crowd we hung out with like um one of my friend's girlfriend's older sister was into all that shit. Was into Bauhaus, was into
Gotcha.
Fields, was into The Cure. Like that's where I got kind of into all that stuff.
Cool.
And it
Okay.
was just like
Yeah.
one of those things where like we're hanging out, listening to music, and like it's not what like when people put stuff on, I'm like, oh fuck, this is really cool. It's got
I
it's
didn't
got a
know if it
vibe
was
I'm into. So
Well, I didn't know if it was that or if it was something like you read about bands that you were getting into as influences, and then you and Chris like kind of went and backtracked
that
and
happened too.
found
But
some stuff too.
all the goth slash Cure stuff like was more that was kind of before I think I was really into the super extreme shit.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind
But
of
then like PL when people like reinforced it, when Paradise Lost did the cover of Walk Away or stuff like that, I was like, okay, like this is this
I'm
is my
Yep.
this is my
Yep.
place.
And so then we go from Moonchild to a tune called "Death is the Martyr of Beauty" from Death in June from their 1992 record. But what ends when the symbols shatter? Question mark. And they were a British neo folk band started by Douglas Pierce, kind of forming out of the ashes of kind of a punk band called Crisis. And they really at first embraced a lot of, Joy Division influences, as did a lot of British bands back then, before they
Yeah.
started to bring in like folk and dance. And they ended up bringing in a guy named David Tibbett, who had just started a band called Current 93. And he was in the band for about a decade or so, including on this record in particular. But Pierce also formed it was called World Serpent Distribution, and they kind of specialized in putting out a lot of like post-industrial and experimental music. And I know that that name, World Serpent Distribution, comes up in some of the Agalloch references, and so I just thought, okay, that's kind of interesting. So there's a weird connection there too.
There's
And
also I think John pulled a lot of vocal influence
yeah, for
from
sure.
Death in June.
I think there's a lot there. And John does, especially in the in between eras of Agalloch when they had gaps or even when they kind of break up and stuff, John was doing a lot of like his own solo, like neo folk kind of things. And so I think they were a band that loomed pretty large for him. I'm not super familiar with them, but I love what I checked out. Definitely Swans vibes and kind of almost like a more bleak Joy Division for sure. It's like you can hear that aspect, but it's even more bleak and slower. And there's like the thing they do, and this is what I could kind of pick up with this song, and then there's another song I listened to called He's Disabled, is they almost do like a droning acoustic strum, almost like the way Velvet Underground does the drone with the viola in the
Yeah.
background, but they do it with this acoustic strum, and that's something I hear Agalloch do a lot of. Is like on some of their songs they use that kind of like it's just sort of like droning. It's not really doing chords or anything like that, but it's like creating like a soundscape almost, and that's something I think they probably pulled from this band too,
It's a very
especially
very Kale kind of just like repeated,
yeah,
bit. Like
into like
that's
odd
one thing that a
ambient
lot of
instruments too. You
what's
know?
that?
And also like a couple of like odd ambient like instruments that you occasionally hear in the background of the Death and June songs, and you'll hear that
Yeah.
sometimes in Agalloch too.
But
Like
also I think Eglog does, especially on this record, I think they do a lot of it almost seems like two-thirds of the song is build,
mhm.
and then there's like a little, then there's the rest of the song, and then boom, we're on the next thing.
Yeah, very neurosis
It's
like.
it's
It's
a
like tension
Neurosis
release,
over
tension release.
thing, but there's
Yeah.
not a much, they don't have as much, I guess Neurosis didn't either, but there's not as much release. There's not the like, boom, there's the
It's a lot
breakdown.
of tenuous. Yeah, it's
Yeah, there's the
very,
Locust
yep.
Star thing where you're like, okay, fucking hell, this
Yeah,
is this is it.
exactly.
Yeah,
And that comes later when you listen to Ashes and other stuff.
yeah.
When they're more metallic, but yeah, they're definitely. and we'll get to like the band's opinion on the Mantle because like some of the guys are like, man, we that record's almost too loopy, but that's almost the charm of it. It's like almost we went too extreme, but it's like they were trying to like figure out their balance of what they want their band to be, you know, and I think the
Well,
Mantle
yeah,
was like a
exactly. I think that um, it takes them a while to figure out how to sound like themselves, and they're sounding like a lot of other different things until they can hit that point where it's like, okay, this is us. But it's like they're for several records is I'm hearing a lot more of their influence than them,
yeah.
or them taking their influence and trying to, I can hear like, oh, here's these elements, and they're trying to put it into something else. But um, it's interesting to follow that journey to see them because this is also like we've been in this shit forever, but we're not musicians.
Mhm.
I fuck around with stuff, but I don't record. I don't consider myself a musician-y kind of aspect at all. But to like look, because I can look back at some of my old artwork and I was like, oh, this is obviously this
I,
artist or this
I
type of
was
painting
reading this at
style.
this time, or yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, like oh, Frank Miller. I was like just blah 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 about whatever. Like I want to do the high contrast thing. Like it's totally there, but it's a weird thing that I don't ever have to redo or re experience any of that kind of stuff for an audience. But for somebody who has like has a published career of music and go back and like play stuff live that you're like, oh my God, this just kind of sounds like Ulver or something. It's such a different dynamic than what I'm used to. It's just a very it's very interesting to think about.
Yeah, it's like music and movies,
Yeah,
especially like a director too, where like, oh, this is when Scorsese was like, really into like his Italian like neorealism phase. So who's trying to
yeah.
do this in this movie, and you know, oh, Tarantino was clearly like watching a lot of spaghetti westerns when he wanted to do this, and for sure, especially when you get into like postmodern kind of stuff. But yeah, it is funny because like you said, you got to like you might have only been in this phase for a while, but now when you play live for the rest of your life, you got to, like I think of like Winger. I've seen
Yeah.
Winger like three times before they broke up, and like for the rest of his life, he's got to play, 17, and
Hmm.
like he. That was a moment in time and probably a mistake they regret. It's a good song in terms of like solo and hooks and stuff, but at the
It's
same
well
time, it's fucking
crafted. Yeah.
and he knows it's dumb, and he's like, God damn it, for the rest of my life, I have to fucking play this song,
And
So
it's I think it's a throwback song to the 70s.
yeah, it's like a
To
Kiss song or
Aerosmith or
something.
Kiss or something.
Aerosmith,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Christine
Yeah,
16 or some other ill-advised song.
some sleazy ass fucking underage thing, but
Yeah.
so it is funny to think about that, that like and that's probably where like, and you'll hear it when we interview John, and you probably heard hints of it in part one, where he almost can find no comfort in any era of Agalloch. Like
Which
everything.
I can respect because honestly, I haven't listened to much past I think the only record I had that it wasn't like a service thing, I think was just Pale Folklore.
Okay.
And so a lot of the stuff listening to it now is a different I completely understand what he's talking about. That feeling. Because a lot of it I'm hearing influence more than like their identity from absorbing that stuff.
Well, even just like he's upset about the way it was recorded, or he's like, we had bad production here, or this. He's like, the songs are good, but like, I don't like what they sound like here, and
Yeah.
so it's like
Well,
he's
it's him
such a
and what the
perfectionist,
hell's that guy's name? Something
The
Chick,
producer, yeah, Ron Chick,
Ron Chick.
yep.
Which looking at I looked at his stuff up on like Metal Archives,
Mhm.
and it's he seemed like he was like a local guy.
Yeah, I think they like go back and I don't know if high school or something, but I
Okay.
think they knew each other growing up a bit. So
But like, yeah, like I can respect like John wants to do shit. I want everything I do. I want it to go through my vision. I want to have I want to have a my like thumbprint on everything that I do.
yeah,
And according to like Metal Archives, he has like a co-producing credit on everything they've ever done.
Yeah, I think he's kind of like the trusted consultant almost,
Yeah.
you know.
And I know
It's like
that,
Albini with Neurosis at a certain point, you know.
yeah,
Just kind of
like,
became like
and
there.
the End Records like had a, did some shit with some of their videos and changed like an edit or some of the stuff. And I wouldn't, I can completely empathize with how I want to have my hands on every aspect of whatever I do that has my
Yeah.
name on it.
Hmm.
And it's just, it's interesting to, because I honestly haven't listened to a lot of the later on stuff. So it's kind of interesting to follow that journey and almost kind of commiserate a little bit about how they feel
See where
about
they're
this
at.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. No, and I feel that way as a teacher too. I mean, like one of the reasons why I love what I do is I get to shut my room and I'm in control.
Yeah.
I'm not like a slave to fucking somebody else's like bullshit, you know, for
It's
the
through
most
your,
part.
yeah, it's through your perspective and your vision. And
I
yeah,
get to cultivate lesson plans and pick
exactly.
out things and you know basically orchestrate. And it's very similar to this, you know, what we do here because in a lot of sense, like I, you know, you've sort of always given me the space to, for the most part, to kind of try and orchestrate and build this like the radio show because I think that's a something I have a strength with organizing like a lesson plan almost. You know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
sequencing and things like that. Um, and so that's one of the things I can kind of like lean on. And I understand that sort of like tweaking control, like, you know, oh, this song should open because it's like the perfect opener. And this is a close, you know, like there's a
Hmm.
vision you have for how you construct stuff. And I don't know, maybe I should have gone into like music production or something like that and like sat and helped bands like get, because I can't play an instrument, but you know, like, or make soundtracks or something like that where I pick the songs for like, you know, this would fit perfect in this scene. And I don't know,
Hmm.
you know, that's that. I almost feel like that's like the lost career I never had, you know, is like sequencing and doing stuff like that. But
Yeah, you wouldn't have a retirement and
no,
you'd
no,
be
but
eating hand to mouth. You'd be
yep.
the bologna on hand kind of sandwich.
So this is better because I could get to do this fun stuff, and also I'll have a
You've you've
retirement.
be,
You know,
you've been
so
able to take a institution that's kind of notoriously known for not having a whole lot of latitude, and you've created out of your own integrity, you've created something that's like this is what I want to talk about, and people are like, okay, that sounds
yeah,
cool. Let's do
yeah,
it.
yeah. I
Like
know.
that's almost that's better than that's better. Like, being able to go into an institution and be able to cater it to what you want and care about. That's huge, dude.
No, it's and sometimes I remind myself when I'm begrudging about something or whatever. I'm like, man, you know what? I enjoy what I do, and I get to like, you know, I don't know. I'm teaching Alfred Hitchcock right now. Like that's fucking
Yeah,
rad. That's the stuff we nerded out about in college and stuff. And it's like
absolutely.
here I am, just still being a nerd, you know, but I get
Yeah.
paid to do it. So it's I feel pretty lucky about that. But yeah, I wish I had more free time sometimes. But you know, but that's okay. I've done
You've made
okay.
your free time go into your work,
Yeah. Yep.
you know?
Exactly. And I feel bad because I you know I like I said, I think I've talked about it in numerous episodes, but you know, I know people that teach the same thing all the time, and it's like they lack. I think it's hard to get motivated and inspirational when you're just kind of like doing the same thing every year, and you don't really have. I don't know. It's
Well,
like I
you're
like to say
teaching for the
sharp.
right reasons. Like my
Yeah,
mom went
yeah.
back when I was how old was I? I was in I think it was in high school when my mom back. She was a stay-at-home mom for most of my life. And then when she was 40, she decided she wanted to go back to school and become a teacher.
Hmm.
And she went into exactly what she wanted to teach about. And she taught as long until the bureaucratic bullshit was too much. And then she
Sure.
retired a little early. But like when you're a passionate person about and teaching about stuff you care about, all those kids are so lucky to be able to have that because I feel it's very, very rare now. There's so
Yeah.
many people that I don't know what the reason for going into teaching is, but if you're not passionate about it, why would the kids possibly care what you have to say about anything?
You're wasting a lot of people's time. It's
You
it's
know?
almost academic malpractice, and I get
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
get really like upset about that. You know, like I just kids will tell me sometimes like yeah, like sometimes we're done with class like 30 minutes early, and we just fuck around for the rest of the hour. And as a kid, I remember having some of those classes and probably thinking it was pretty cool, but at the same time, I also didn't. I was also like, this is kind of a waste of everybody's time. And
they're not a teacher that you fondly like think about like, oh, like I forget what the teacher in high school that I had for psychology. It was very lax and
Miss
bullshitty.
Denslow. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
She's probably not with us anymore, but
No.
I don't ever think about her fondly, like,
In a
pushing.
serious way. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Or a
she didn't
joking
do
way.
anything to like really push my interests in any kind of way. It was like like the people that like, oh, you can do a book report on World War II by doing a comic book. It's like, oh shit, oh my God. Like
Yeah,
I
give them
put
the
all this extra
latitude, the
stress on
kids.
myself and
Yep.
yeah, like
Yep.
people that understand people like, learn in different ways and when you
Mhm.
really find somebody like, like Mike Johnston
Yeah.
who's our manager at the record store, he loved everything he talked about
Yep.
undeniably and that was just like, okay, this is possible.
That rubs off on you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's I try and create that too. And even if a kid doesn't understand what the thing is, they see the passion behind it and
Hmm.
there's more of a buy-in there sometimes, or they're more willing to kind of like go to that vulnerable place. And um but the kids thank me. They're like, you go bell to bell and like we don't have any like downtime. And they're like, yeah, it sucks sometimes because we're tired and you drag us across the finish line, but we always get across the finish line. And like, we never feel like you're wasting our time. And like, that's something I can like rest my hat
The
on. Like,
best
I can go
review you
home
could
every
get from a
day and
student.
that's it, man. Like, they're like, if all our classes were like yours, school would be like a lot more interesting. And I'm like, yeah, there's not much. I can only control what I can control. But
Yeah.
so it's kind of nice. But yeah, so as we kind of wrap up this kind of new influences set, the two last songs we're gonna play in this set is the aforementioned Godspeed You Black Emperor. This is their second release. It's an EP called Slow Riot for New Zero Canada from
Hmm.
1999. Tune called Moya. And I basically picked this because it was the only like 10-minute long song. Everything else is 20. And I was like, I don't want to fuck with fade ins and fade outs and shit. And I was
No,
like,
no, no.
so just play this. And it's reworking. Speaking of Mike Johnston, Mike Johnston really got me into a lot of kind of avant contemporary classical music, like
Hmm.
Toru Takamitsu and Morton Feldman,
Yeah.
and this guy, a guy named Heinrich Gorecki, and he was a Polish composer. And Moya is, I think, one of his songs that Godspeed kind of reworked here a little bit. And yeah, I never knew that until I researched for this episode. I've just always, put these albums on and just kind of, you know, Godspeed's something like weird. You just kind of put it on, and sometimes I'd fall asleep to Godspeed in college, which is really strange, but it kind of works in a weird way,
Yeah.
But it's meditative and it's I don't know. The other thing that's really weird about this EP, because I kind of looked up, I went on Wikipedia and just kind of got a couple little facts on some of this stuff, but this is going to blow your mind, Mark, in the weirdest kind of way, because we live in a fucking strange world. But there's two songs in the EP. The one we're playing, Moya, and the second song, which I didn't write down. But in the second song, it has a poem in it
Hmm.
that's reciting Blaze Bailey lyrics from the song Virus.
Wow.
What the fuck? Like, when in what universe would you think that would be on a Godspeed You Black Emperor
And
song?
that was from
I
Virtual 11, wasn't
No, Virus was on the first one, X Factor.
it? It was?
Yeah, I do
Okay.
remember that because that was when that box thing came out with the family tree.
Yes.
Um,
Which I've been trying to replicate ever since it came out.
exactly, and
Yeah.
Virus was one of the Blaze Bailey song that was on there.
Okay.
So, yep.
I mean, I
But yeah,
I
it's
think the
just
X Factor is a great record. It's not a great Iron Maiden record,
it's
but
a
it's
good
a
record
great
though.
like alternate worlds Iron Maiden record.
Sure. Yep. Yep. But yeah, so I mean, like I said, this is post rock. If you're familiar with Mogwai or Godspeed You Black Emperor, I believe we played a Godspeed song on our Slint episode. Kind of looking at bands that were influenced by Slint and post
Hmm.
rock and some of that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts on Godspeed You Black Emperor? Just kind of like where
I
maybe
mean, it
for
makes
people that have
nothing
never
but
listened to him before.
sense that this, after listening to the music, like why this was a influence, because it was
Hmm.
one of the few. I don't know at that time the like heavy. instrumental, kind of ponderous. I would definitely say Agalloch is a ponderous band.
Yeah.
Um, they like to really take their time to do
Yeah,
things.
kind of contemplative and meditative and all those
Yeah,
kind of
but it's
things.
like
Yep.
this eerie, slow build, organic post rock thing that's happening with them. Um, actually like some of my favorite stuff from Agalloch. I think is when they use samples when they don't
Mm-hmm.
sound like they're a metal band and when they're not doing screechy death metal vocals.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
that's it.
when they kind of like take all that Ulver stuff and leave it behind is where I kind of like them more.
Yeah, I can
Kind of
see
my
that.
favorite stuff. It's where it feels like it's their own thing, or where they're taking all this stuff and kind of integrating it in a way that makes into that weird, post rock black metal, whatever kind of thing they're doing. Um, it seems the most unique to me and the
Yeah.
most genuine to their abilities, to their sensibilities. Like I kind of wish they didn't even have lyrics, honestly. If they just did like just honestly just doing samples and instrumental stuff, I think that's kind of their strong suit on this record.
Hmm. I can see that. Yeah, I could
Yeah,
definitely see that lens. I mean, I'm always going to be a stand for Catatonia, Brave Murder Day moments. That's just going to
sure.
always be like something that
But
makes me
that
pop.
sounds like Catatonia. It doesn't sound like them.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
And I think when they're taking some of that Catatonia, like the repetitive riffs and the very simple drum beats, and then throwing in, like some of this textural kind of guitar stuff and then samples, like it feels more unique for metal than sounding like Ulver or Catatonia
Yeah,
to me.
it becomes their own thing in
Yeah,
America.
yeah.
Yeah, it's where they stamp the American aspect of it on there, because they're bringing their own background of, whether it be Montana or Portland or whatever aesthetic they're coming from, because it becomes, like we said, and in a lot of ways, black metal is like a reflection of like your environment, and
Hmm.
it's like you said, the atmosphere that
Yeah.
they sort of paint on and stuff. Yeah, I think that's well said. So, but then the last tune we're going to play from this sort of influences set is Double Agent from Counterpoints, or Counterparts, sorry, from '93. And like I said, I'll let John tell the story of this Rush tune and where it's song influenced. I think it's one of the songs we're going to play in the next set is a direct influence from this tune. But I thought it was a fun curveball, especially after some of the neo folk and post rock kind of stuff. And this was a really interesting record because this is where I kind of discovered Rush. It
Oh,
was
really?
'93.
Okay.
Yeah, Z93 like really promoted this because Counterparts was like the song where or the record where they returned back to kind of their heavier roots a little bit more after some of their '80s
Sure. After
synthy,
Signals and a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
yeah, some of that stuff, Power Windows and all that. But
I kind of love every aspect of Rush, every era.
yeah, they're all pretty interesting in
Yeah.
their own right. But this song in particular and this record has a lot of like Rush was definitely embracing some of the early '90s, like I guess grunge sheen, but I think they're doing it in the same way that like Voivod of this era is too. And I think I
Yeah.
actually hear a little bit more Voivod in this song than like normally what I would hear in Rush. But maybe I'm not always looking for Voivod, and I mean they're both Canadian, so that makes sense. But
Yeah.
and they're both prog and metal and metallic, I suppose. But
I feel
yeah,
like
it's kind of cool.
this is pulling in like it's almost going back to the because as soon as all that like kind of the post rock like washy guitar gothic kind of using some type of uh like echoplex thing like they were always kind of pushing the limits of um like what the new technology was or the new styles, but they managed to always kind of make it sound like them again. So I feel like this has a lot of it's really kind of catering to John's vocal ability,
Hmm.
um, but also it's bringing in a very Fields of Nephilim kind of vibe as well. Um, but then there's like this almost like a black metal dissonance riff that's in there as well. Like there's a lot of it's funny because I don't listen to that record that much. I've got the whole discography of Rush, but this completely sounds like okay, this is exactly what he was listening to.
Yeah, yeah, it's funny. And like when he said it at first, I was like, huh, man, I haven't listened to Counterparts in years. And I pulled it out and listened to Double Agent, which is a song he said was a direct influence. I was like, that's fucking strange, you
It's like
know?
spot on. It's kind
Yeah,
of
it was right
hilarious.
there. So it's
Yeah.
kind of interesting. But cool. So let's get into it. We've obviously talked long enough, but we're going to hear from John talk a little bit about the new influences first. Then we're going to hear Moonchild from Fields of Nephilim, and then Death is the Martyr of Beauty from Death in June, Moya from Godspeed You Black Emperor, and we're going to end with Double Agent from Rush. Well, and it seems like too when you get to, eventually from obviously Kneel to the Cross to the Mantle by 2002, you're embracing, like you said, Death in June, but you also, because I saw them around the same time, you saw Godspeed You Black Emperor in concert, and that was transformative for me. And I'm not even a
Oh, yeah.
musician, but I just remember like, holy shit, this is, and
Yeah.
it was aesthetically right in line with everything else I liked, and it seems like too. I know you've talked, speaking of soundtracks, about what Neil Young did with the Jarmusch with Dead Man,
All
but
of that stuff was influential on us at that time.
yeah,
All
yeah.
of
So I
that.
guess talk about some of that, and even 80s and 90s Rush, which you kind of we were emailing back and forth, and you pointed out a song from Counterparts that had a huge influence. So I guess talk about the
Yeah.
new level of musical influences that are now influencing the Mantle, I suppose.
Well, Rush was always an influence. You can hear Rush all over Pale Folklore,
Hmm.
mainly in the rhythms, like the way that I would put the songs together and the way that I would approach the drums. I was like, okay, if Neil Peart was in Over, what would he do? That was kind of what the question I'd ask myself. And and that's how a lot of the song structures began, is very Rush influenced. Which a lot of people probably don't even think that. Um, yeah, Godspeed You Black Emperor. Don and we had been working on the Mantle at that time when we saw Godspeed, and that really opened up a whole nother window for us because we're watching them, and Don's like, they're basically playing black metal, but it's like indie rock, or something. It's like orchestrated sort of indie. We didn't know what to call it. We just knew that it was really good and really interesting, and we wanted to put some of that into our music. And that's where Odal really turned into kind of a post-rock song. Before it was not so much. It was more of a neo folk kind of thing. Um, and then yeah, Dead Man, that was a movie that Don had showed me back in like 98. And I loved it. And that movie and that soundtrack influenced my solo stuff, which is a whole other beast. But yeah, there's actually a couple of riffs that are a nod to that soundtrack on the Mantle. On Hawthorne Passage, the da 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 da. That's he was literally nodding to Neil Young on that. And then the Rush thing, in Your Body Goes to My Arms. So that was a song where that song is actually what?
What's
Oh,
no, it was me. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Um, that song, the lyrics and the themes of that song are very personal. They have nothing to do with love. They have nothing to do with like a love story at all. It has everything to do with sickness. And because I used to have really horrific fever dreams when I was a child.
Oh wow.
And like I grew up in a house that had like cedar walls, so there was like all these wood shapes. And when I would have these hallucinations, the shapes in the walls would like turn 3D and like scream at me and shit. And so I kind of thought I wrote a song about those experiences. And yeah, maybe it sounds romantic or something in the lyrics, but it's not. But anyway,
Right.
there were
Yeah.
too many lyrics for that song.
Hmm.
When we got into the studio, and I was just like, what do I do with this? There's this whole passage that I don't know what to do with. And so I was remembering because I had been listening to Counterparts a few days before that in the studio. And there's that part in Double Agent where he kind of does a spoken word section over the music. And I was like, maybe I should try a spoken word thing. And so it worked brilliantly for that passage. And then I did it again and later in the song. Um, but that's yeah, and it was a total nod to Rush in that song, Double Agent.
nectar of submission, of submission. I feel nothing more, I feel nothing more than existence, than existence. Loneliness that will not come off. Faster than night, my pride, my threat, my thrust. This is beyond, very far. This is beyond. This is beyond. This is beyond, very far. This is beyond. This is beyond. Is this the final exorcism of an obsession? In the obsession, swept clean of the past and its errors. Shall we take new roads? We shall take new roads. Look lost, vast night, tearing and loathing, crashing without you. To the church of tomorrow, death is
Where would you rather be? Anywhere, anywhere but here. When will the time be right? Anytime but now. Anywhere, anywhere but here. Anywhere, anywhere but here.
On the edge of sleep, I was drifting for half the night, anxious and restless, pressed down by the darkness, bound up and wound up so tight.
So tight.
So many decisions, a million revisions, caught between darkness and light.
Wilderness of mirrors, wood of polished steel, gears and iron chains, turn the grinding wheel. I run between the shadows, some are phantom, some are real. Where would you rather be? Anywhere, anywhere but here. When will the time be right? Anytime but now. Where would you rather be? The doubt and the fear, I know it all disappear. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but here.
On the edge of sleep, I heard voices behind the door, the known and the nameless, familiar and faceless, my angels and my demons at war. Which one will lose depends on what I choose, or maybe which voice I ignore.
Wilderness of mirrors, streets of cold desire, my precious sense of honor, just a shield of rusty wire I hold against the chaos and the cross of holy fire. Where would you rather be? Anywhere, anywhere but here. When will the time be right? Anytime but now. Where would you rather be? The doubt and the fear, I know it all disappear. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. Wilderness of mirrors, so easy to deceive. My precious sense of rightness is sometimes so naive. So that which I imagine is that which I believe.
On the edge of sleep, I awoke to a sun so bright, rested and fearless, cheered by your nearness. I knew which direction was right.
Was right.
The case had been tried by the jury inside, the choice between darkness and light. The choice between darkness and light.
Double Agent from Rush, Moya from Godspeed You Black Emperor, Death is the Martyr of Beauty from Death in June, and then Moonchild from Fields of Nephilim. And then we heard from John for the first time in this episode. So now we finally get to play Agalloch again, Mark. So that's kind of where we're
One
at.
quick thing. I think the last time we played Rush on the show was Working Man on our Labor Day special.
Labor Day episode. Yeah, I don't
It
think
was
they've shown up in anything else.
10
That
years
opened
ago or
up our
more.
whole Labor Day special.
I mean, I
Yeah, we
would
had a
like to do
couple.
another Rush show at some point. I've very
I
much
mean,
always loved the
yeah,
band, and
yeah, Rush is great. Rush is so big, we'd almost have to do it like just like pick out our favorite songs like we did for Kiss, because it's almost like there's
yeah,
just so much,
yeah,
like what do
or
we
talk about an obscure record or
yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah. Could talk about what's their second record that kind of gets maligned. Or maybe it's the third one where people say it's like too dense, too complex. The one right before 2112, which I like. It's got like Necromancer or on it.
oh,
And
Jesus, it
um,
just has two songs on, doesn't it?
no, that's
I can't think of
no.
I've been talking about Rush in a while. I can't think of their discography.
Hemispheres is also pretty dense too,
Hemisphere
but
is my
that's
I think my favorite record of theirs.
oh, is it okay? I
Yeah.
like that one a lot, but it's pretty
Um,
dense. Um, it's the
God,
one that has like Bastille Day and Necromancer on it. It's not Fly By Night, but it's the one right after Fly By Night. And
it was their last concept record, wasn't it?
no, because 2112's right after that.
Oh my
But
God.
it's like the one that didn't sell very well, and they're like, man, if our next one doesn't like sell, we're gonna get dropped. So, and then they released 2112, and it kind of saved the band. But yeah, I'm drawing a blank on which one it is. If you
I'm
say
gonna
it, I'll
find
be
it
like, oh,
really
it's
quick.
okay.
Well,
Yeah, we can't
it's not Farewell to Kings.
because that's a little bit later.
It's Crest of Steel.
That's it. Yep.
That's it.
That's like kind of it's like the maligned one, but like the diehards love it. I've always there's a couple really good songs in there. I don't know
It
from
only
start
has
to
five
finish.
songs and it's 44 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
got some bangers, some long bangers on there. But
Bastille Day, I think I'm going bald. Lakeside Park, The Necromancer, The Fountain
Necromancer.
of Lament. Yes.
Yep. Yep.
I think
So
I'm going bald.
maybe not the
That was an Alex
hey, they can't
Lifeson
all be
song.
hits. They can't all be hits.
That's true.
So
That's true.
So now that we've kind of played in that influence sandbox, I guess let's dive back into the mantle. And we heard a celebration for the death of mankind and in the shadow of our pale companion in part one. It was the opener. I think it's kind of an iconic opener. So we kind of did that. And as Mark mentioned before, it's produced by John and Ron Chick. Um, and this is definitely, I think John talked about it. This is their Pacific Northwest album, whereas maybe Pale Folklore was their Montana record a little bit more.
Hmm.
And it's got an iconic cover and photography inside and presented a kind of a dreary urban landscape of Portland. And John originally had wanted the snow-covered elk for Pale Folklore, but he, you know, kind of something kind of happened, so he saved that image for the mantle, and it kind of worked out perfectly. And he's kind of said the design he kind of wanted was this sort of the album to have a very stark kind of like post-industrial vibe,
Hmm.
influenced by the World Serpent releases. The label I said was started by Death in June, and older Laibach albums like Nova Acropola. So like from the aesthetic standpoint, I guess that's kind of where he was taking some of that stuff.
Okay.
In a lot of ways, like it reminds me of stuff you were kind of doing with photography and some of those Eclipse covers, like issue 5 and issue 6, where you were kind of doing these kind of melancholic, like urban landscape, urban decay, kind of the noose, one
The
and some of the
suicide
others.
stuff. It was very everything was very bleak.
Yeah, yeah. So I just feel like that was like again, there was this like synergy with what they were kind of being influenced by, and they were also really into film, and we're gonna kind of talk about that in a
Hmm.
little bit too, and so are we. And I don't know.
Still
I
are.
guess what's the aesthetic that you get from like a band like Agalloch when you kind of look at these covers and the photography and any of the kind of stuff that I don't know how much you really looked around at stuff much, but
Well, they
do you
all
get like an aesthetic
the
vibe from them?
reissues they've completely changed all the covers.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess a little bit. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Like Ashes Against the Grains. It's a similar idea, but it's I don't know if it's Photoshop. Like what the exactly the techniques they're using. Um, but they're definitely pushing in a more European, almost like what I think Century Media was doing early on was trying to like ape 4AD
Hmm.
designs,
Yeah,
and trying to like kind of push outside of what was traditionally thought of for black metal covers. Because like all the Oliver covers are fairly, they're painted, they're kind of like Gefeldsfanger's kind of crude looking,
yeah,
like this very folk looking painted thing, and then Nathan's Madrigal is also kind of similar in that aspect, but it's very traditional. This seems a little bit more like a postmodern kind of vibe
yeah.
to metal.
But I
Like
know
the
they're kind of
logo is
like,
gone, the Rudy logo is gone.
mhm.
Um, I know originally they did some, I think all lowercase stuff, which I think was the biggest atrocity of design in the 2000s was the all lowercase.
Yeah,
I noticed on the reissues it's all uppercase, which I appreciate
yeah,
the kind of the retroactive, kind of like cleansing of that whole thing.
sure.
But yeah, that was my one of my biggest pet peeves of design of the late 90s, early 2000s was the all lowercase.
That, oh, yeah, I could see that for sure. And I know they were like, there was like kind of a whole transcendentalism kind of theme that was like there lyrically, but also from like an aesthetic. So there was like a sparseness.
Yeah.
Even in the reissue, they have like when you first open the booklet, it has a Ralph Waldo Emerson quote in it. This is the happiest man is he who learns from nature the lesson of worship. So they were kind of that's kind of where they were sort of locking into that
Hmm.
kind of thing. So the other thing they were kind of locking into at this point was cinema a bit. And this is obviously a time where we were also locking in. We were taking a bunch of film classes.
Yeah.
You and I had several together, and just our own. I always remember like the classic Friday night like Meyer vibe like drives we would go to, and we would like you'd be like, have you seen Escape from New York? I'm like, no. And I would just like, it just come out on DVD. And so you would convince me to buy it. And then we would just kind of go back to your house and like drink and eat ice cream and fucking watch,
Yeah,
it
we
was just
wouldn't
like,
eat food, but we would get some good craft beer and some good ice cream
yeah,
and
fucking
watch
Ben
a
and
movie.
Jerry's from Rick's. Yeah, we
Yeah.
were fucking killing that stuff. So, but they talk about it in Chris's interview in the Hall of Fame, and they kind of ask about the role that film sort of plays. And John says, well, Bergman's The Seventh Seal, Jodorowsky's Fondo y Lis, and Jarmusch's Dead Man stand out as the most. Hang on, I got flip pages here. And then Don Anderson says the Mantle is the first album where cinema really emerged as a reference point for how we arranged our music. That may also further answer why there are less vocals. We were thinking in images and how sound might express those ideas or images. For example, we would refer to the desolate landscapes of Dead Man in order to achieve a kind of phrasing on a guitar part, which I did on the Hawthorne passage, which we're going to hear in this next set of music. I think Fondo y Lis, the Jodorowsky movie, as an experimental film, really showed us a way of arranging musical moments that may not necessarily connect in a linear A to B sense, but that fit an overall mood. I remember The Mantle having a very cohesive sense of flow, but with the different musical genres influencing it, we were aware that you could have disparate images and sounds in sequence if it all contributed to the larger idea. I haven't done a quote blues guitar solo since the Hawthorne passage, but it fit with the overall project. Similarly, all the random sequences in Fondo y Lis seem to be part of a larger vision, even if they seem nonsensical at the time. Cinema, like music, is a non linguistic medium. It doesn't necessarily rely on language. You can track the narrative flow of a novel, for example, take inventory of characterization, rising action, and the resolution. But with cinema, you have to think differently. Narrative becomes image in a collection of images or montage. Music seems to partake of a similar approach. The key questions seem to be what is narrative in music, or how does time flow in music? What does it mean for music to build to a climax and resolution? Cinema seemed a perfect template for thinking about time and the flow of time in a non linguistic way. Again, this might account for how few lyrics there are on the record. So we were thinking about the flow of musical time outside of a strict lyrical narrative. We were really attuned to how the album flowed as a whole, What was its linear trajectory? Also, all three films are black and white. The stark and intense photography of these films really influenced the look and layout of the mantle. Further, these films are definitely existential. Many people have tried to pigeonhole Agalloch as gray or post metal or whatever. But in terms of our themes, concerns, and interests, I feel Agalloch has always been existentialist. Man's relation to God or the lack of God, nature, and the overall feeling that life is meaningless and that hope is a futile project in light of our insignificance in the cosmos. So
This
there's some
is
shit to chew on right there. I think we
yeah,
can probably unpack that.
this is similar to like their sister band Catatonia. Sounds of Decay was that begotten still story, and that's
Guess who mentions Begotten in an interview we're gonna listen to, Mark? John. I
because
shit
that's
you
where
not.
I don't remember
Yeah.
if I think we heard about Begotten before the Sounds of Decay thing,
Yeah. But then
but then it was like
yes.
it was another thing that reinforced like, oh, we're on the same fucking track here.
Yep. And I think that same director who did Begotten had he did some like weird animated fucking thing that ended up, do you remember this? It ended up on the Vampire DVD as a bonus feature. And we were watching the Vampire DVD, the Carl Dreyer kind of
Hmm.
almost silent film kind of thing. And he had this weird like puppet animation thing. And we're like, is this old? Is this from the silent era? And we found out, no, it's by the Elijah or Eli. I can't remember the guy that did Begotten, his name. He did it, and it was released as a special feature on the fucking Vampire reissue. And it was the weirdest, like, what is going on?
Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't
Fucking
thought. I
killing
mean,
himself and his family, or
fucking who knows, man? Yeah, so weird. But yeah, so I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, do you think that's maybe why people like us got into film and this weird music at the same time, and that there's this like, because I've always found them to be very complementary, not
yeah,
just extreme metal, but like also like avant-garde music and like, I don't know, like when Mike would talk about Tarkovsky films to us and also like weird music, it made sense to me. I was like, oh yeah, yeah, this is all the same thing. And I found that a lot of music fans, especially really like, especially music journalists, are also kind of like film nerds sometimes. But then there's
yeah.
also people like Albert, for example, or Chris to some extent. I mean, Chris likes some of the stuff, but he's not nearly as into it probably as you and I are. That
No, not in that aspect at all.
and Albert's the same way. Albert's like, yeah, I've never really been a film guy, but Albert obviously very much intellectualizes music, but he
Yeah.
puts that other energy somewhere else. And maybe for Chris, it's like fantasy novels and stuff. Like Chris was always like more into that stuff, which is cool. And
Well, he
there's
was
his
into
own
um like Robert Jordan novels. They're like the longest
yeah, the
fucking
Wheels of
fantasy
Time
novels
and some of that
ever.
stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Albert just spends his extra energy on the thinking about the Philadelphia Phillies and baseball, perhaps.
I
I
I
don't know.
think that's
So,
yeah. I mean, I think there's only so much like bandwidth you have to. I think well, you're an exception, but there's a lot of people only can like. I don't care about sports honestly very much at all. I like the romantic idea about sports and wrestling and baseball and football and all like that kind of stuff, but I don't care day to day. I like the human aspect of all this stuff, but um,
and I don't really watch sports anymore. I pay attention a little bit, but I don't actually sit down and watch games anymore. It's just not I don't have time, and it's not something
yeah.
where I watch fake sports a little bit more, WrestleMania and whatnot. But yeah,
But that's like theater, like that makes more
yeah, that's a
sense to
different thing.
like I'm much more interested in like what's going on in WrestleMania than what's going on with the Phillies or like
Yeah,
whoever is
yes.
playing. But I don't know. It just kind of I've never really thought about it as I felt it just all kind of felt right. Like we were like just going like everything is it was just all about pushing the limits of music, pushing the limits of film, pushing the limits of um like like writing, like anything like just what are they what's the outer echelon of all this stuff? All this like creative um kind of musings and yeah, I don't know. And metal to me has always been a very visually evocative medium. Like when I listen to stuff, I have it like it imbues like this like very rich visual language to me.
Yeah.
So it made nothing but sense. But yeah, like me and you have completely different, I would say completely different interests in film than Chris does. It's
Yeah.
his stuff is either more conventional or more like specific to genre,
Mhm.
and I feel like we're more open to anything,
Yeah, I
you
kind of
know.
just want to know what the best thing is of anything, kind of. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
kind of, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, like and to push your like I don't know, like the Seventh Seal, like going back, like watching that for the first time, I was like, I thought I was like kind of rediscovering a like an incredibly important part of humanity that I never saw.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's the way you feel when you watch a Kurosawa film or something like that
yeah,
too, or Fellini, any of that stuff, really,
yeah, and
And
I think that specifically to that era of independent film and international film, there was something there that was just I don't think we have it now. I mean I'm sure there's aspects of it, but as far as like where you could go back and watch any film by a dozen different international filmmakers and you're like, oh my God. It brought us it showed that no matter like we don't speak the same language, but we speak the same visual and emotional language.
sure. Yeah, it was like cross barriers.
Yeah, and it was just the stuff just like blew me away. Like that, I think that stuff was the most like taking those film history classes, and I took an African American film class as a humanities credit.
Mhm.
That was like everything made sense to me. I
Yep.
don't know. It was just I've always been a more visual, kind of like learner or understander of the world, and um, yeah, just like even like listening, hearing those like samples from Seventh Seal, I was like, God, I need to watch that again. I got the Criterion. I need to sit down and watch this movie. It's so short and it's so like poignant and it just speaks to so much of our culture.
Well,
Like when you watch it.
I went on a pretty good Bergman run because I got that Bergman giant book for Criterion, which is I think why I gave you a bunch of my Criterions,
Yeah,
I
yeah, I've
think.
got
Yeah.
a pretty good chunk now too.
And I kind of was watching them in the recommended order, and I'm not all the way through, but I probably made it through like 15 or 16 of his movies, which is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And there is just a vibe. You can definitely tell it's Scandinavian because it fits with the sort of vibe of like Sweden, Norway, and some of that. And it doesn't mean it's all dark and depressing and sad, but it's just there's an aesthetic there, and Agalloch fits into that. They have something really European about them,
It's
clearly.
talking about really big ideas,
Yeah.
big
Yeah.
universal ideas. Yeah.
When I, when I came across a quote, it's actually funny. We were kind of talking about this, but I literally came across this quote like 3 days ago, and it's from Carl Jung, who was a student of Freud and Jungian psychology, the hero's journey. That was kind of the stuff Joseph Campbell got into Carl Jung's ideas and stuff like that. But I thought this was really a cool quote, and it kind of hits on what we were just sort of talking about. But he says, the world is full of people suffering from the effects of their own unlived life. They become bitter, critical, or rigid, not because the world is cruel to them, but because they have betrayed their own inner possibilities. The artist who never makes art becomes cynical about those who do. The lover who never risks loving mocks romance. The thinker who never commits to a philosophy sneers at belief itself. And yet all of them suffer because deep down they know the life they mock is the life they were meant to live.
Yeah.
And I think like that driving impulse is like, I never want to be that person because I've met those people that are
Yeah.
no longer interested in stuff. And I don't have the time anymore that I had in my 20s to be able to watch things or whatever. Like I have to like meter it out smarter and more effectively, but I'm still hungry and I never want to not be hungry because I just feel like, I don't know, I've met those people and they've stopped evolving in some level. And you can kind of see that like, there's just something like lacking in them or something unhappy about them. And I think one of the reasons you and I and a lot of the people we choose to spend our time with have like such a spirit about them is these are also hungry people who are continually curious and willing to challenge themselves and push through things and not rest on their laurels. And I think that's
Totally.
what attracts all of us together. And even a lot of the listeners of this and a lot of the people, like the Alberts and Josephs and all these people that we bring on to these episodes, I think that's a common bond, you know, Nick Green's and all those kind of people. I mean, I talk more about movies with Nick Green than I do music, you know, and that's just kind of
Yeah.
like, you know, he and I, you know, talk criterions and things like that, even though he's a writer for Decibel and stuff. But, you know, it's I don't know. I came across that and was like, man, I think that speaks to a lot of the spiritual
I mean, it's why I'm so interested in
destruction.
philosophy.
Yeah,
Trying to
but I think
figure out how things work, what are common truths, um, comparative mythologies, like all this stuff is just, endlessly interesting to me all the
but
time.
But I also think like some of the misery, the spiritual misery we see like in our culture today is sort of this lack of desire to push through because
Well,
everything's so easy and everything's so
it's true,
attainable that people don't have to really like search for things or really
but also,
struggle to find things, you know?
yeah, I think we're also lacking universal truths like we used to have.
Yeah, that's
As
true.
far as like, everybody could go to a baseball game and be like, oh yeah, rah rah the team. The like religion was more of a communal thing. It wasn't as a divisive thing. Like we don't have a whole lot. Like we're more. I think we're more kind of divided in our.
We're balkanized and tribalized and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I'm completely. I want to be. I want my core values to be challenged. I
Hmm.
want to learn. Like I want to empathize with somebody else. I don't want to just be stuck in my own little, you know, island that's this is what we think and you know, we don't stray from that at all.
Well, and
Um,
there was some level of sort of like a universalized integrity. I don't want to go too far because I also think there's like things that when we speak to the good old days that I think we sometimes forget about the where people of different ethnicities or genders were and the because in some ways those strides have been made, but and that's been forward in a lot of ways, but I think of like I was just talking about Watergate the other day, but with a
mhm.
guy I teach social studies with, and he was just teaching. He teaches AP U.S. history, and he was just talking to his students about Watergate. He's explaining the scandal to them, and all the kids were like, "Why was this a scandal? This is like normal. Politicians lying, politicians like doing like deceptive stuff." And then he explained that the party that initiated Watergate was Nixon's own Republican Party,
Yeah.
and they were mind blown by that. They're like, "Why? Why didn't? Why would they turn against their own candidate?" And he's like, "Because they believed in like democracy and like law." And the kids were just like their brains were melting. And I realized like it sucks for like these kids. They for the last 10 years, that's their norm. And it's like, man,
I
and
would
it's so
say the last 45 years
sure,
are,
but like especially in the last 10 to 12 years, we've seen
yeah,
a lot of that be normalized in a way, and
sure.
like their model of like what is normal is pretty weird, but but it was just it gave me pause for a moment to just think about like the changes that we've sort of gone through and some of those kind of we used to have like a unification of truth and like you said some of that kind of stuff that bonded us that even if we were on different sides of the aisle or maybe even different versions
Well,
of
yeah, you
religion
don't you
and
don't talk
stuff.
about politics or religion and play
Yeah,
company.
but
That used to be the thing.
even then you could have like debates that were like healthy debates and you could kind of listen to another perspective and have like good conversation,
Well,
and I
I
just
think the big one of the biggest problems of the last 25 years is 24-hour news.
yeah.
Every single person, whatever your unique idea of the world is, there is an entire ecosystem there to to echo that back to you.
Yeah, to feed the algorithm,
There is not the Walter Cronkite where everybody, like we're talking about both sides of the issue, we're very down the middle. There's only so much news. When you do the 24-hour news cycle, there's not something interesting happening all the time. It's going to always just be hair on fire, hair on fire, hair on fire
Yeah, you
constantly.
got to self fear and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think too, like not to go too far down the road, but I think one of the things I teach a whole media literacy unit. It's like 6 or 7 weeks in my global studies class, and I think we really, I mean, now we know, but I don't think we really realized at the time that when the FCC and Reagan struck down the Fairness Doctrine in 1987, that it really set things in motion that you didn't have to have a Walter Cronkite that brought on two different people on the nightly news to talk about an issue and get both perspectives so everybody could be like, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
it's like now you can just fucking go full force in whatever direction you want to go in and feed that algorithm and fill that time with you got to fill it with nonsense and you got to fucking
It's just all it went from being down the middle to everything's opinion.
Yep.
And we know everybody has an asshole and everybody has an opinion. So
for sure.
it's just like I don't know. We're in a very weird spot. Like we have the most access to information ever, but yet we don't listen to we're still in these echo chambers.
Yeah, we don't use the devices for what they could be used for the forces of good.
Yeah, we don't use it like in the Star Trek sense to where the betterment of mankind.
Yes,
It's all like it's all a bunch of shit.
Idiocracy, like welcome to Costco, I love you. Like it's our base, like we're at our base like desires of like just we don't want to like be challenged. We just want everything to feel good and fit our not force us to have to consider other things and
then we don't have to talk to each other in a normal context. We can just scream at each other in line where nothing really matters.
Yep, there's no consequences.
Like you're not gonna like go to your neighbor that has a political sign up that you don't agree with in the 80s and say, you fucking piece of shit, I hate you, I wish you'd die. Like you would never say that. You would just not talk about it. Everybody can have a different opinion. It's
agree
fine.
to disagree. Yep.
Yeah. We're in a very interesting time in the world.
Speaking of interesting things, Mark, the mantle. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're going to start to get into some stuff from the mantle here. We'll kind of break down these 4 songs, and they kind of like, in a lot of ways, I Am the Wooden Doors sort of starts it's the beginning of this almost like 4-song suite that kind of happens. And you could actually throw Odal into this suite too, but we saved that for the next set. So it's almost like all 5 songs bleed into each other as like one cohesive kind of piece. And it's this song's a little bit more kind of in your face and propulsive. It's definitely got kind of some Opethian kind of acoustic passages that are pretty awesome and really cool Dark Tranquility riff.
Yes.
What's that?
Ulverian.
Yeah, some Ulver kind of stuff. The really cool like kind of early Dark Tranquility riff kind of at the end as well. I think was pretty neat. And speaking of Dark Tranquility, in this Agalloch Mantle reissue that Eisenwald put out, which I can't recommend enough. It's really awesome. They have great interviews, all kinds of things in it, great photos.
I believe it's sold out.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the CD I think you can still get. So for those of you that are still CD people, I
think they're doing a second pressing of this stuff.
Okay, good.
Because I think this like the end has been not existent for a very long time. But also there's been like, a good 10, 12 years of new metal people coming in and be like, oh shit, I can't find any of this stuff anywhere. So I think they're going to be, pressing this several times.
So there's these various testimonials. I'm going to kind of sprinkle them out so we're not reading a bunch all in a row. And so this is one from ex Dark Tranquility, Nicholas Sundin. And,
founding member, yeah.
Founding member, yeah. Also someone that shared a Requiem episode and propped us up for our Skydancer episode.
That's right, yeah.
He shared that on social media, which is cool.
God, I wish he would put out the fucking first record again so I could buy it on vinyl. But
I know. Someone wrote us about that or made a comment on like Instagram or Facebook. They had heard our episode where you were bemoaning the price of Skydancer, and they're like, "Oh yeah." They're like, I think it was somebody that lives in Sweden, and they're like, "Yeah, it goes for this much over here too. It's hard as fuck to find." So you're not alone.
Central Media put it out. I don't know, 5-6 years ago, but it must have been like 300 copies, and then the shipping from Sweden is $45. I mean, I sold a piece of art to a guy in Switzerland, and it was almost $60 to send it to him.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
did he pay the shipping?
It's an 11 by 14 piece of paper rolled up in a cardboard tube.
In a tube. Jesus Christ.
With insurance, but
yeah,
it was just like, oh my God. And he was very happy to pay that price. I was very, very thankful. But
Swiss are nice people, let me tell you.
They are. They kind of just they do their own thing.
Yeah, they're living their own little world.
Yeah.
So Nicholas, he says, I can't recall exactly how a dubbed version of the Mantle ended up in my collection, but I do remember the first impression of being intrigued by the song titles, but also by the track lengths. There was something monumental and indicative of an artistic intent beyond the norm about starting an album with an intro called A Celebration for the Death of Man, only to follow it up with an almost 15-minute In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion. Here was a band that obviously aimed at something higher and more ambitious than a lot of its contemporaries, and, as it would turn out, they for sure did it well. Musically speaking, there was a lot to like. The drawn out, expansive arrangements, acoustic interludes, and creative use of guitar pedals and effects really resonated with me. And I could hear faint traces of some of my favorite non metal artists of all at the time. When looking at the Wikipedia entry for the Mantle now, I nod appreciatively to the mentions of Nick Cave and Godspeed You Black Emperor among the influences. Echoes of David Tibbet could be heard in some of the spoken sections, and the acoustic passages had an air of folk era over to them. Still, it never felt derivative, but more like a logical combination of elements that happened to converge at this particular point in time. In an odd way, Agalloch's music felt strangely European, even though I understood later that a lot of the themes and visual languages were rooted in Portland lore. For a while, my personal preference in music drifted away from the grandiose and poetic towards more urban and minimalistic domains, but Agalloch was always a band that I held in high esteem. Listening to the Mantle now makes it clear that its powers were lasting, and it sounds every bit as relevant now as 20 years ago. It's worth noting how there are many more bands occupying similar territory today, call it post-metal, post-black metal, or whatnot. But the Mantle really was a rare bird at the time of release. I'm very glad to see this unique album getting the lavish reissue treatment that it deserves, and maybe also reaching a new generation of listeners in the process. Thank you, Nicholas Sundin, for that.
Very succinct.
Yeah, it's definitely all there. So then we move from that tune, I Am the Wooden Doors, bleeds right into The Lodge. And this is kind of a perfect example of that atmosphere and that sort of Death in June influence mixed with the kind of over walking in the snow, which
Yep.
was, yeah,
That's
the
something
first
I
time
know
I
very
heard,
well is walking in the snow up here.
yes, I was going to say,
We
you're
had 13
definitely getting
feet
it.
this year.
Well, like, do you remember the first time you heard that on Berktop and you heard like the person like walking? I just remember it like kind of melted my brain. I was like, this is so fucking cool. I don't know why I like this so much, but I just thought it was really fascinating. The first time Chris played that for me, he's like, yeah, look, man, it's like somebody walking in the woods for like a couple minutes. I was like, huh.
It was elevating that whole, nature is God thing that Norwegian black metal kind of, immortal kind of does as well.
Mhm.
It was very unique to that area for sure.
And you got John playing the deer antlers in the song while
Yeah.
Ty Brubaker plays the contrabass.
Hmm.
And it's just sort of like really a great link between Wooden Doors and The Ghost in My Arms, these two songs, that were it kind of like is kind of connected to, I suppose. And that leads us to You Were But a Ghost in My Arms. And I think that before we talk a little bit about this tune, I wanted to read a short, another testimonial, and I think you'll know why in a moment. I'll read the testimonial and then I'll tell you who it's from, but it's much shorter than Nicholas's. But he says, there are many different styles of expression and sides to black metal, but the one that always moved me the most is when black metal takes the listener away completely from down to earth reality and actually becomes the sound and voice of nature. When it becomes a bridge in between worlds and a soundtrack to some imaginary landscapes where the mind can wander freely and get lost, to the point of even forgetting that this music is played by actual human beings. Agalloch definitely is one of those bands, and their classic album, The Mantle, feels like an introspective walk into the forest at night or during a glassy winter morning, far away from everything we know about the modern world.
This is Austin at
No,
Panopticon.
close. Oh, it's Neige from Alcest.
Okay.
And the reason I brought that up is the song that The Lodge, which features the walking in nature, goes into You Were But a Ghost in My Arms. To me, this is practically a template for Alcest. This is like
Okay.
this.
See, I'm not
This is
familiar
it.
enough with their material to be able to make a.
I really think you would dig Alcest a lot. I think they're fucking cool as hell and very transcendent, kind of neurosis vibes, but like more
But
more
I mean, how many
gentle.
records do they have now? 10?
Yeah, quite a bit, but even their earlier stuff, which is a lot heavier, and more, death vocals and things like that. I know I remember talking to Wagner a bunch about like even like back in like 2013, 2012, when he was doing like the Voivod episodes with us and stuff about wanting to do an Alcest show with us, and we were kind of both like, how do we approach them? Because it's like, he's like, I don't know much about them. I'd like to talk about them, but I don't really, he's like, I just love their music, but I almost don't know what to say about it. And they're one of those bands where like I listen to it, but I can't really describe it. Like I just know I like it and I don't know why I like it, but like everything I like is it's very cinematic, I think, in some ways. And so
Okay.
it's I know Lori loves them. They're like that's the band that's probably spoken to her the most. And that Elsa show we went to was pretty phenomenal. But yeah, this song, I guess if you go and listen to You Were But a Ghost in My Arms Again, you'll get a pretty good sense of kind of what Elsis is kind of all about. But it's this song in particular has that cinematic drama, that opening salvo and John's clean vocals in it are really cool. Very, there's kind of like there's like a bitter side to it, but a melodious side. There's something kind of dark and beautiful. It's all those kind of things. Those layered acoustics from like the 3.5 minute mark to 4:30 are really affecting. And how it kind of cascades into that kind of tremola solo, before kind of cycle. Really, the opening and the closing of the song are the most Alcesty part. That's kind of like the template for Alcest is like the opening minute and then the closing minute of each song.
When was the first
Which,
Alcest record?
uh,
2007, 8, something like that?
yeah, probably like 2006, 2007, somewhere in
Okay.
that realm. So, and Nage even told John backstage when they played like a festival together, or whatever. He's like, Alcest wouldn't exist without you guys, and he was like, whoa. So, I mean, he knew
Makes
they were an
sense.
influence, but
Yeah.
like that's it. So, so I think that's pretty cool too. So, and we then we go into the Hawthorne passage, which Don was mentioning in the when we were talking about the cinematic quote, and this obviously has the Bergman movie samples from Seventh Seal in it, like you were mentioning before.
I Am Death. Yes.
Yeah. It's also got like another sample from a Mexican film, and I forgot to write it down, but you hear like some Spanish spoken in,
Well,
in
it's
the
funny
song
if
as
you
well.
look at Metal Archives and you look at the lyrics,
Uh-huh.
I was like, what the fuck is like I know they don't he's not singing in Swedish and Spanish. And then I like copied and pasted a couple things and figured out like, oh, okay, this is from Seventh Seal. This is like the famous the famous scene.
Sure.
But I was like, I don't, yeah, like obviously this was not all the same language for sure.
Oh, so they're almost doing like soundscapes together.
Yeah, I mean this is very like Godspeed stuff,
Yeah, for sure.
um,
This is
which nobody else was really integrating into extreme metal at that point.
mhm. And the other sample they use is actually like a found footage sample because they actually went and recorded like Portland traffic over the Hawthorne Bridge. And that's where the song comes from. And it's named after the head doctor of a psychiatric institute for mentally ill patients in Portland, Hawthorne, I guess. And
Okay,
so like when you hear like the honking of the horns and people driving and shit, that's what it's from.
I've
They
driven
just
over the Hawthorne Bridge
have
multiple
you?
times. Yeah,
Oh, sweet. There you go.
yeah.
Perfect. So you know what it's all about. I've been to Portland, but it was in 2000, so I don't remember shit. Like I remember we drove my mom's car,
I've
the
been
one we
there. Yeah,
drove.
I've been there 3 times. The last time was in when was it? It was when Lisa was pregnant, so that would have been. We went to that
Oh, I
Blood
remember
of
when you
Gods
did that.
event, like so it
Yeah.
was 2023 probably.
Okay. Yeah. So
Um,
definitely more recently.
yeah, and that's where it was all the kind of magic of Portland was kind of in the toilet for me.
Kind of gone. Yeah. John even makes reference to that. He's kind of like the fondness and love he has for that city is kind of like because in 2002, Portland was kind of still like the great undiscovered. I mean, it was like
Oh
it
yeah,
had a vibe, but it was
yeah.
still like not
I think
quite.
the first time I went there might have been 2010, 2009, something like that. Like it was still that kind of, undiscovered country thing.
Sure.
Like it was like, oh, cool. There's like all these great like food trucks. There's all these awesome record stores, and now it's just like drug addicts like sleeping on the street everywhere.
That's
It's
kind of what happened in San Francisco. It like
yeah,
became
people
hip and
shitting
sort of
everywhere. Like it's
attracted
just like, what the
everybody.
fuck is going on?
Yeah.
So I would completely like there was a total magic to it the first time I went, or the first, two times I went was
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean,
Stayed there for a week and a half. I was like, this place is
I don't know if you
fucking
remember,
awesome.
right when I came back from student teaching in England. I mean,
Yeah.
I was talking and looking at schools in Oregon as a possibility to go teach before I got hired in Armada because I loved the Pacific Northwest vibe so much. And I was like, I feel
It,
like
it
that's
was
where I want
it
to
was
be.
such a cool place.
Yeah.
And then, whatever happened with, you know, whatever's going on now is just like, man, this just everything changed so much.
Well, it's like anything that like we talk about, like it starts off as like a really cool thing, but then it like eventually
It gets
gets
ruined.
commodified or
Yeah.
ruined or something
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
that's the great thing about extreme metal is that it's never going to be mainstream.
Yeah.
We're
Yep.
never going like or anarcho punk, like none of that shit's ever going to be mainstream.
Yep. It
So,
always will be on the fringe in some capacity.
yeah, so it's never going to be completely diluted and turned it like what happened with most of I would say all the like the comic book movies. We grew up as actual comic book fans before any of this shit existed as like a franchise.
Hmm.
So it was like, oh, cool. There's a comic movie about something. Even if it was like the shitty like Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie, it was like, oh, cool. It's talking about this.
Yep.
But that whole subculture could be kind of bastardized. Horror could be bastardized. Extreme metal, nobody's gonna care.
Hmm.
Nobody cares enough to like Autopsy is never going to sell out. You know,
Well,
like this is a completely underground thing that is never going to be completely. It's more popular than it's ever been, which is great, but it's never going to be completely um like like everything like the whole vibe completely sucked out of it and turned into something that's like just some shitty franchise movie thing.
yeah. No, that's well put. I think I try and articulate that to kids because that's all they know is like the kind of franchises and stuff like that. But it was the thing that made grunge so interesting when it first broke is because
Hmm.
it was so unique and not singular, but it was very much attached to like a regionality and it felt kind of special. And then obviously it fucking got commodified and
Well, it
you
turned
know
into butt rock.
copycat it and yeah, and all these third, fourth generation kind of took it into they took the wrong lessons from it. Like
Yeah.
that's not what it
But
was
it was
supposed to.
close enough to something that was commodifiable.
Yep.
But like, the Melvins, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, I would say Pearl Jam is close enough to be commodified and bullshit. And then Nirvana was like the kind of the black sheep of the whole thing, where they maintained integrity, but still somehow were close enough to be, um, have some
No,
type of mainstream success.
yeah, and here's the thing, and I mean Pearl Jam. I don't give a shit if you like Pearl Jam or not, but I think like one thing that people like to troll on Pearl Jam sometimes too. But I think what people forget is Pearl Jam was like the first band that out of that scene that stood up and they were pissed that Rolling Stone used them on a cover and that what MTV was doing. So they basically told MTV that unless we have full control over our videos, we're not going to make any more videos. And they stopped. And then they stopped fucking doing interviews for Rolling Stone. And then they fucking went and tried to sue Ticketmaster because they're like, you guys are fucking jacking up the prices. Like, they actually were doing some punk things, even though maybe you might think their
They
songs
were,
are
but
bullshit.
their music just sucked for
That's what I
me.
mean. But I think
Yeah,
like I also think they were almost more punk rock than some of those other bands in terms of having integrity and really trying to like not get commodified. You know what I'm saying? Like
sure.
they almost had like a almost like a Fugazi element to them. Like,
I just wish
we're
they
not
sounded like more
yeah,
my
that's
aesthetic.
they're just like recycled Doors riffs and jam band shit,
I mean, they
just
were the one
yeah.
that turned alternative into the new dad rock
Yeah, and it
thing.
sucks because like as soon as like the funniest thing is like they got off like the fucking spinning wheel sooner than almost anyone else did. Like they were on it quick. They were like they rose to the top for like two albums, and then they were like,
Yeah,
"Fucking, we're done," and now we're gonna become the Allman Brothers, and that's kind of what they've just done. And they just
yeah.
tour, and they don't really release album singles. Like I give them credit. They've done it their own weird way. It's not my thing. I'm not
Well, and
really
they got
into
Matt
it.
Cameron too.
Yeah, so I just think I I just feel like they're an easy target because of like Eddie's vocals and what
Well,
that
just
led
it's just one
to,
of those bands that
you know.
they've never done anything for
Sure.
me.
Yep.
I think Alice in
100%.
Chains is my, Alice in Chains and Soundgarden are the two bands that bridge those gaps for me that where I'm just like, I
Well, they're
mean,
the most metallic of the big four for sure. They're the
and
two
just
that have,
honestly the most, I think doing the most interesting shit for me, like
yeah.
for my taste.
Yep. Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
I
those are
think
two of
Dirt
my
is
all-time
like
favorite
the
bands, so
best.
I would,
Yeah, Dirt I think is one of the best records of the '90s.
yeah,
Easy.
100%. Yep. Super Unknown, I'd throw in that too, you know.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's
yeah, that's one I never listened to until a couple of years ago.
I
Um,
remember when you were texting me about 4th of July and you're like, this is heavy. I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
yeah, and
I know.
fucking, limo wreck and dude, like
Like
Jesus
emotional
Christ.
heaviness. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's wild. So
production's unbelievable. I was just stuck with like, oh, this is just gonna be like Black Hole Sun. Which is a great song,
that's the
but it
thing.
was
If
so
that song didn't get
overplayed
overplayed,
and
you kind
yeah,
of you forget how good. It's like Led Zeppelin 4. Sometimes you
yeah.
forget how good of a record it is because you've heard those songs so many times you can't appreciate it anymore.
It was funny.
You know?
Me and Lisa we were getting ready to go to I'm driving down to drop William off at my parents' house or something, and um, with the car we've got, it automatically like syncs your phone up to it. So as soon as
Okay.
you get into it, it's like, oh,
Yeah,
okay, you're playing whatever. And we were like, oh, we were both playing Super Unknown the same day.
that's funny.
I was like listening to it in the shower and I was like, ah, yeah. I've just
Yep.
been, in the last couple of years, it's been nonstop back and
Yeah.
forth. Like that's such a unbelievable record in every aspect. Like, oh
I
yeah,
think when we were
we're
driving
both
back
listening
from
to it.
Cleveland, I put Down on the Upside in, and Lori's like, "Oh my God, I have not fucking heard this since like 1997." And she was like singing every song. She's like, "Oh shit, it's all coming back to me." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, they just were banger after banger. They were
Oh,
always doing
Cornell
cool
was
shit."
such a great fucking songwriter and singer, and unfortunately died in Detroit.
Yep.
And his when I was working at the record store in Fern or in Royal Oak,
Roy, look, yeah.
a friend of mine's wife was the medical examiner that actually did the
Oof,
whole deal on him,
what a weird
which is fucking so fucking weird.
memory. Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck you up a little bit. So as we kind of wrap up this little thing here to go before we go to some music, the one thing I was going to say about Hawthorne Passage that we kind of got sidetracked on is just like Don Anderson's like kind of David Gilmour, Pink Floyd solo in it is really pretty cool. It fits with the aesthetic of these movie samples and all this other stuff to have this almost like psychedelic but like dreamy. I don't know, just the thing that like 70s Pink Floyd did so well, where it's like listenable but also weird, but also like warm and it's all the things at once. And I think it's kind of in that song pretty well,
I think it's
the
what works with the band too, is that I think Don is more of like, I think Don's probably the better musician
oh, 100%.
technically.
Even John would say that. Yeah.
And but John has a vision, and I think that's what works in good bands is where you have a guy who's like, okay, he's can play anything, but there's the one guy who is so stubborn and has such a vision that he's like, well, this is what we're gonna do, and
Mhm.
finds the guys that can, kind of like work with that like kind of limitation. And I don't know I don't know a ton of really great musicians that make great music all the time. I think it's like a mix between the two kind of sensibilities that really
Yeah, you need great
puts that together.
songwriting and musicianship. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? It's got to be like
yeah.
that perfect balance.
And
So
somebody who's got a real kind of like idea of what they want, and
sure.
most people don't.
Yep. So before we go away to this set of music, I want to read one last little testimonial from a frequent guest, editor in chief of Decibel Magazine, Albert Mudrian, and he had a little saying in this Mantle thing. He says, somewhere between the Pacific Northwest forest and the lustrous stars overhead, Agalloch occupies a location that doesn't accurately display on any sonic maps, but you couldn't possibly chart the lush atmospheric routes black metal has taken since the Mantle. Agalloch's second LP shaped not just subsequent albums by the band, but would also provide a roadmap through folk music, post-rock, doom metal, and gothic aesthetics for a generation exhausted by black metal's strident posing. The Mantle remains an essential left turn away from the left-hand path. There you go, Albert.
Nice job.
So cool. So let's get into it. We got to, like I said, these 4 songs kind of operate as a suite. We're going to hear John talk about the Mantle first. Then we're going to hear I Am the Wooden Doors, The Lodge, You Were But a Ghost in My Arms, and then finally the Hawthorne Passage. I guess also around the same time, I've heard you obviously talk, you were just talking about Dead Man, but like things like Bergman and Jodorowsky and cinema starting to really influence. And as a cinema teacher and as a cinema major, that's always fascinated me as like non-music influences on music. And so, talk to me about some of the vibes or some of the things. I mean, later on, I think even Tarkovsky, who's one of my favorites, you talk
Bellatar.
about him being a big influence and stuff. Bellatar, from Hungary and things like that. So I guess just talk about some of those things because I find that to be fascinating.
Well, it's interesting. The film influence actually goes back even further. It goes all the way back to the first song I ever wrote for Agalloch. One of the biggest influences, aesthetically and whatnot, for the song "The Wilderness" came from a movie called Never Cry Wolf, which was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's awesome.
I feel like I remember the video cover. Who's in that? Do you
I don't
remember?
know. Actors who are dead now.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I have seen it, but I definitely have heard of it. But
I think it came out in '83.
okay,
Yeah. And it's about a guy who goes to Alaska to study the wolves, and
okay.
he's dropped off, and he has to basically learn to live in the wild with them. And there's some scenes in that movie and some with the music and everything. It's just like it was so good. And so that was probably the first like film influence that I put into the band. And then for the Mantle, we were definitely into a lot of like Bergman and Jarmusch films and God, who else?
I think
Other
Jodorowsky I've heard you talk about too, a little bit.
Jodorowsky, yeah, I loved Holy Mountain
Yep.
and El Topo. Um, anyway, so yeah, there was a lot of that stuff going on, and so we decided to incorporate that into the Mantle as well. And then so we sampled Jodorowsky, we sampled Bergman. The vibe of the Seventh Seal was definitely similar to the vibe of the Mantle in some ways. Um, yeah, yeah.
I love it's escaping me right now, but there's that one Bergman film, because I have the Bergman Criterion box set, and it's kind of a horror movie, and it has that really horrific scene where like they're walking out, and it's escaping me right now. I feel bad. I'll have to look
Power of
it
the
up.
Wolf.
Yes, holy shit! Like that's got like a Norwegian black metal vibe to it
Yeah,
almost. You know what I mean? Like just, and obviously he's Swedish, so it makes sense, but like it's got that uneasy, terrifying thing. It's not a traditional horror movie. And Seven Seal as well definitely has a morose, sort of melancholic tone above all of it. So that's
yeah.
cool.
I mean, even like Through a Glass Darkly and Wild
Yeah.
Strawberries and
Yep.
The Silence, and I mean, there's so many of his films that you know that were influential.
Well, then even later, like I've heard you guys talk about Tarkovsky and like something like this, like Stalker has like such an energy to it that is applicable to stuff that you guys have done or even in the woods or Ulver, it has all of that kind of feel to it. Um, yeah. Anyways, I mean, it makes sense why like Ulver uses like scenes from Passion of the Joan of Arc, like silent movie, Dryer and stuff like that
Oh
in
yeah,
their
Dryer.
covers and
Yeah.
so yeah. I mean, Vampire. I mean that
Oh,
there's a,
dude.
a vibe to that too,
Oh, for
for
sure.
sure. So,
I mean,
um,
I love all of that stuff. Like I love like the old silent films, but I also like movies like Begotten, which was a more modern kind of take on,
yeah.
you know,
Wasn't
talking.
Begotten where they Catatonia took the cover from Sound of Decay
Yeah,
EP, right? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, for sure. But that feels like a drier film. You know what I mean? When you see
it
the
does.
imagery
It
of
does.
it,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, no, that's cool. I guess, as we kind of wrap up the mantle to sort of move on, I guess the mantle, I guess, in terms of how it's talked about, it seems to be hailed as not only just a major work for you guys, but kind of like sort of opening up the doorways to some of this kind of post-black, black gaze, experimental American stuff that, Death Heaven and Wolves of the Throne Room, Panopticon. Do you see the connection to that stuff? Like when people tell you about that, like can you see how like Pale Folklore and the Mantle kind of are opening up this kind of American sort of blackened or black gaze or post black metal scene that sort of starts to evolve over the next decades or so? Or is that kind of like, I don't really feel that responsibility or I can't see that connection?
I don't know. I mean, I know the Wolves on the Throne Room guys personally, and I don't think they were ever influenced by us. I think
Okay,
they were more influenced by by indie rock and
sure.
punk. Same with Fauna. We've played shows with them and stuff, but whenever we talk to those guys, it's like we're speaking a different language. I mean, I remember we were talking. Don was talking to Johnny from Fauna outside after a show we played together, and he was talking to him about Iron Maiden, and Johnny was just like, "I don't listen to Iron Maiden. I don't like guitar solos." And Don's like, "What the fuck?" So
Wow.
it's
Yeah.
definitely coming. I mean, whereas Agalloch, I mean, aside from Jason, Agalloch were like huge Iron Maiden fans.
Sure.
So
Yeah, yeah.
you
Yeah, I
know,
know famously Jason, I think isn't into Maiden or Priest, right? I remember I've seen him kind of talk about that before, you
I
know.
know it's funny. He wants he tries. I think he wants to be into that stuff, but he just can't. And in
Yeah.
fact, he had tickets to go to Iron Maiden last year, and at the last minute, I got a text and he's like, "Hey, do you want my ticket for Iron Maiden?" And I'm like, "Yes." And because he was just like, "I just don't feel like going," and I was like,
Sure.
"I'll fucking go, fuck," you know.
And
But
I think
yeah,
that fits with his left of center, like again, he's wanted to do a Mr. Bungle episode with us, and that just sort of seems like where his approach maybe is through a
well,
different gateway sometimes.
I think you can compare Jason's history more with the Wolves and the Throne Room guys. I mean, they came from punk.
More
Jason
punk. Yeah.
Jason came from death metal. He skipped like most of the thrash and heavy metal and went straight to punk and death metal. So whereas you know, I when I was like what 11 years old and I heard Hell Awaits and it blew my mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I,
And
I went through I went through the heavy metal and the thrash and then into death metal. I went down that same.
Sure. And I've talked to other people who skipped thrash completely and just went right to death metal and they have a hard time with thrash. I'm like, oh, all right. It's weird for me because it doesn't make sense in the trajectory, but to his
Yeah, I
own.
mean, and like I said, I was always very open-minded. So it's like, back in like 89, my favorite bands were Dark Angel, Voivod, Coroner,
Yeah.
I love Watchtower. I
Oh
liked
yeah.
Faith Thing. I
Yep.
like Queensryche. So it's like I listened to a lot of stuff. I didn't just listen to death metal. I didn't just listen to thrash. So
There's apparent, obviously with what you guys have, done. I guess as we wrap up the mantle, like any kind of highlights, like when you think fondly on that record, songs you really enjoy playing, or you're like that, we really nailed it with that song. That's kind of like an all-timer for us.
hmm. Uh I think Odal stands up. I think Shadow. Here's the thing about the mantle is I wish we would have approached it differently with the layering because we put so many layers on that album without knowing how that when you put a lot of layers onto an album, it makes it very difficult to mix and mix it dynamically. I think I overdid it with the acoustic guitar. I overdid it with just a lot of guitar layers on top of each other. Like Your Buddy Goes to My Arms would have sounded so much better if we stripped away like, half the guitars. So that was a lesson that we learned with that album. We were just so excited about like doing everything but what was normal for the metal scene. I mean, down to, I wore a fucking white turtleneck in my album cover, or my photo in the album. Stuff like that. Just trying to do everything in opposition to what was the status quo in metal. That was our approach for that.
Contrarian
Um,
sort of feel. Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. There were some moments in the studio that were kind of Interesting. I'm trying to think. There was one time when we were recording the deer skull percussion for the lodge. And first of all, I show up with a deer skull and I go up to Ron, famously, it's like he's gotten to know me a little bit. He's like, "Can we mic this?" And he was just like, "Why?" I was like, "Because I want to have it on the album." And he's like, "Okay, Yoko." They fucking mic it and I hit it with another bone and it's like I was like, how does this sound? And he's like, it sounds stupid. And I was like, well, what if we like slowed everything down, like the strike, and added a ton of reverb? What would it sound like? And we did, and it sounded cool. And I was like, all right, sample that. And he had a sampler and he sampled it. And then when we were recording, when I was gonna add it to the lodge, we actually added that percussion last. And I was like, okay, I want the hit to be on like every other repeat. And he was like, okay, well, just start when you start. And I started and I was doing it, through the sampler, I'd hit every other repeat. And Ron, it got to the end and Ron was like, oh shit, I think we're going to be on the opposite. It's going to end weird. And I was like, no, just keep rolling. And I did it and I did it and boom, it was the perfect amount. Stuff like that, those little victories where we didn't know what we were doing, but we made it work. Um, there was a time when Don and I kind of came to blows over the song, a Desolation song. There was the mandolin in that,
Mm,
and Ron was actually playing the mandolin. And his first take was to do it like in a sort of double picked kind of way. So it's like, it sounded like we were on a boat going down the water channels of Venezia. It just didn't have the right vibe. And I
sure.
was like, "Oh." And Don and I kept trying to explain what I wanted, and I think it was pissing Don off because he's like, "Why can't you just explain, do it in musician terms?" And I was like, "I can't. I want it to sound like a historical moment." And finally, Ron was like, well, "What if I play it in a more like Celtic way?" And then he played it, and I was like, "That's what I wanted." So stuff like that. These kind of that was a very experimental album, and to the point where like we really didn't know what we were doing. We had written the songs, but we wanted to add all the elements after to make it, guess, give it the illusion of being more interesting than it is.
It's
Yeah.
kind of something like you know, you made the Yoko reference, which made me think about it, but like, almost like what the Beatles were sort of doing in Abbey Road Studios sometimes, where they were just like stitching together sounds and coming up with stuff because there was no playbook
Yeah.
for it, and I
Right.
think that's kind of a cool quality when you can add these organic elements that are unpredictable because there was a lot of metal in the early 2000s that was pretty like digital sounding, you know what I mean? Like it was some of the
Yeah.
production and stuff. So you guys definitely stood out with some of the ideas you were trying to put in, I think, which was cool, you know.
Right. Well, up until the through the mantle, we were recording with tape,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
Ashes is when everything went to shit.
We'll get to that in just one second. Before we get to that, real quick, I guess this is sort of, in maybe talking about where you guys fit in at this moment. Did you guys feel, I guess, a certain sense of freedom because that you were kind of here in the States to be able to merge different genres into Agalloch, maybe compared to maybe the possible constraints you might have felt if you were part of like the traditional Euro metal scene that you guys kind of were connected to, but you were almost alone in America, allowed to do some things. Did you sort of feel that, or is that just maybe an overstatement?
I don't know, because I mean, here's the thing, like when it comes to like say the Norwegian scene, I was more attracted to bands like Beyond Dawn and Vedbo
Yes.
and Zenda and In the Woods and
The
Zygarde.
avant black metal stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this as Hunter calls it, the Norweird stuff.
The Norweird. Yep.
So
Yep.
if we were a band from say Norway, we would have gravitated towards those type of bands,
Yeah.
anyway. So I think since in America back in the early to mid 90s, the whole black metal thing was very new to us. Um, it took a while for bands to like kind of catch on to it. And when they did, it often just sounded like a very straightforward like copy of what was going on in Europe, whereas we were trying to mix other things into
Yeah.
it.
You're synthesizing things. Yep.
like I was saying, like bands like December Wolves, they just sounded like Satyricon. They were
Yeah.
fucking great, but they sounded like Satyricon.
Yeah.
Thy Infernal sounded like Darkthrone
Yep.
or whatever. You know, so yeah, we were using that as part of the ingredients, but not the main ingredient.
mes deux. Jij did.
acordará de mí.
Sí, Liz, yo me acordaré de ti. E iré a verte al cementerio con una flor y un perro, y en tu funeral cantaré en voz baja, qué bonito es un entierro.
The Hawthorne passage, you were but a ghost in my arms, the lodge, and I am the wooden doors from Agalloch's The Mantle. And as we wrap up the Mantle here, we got one last song we're going to play in a moment. We'll talk about Odal, but I wanted to just share two last little testimonials from the booklet, from artists I think or bands that we're kind of into or have definitely talked about. One, a much shorter one, is from Sam from Spectral Wound, and I don't know. Have you gotten much into Spectral Wound? Any of their last couple records? Much, Mark?
The first record I listened to quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay, I like the new one too from 2014. I'm trying to remember what the hell.
2024?
2020, yeah, Jesus, 2024. Yes, the Songs of Blood and Mire. I think it was pretty cool. But Sam had a short little thing. He says Agalloch has always been masters at displaying an incredible array of guitar tones, acoustic, clean, distorted, and everything in between, which mesh together so very well. The Mantle in particular is a monumental album that presents great variety throughout while maintaining purpose and cohesiveness. Every moment and song in the album is unique and yet plays an essential role in the aural representation of Cascadian nature and atmosphere. While the best days of Cascadian metal may be behind us, Agalloch remains unforgotten. They have inspired countless other bands but can never be copied in all of their greatness. Beyond just the Mantle, Agalloch's music still manages to sound as fresh as it did 20 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, I guess this is 23 years old when you think about it. And so there has been quite a bit of influence from that. And
Their
then
last record was, yeah, what, 2014?
2014, yep, which we'll
Yeah.
be talking about part three. And then final testimony I'll read from the Mantle. And this is from Austin Lunn
It's
from,
not by Brother Wayne Kramer? True
no,
Testimony.
I wish it was final
Ah,
test. Yeah, it's time to testify.
okay.
Actually, that would be Brother JC Moses, right?
There you
Was
go.
the guy that did he would whip the crowd up, so he would
Yeah.
do the test. But this is from Austin from Panopticon, who we've talked a lot about in this episode. He says, "The Mantle, from the impetus to the urn. Do you know that feeling when you enter into a mountain range? The closer you get to the mountains, the wider the expanse gets, the more grayed the visage before you becomes, expanding into an endless horizon. As you approach the foot of the mountain, still far away from it, it obscures your view until you can see nothing but the mountain in front of you. The stark gray monolithic power of Agalloch's The Mantle is just that feeling. This record, so deeply inspired by the human condition and the awe of the natural world, delves into the sorrow and introspection of this life while reveling in the calm and peace of the wilderness. This record is the starting point for so much of what has become modern dark metal, atmospheric and post-black metal in North America and the world abroad. The Mantle is so unique in its atmosphere. These somber gray songs with their complex movements and arrangements, revealing in introspective lyrics, minimalist and stark yet striking aesthetic. The album brought something daring and new to metal, progressiveness without being bombastic, folkiness without being dated or kitschy, vulnerability and heartfelt emotion without being cliche. I have listened to this album more times than I can count. It has grown so dear to my heart that I can't imagine not having this record. What Agalloch has done with this record redefined what metal can be, exposing a generation of listeners and musicians alike to its heartfelt, melancholic splendor. The album gave voice to so many ideas I was thinking but didn't know how to articulate at that stage in my life when I first heard it in 2003. A 20-year-old man trying to find his place in the world, trying to understand concepts that were so much bigger than my young mind could grapple with, and I still am now at age 40. Before me lay a path that I was just beginning to walk, and that path began with these words: Here, at the edge of this world, here I gaze at a pantheon of oak, a citadel of stone. If this grand panorama before me is what you call God, then God is not dead. So, pretty pretty personal kind of thoughts there from us, and I thought were
Absolutely.
cool. So, so yeah, definitely, and I think the appropriate song to end on from the Mantle is Odal, which is pretty meditative, especially for the first kind of 2.5 minutes or so. Then you get a killer Alcest riff that comes kind of bubbling in as opposing forces kind of intertwine here. And Jason Walton's doing some really cool noiseescapes while Don's kind of playing piano throughout this song. So this is a very much a huge inspiration for what Alcest, as well as You Were But a Ghost in My Arms. I think those are kind of the two songs I noticed the most on this record that you can kind of draw a direct line to. And I'm sure you can draw a line from like songs like The Lodge and Hawthorne Passage to things that Panopticon's doing.
Sure.
You know, I mentioned, Wolves in the Throne Room get brought up sometimes too, but John even pointed out, he said, we were more contemporaries. They were starting at the same time as us. So he's like, I think we just got lumped together in the same scene, but I don't think we really inspired them per se. And I think that's probably pretty accurate as well. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
I think, yeah. I don't know. Wolves in the Throne, they've never been they've never really done a whole lot for me. They always seem to just kind of be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Um, as far as their own like unique, like the Northwest aspect thing has always been there, but it didn't seem to really. I never felt it in the music as
yeah.
much as I did for Agalloch.
I appreciate them more. I saw them live at Psycho Las Vegas, and I was like, oh, they're pretty cool live. But at the same time, I don't pull those records out ever.
I
You know.
Yeah, like I've seen them twice, but
Mhm.
I don't own any of their records. Um, it's all kind of North American, Ulver kind of vibes.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. It's never really done much for me. That's
To me, it's not as uniquely singular as like what Agalloch's doing, or even Panopticon. That they really fully integrated some of the folk and bluegrass and some of those kind of elements in ways. And it's like, hey,
yeah,
at least you're putting a personal stamp on it, which I think is cool.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
Wolves in the Throne Room are kind of more. I don't know. They seem more derivative to me,
Mhm.
honestly.
I think like
Um,
probably lyrically and thematically, there's some cool things there, but I don't
maybe,
really
but
listen to black metal for lyrics, so it's like
nothing's
I'm
jumping
not
out at
like,
me as being interesting.
yeah, I'm not pulling those booklets out and reading them,
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I'll try and put them on sometime, but I don't reach for them ever, so,
No, yeah, yeah.
um,
It's fine. Not
yeah,
everybody
it's okay. Yeah.
needs to
If people like
like
them though.
everything.
People like them, and God damn it, that's okay. You can
That's
like what
fine.
you like, so, and they kind of get lumped in with this because of the Pacific Northwest thing and stuff, but I think they're kind of, they're both have black metal roots, but that's about it. They don't sound a lot alike to me, at least, so.
No, I don't. I
Um,
wouldn't say so either.
So then basically what happens for Agalloch after the mantle is I think they're pretty burnt out in a lot of ways. And you get the Tomorrow Never Will Come 7-inch in 2003. You also get the Gray EP, which we're not really playing anything off of. And those were released both in 03, 04. And they're kind of really like displaying a lot of experimental, kind of often non-metal ideas, kind of fully acoustic stuff or post-rock material. And John, in some interviews I've seen, I can't remember if he mentions it in the stuff we talked about, but John even thought like some of the stuff might work best even as a side project. But I think they got a lot of pressure from the end to try and release it under the Agalloch name because it, obviously would sell more and things like that.
Sure.
Um, and a song like Tomorrow Will Never Come, which we're gonna play from the 7-inch, just kind of represent this in between kind of era with a tune. I mean, it's pretty much, it's Godspeed You Black Emperor vibes,
So yeah, it's Godspeed samples.
yeah, man eerily talking, all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
samples from whatever the fuck it is. I'm not
Yeah,
exactly sure.
I couldn't
I couldn't
find
find
out what it
anything.
was either. Yeah, exactly. I kind of looked. I'm like, it might just be them making their own weird
It could be them.
samples
It
or
could be
something.
them talking. Somebody talking about the automotive industry in Flint. Like it could be honestly
Sure,
anything.
sure. But this whole era of the mantle and the stuff that kind of comes afterwards, there was a cool quote. I can't remember where I saw it. It might have been in Chris's interview, but Don was kind of talking about the album and the mantle and this kind of era, and they kind of asked whether or not, is Agalloch still black metal? And he said, well, he says, we're not really black metal. He says, but I see it similar to like what Arcturus was doing with like La Masquerade Infernal. It's almost like post black metal,
Yeah.
It's like it's got aspects of it, but it's trying to do something kind of more. And Don even said, he says, in hindsight, looking back on the mantle all these years later, he says the mantle's unfocused quality might be its like best charm. That it almost
Hmm.
like lacks kind of a direction, and it kind of has this like looseness to it that anything could kind of happen, in some sort of ways. And I think that's probably, I think what you were hinting at, the thing that appeals to you the most is some of the weirder elements almost.
Yeah, and I think when they get away from doing the stuff I know, like the genres I know, like I like better when they don't do black metal, when they don't do growl like screechy vocals, when they're not doing tremolo riffs. They seem more themselves to me. It seems more like a um, like they're not just doing something that's already been. They're kind of assimilating a lot of stuff they were influenced by and turning it into something different.
Yeah, and it's like paving their own direction,
Yeah,
their own kind of pathway and stuff. Yep.
because if I want to listen to something that sounds like Ulver, I'm going to listen to Ulver.
Yeah.
If I want to listen to something that sounds like Catatonia, I'm going to listen to Catatonia. I want to hear what they sound like by themselves, like
Mhm.
integrating all this stuff together.
I do think that they by taking some of these disparate things, and maybe it works a little bit better for me perhaps, and it's hard to say. I do think there there's something, even when they do have the over moment or the catatonia, that they combine it in a way that no other band really was doing. So like it's singular enough for me that it works, but I completely understand the sentiment of what you're saying. And fundamentally I agree with it. This idea that like, yeah, you're going to draw from your influences, but you don't want to just be your influences too. And I think
Yeah,
it's a really fine line to and maybe like Pale Folklore, what the appeal was for me when I first heard it was, holy shit, there's a band in America doing this, even
oh
though like
sure,
it wasn't super original necessarily, but it was like, oh man, these guys also listen to Catatonia and Opeth and Ulver and all that sort of stuff. But I think had they made Pale Folklore Part Two, they would have been fucked. And we
Well,
would think of them the way we think of like, I don't know, Daylight Dies or some other, Swallow the Sun. And I like
sure,
Swallow the Sun. They're really good, but they are not doing anything that new that I can't hear from my favorite records, you know?
totally.
And that's ultimately my issue probably with a band like that is like they're super fucking quality. Those guys are great at what they do. It's just I don't really find it that interesting to me because I'm gonna reach for the stuff that they're doing other bands versions of, you know.
Yeah,
So
totally.
yeah, that's maybe so I completely understand the sentiment, but I think Agalloch threads the needle pretty well. I think
Well,
they kind of figure out
what
who they
yeah,
are.
what they're like, they were bringing a lot of things to, like, bringing a lot of influences in that nobody knew what the fuck they were in general.
Yeah.
Like that was a very, like, Oliver in our era when we were doing the zine was a very specific thing that most people didn't know what the hell it was. So I can completely respect that because I think, like, going back and listening to Cathedral now, post, the first record, it's like these guys are ripping off Trouble riffs right and left in like an unbelievable way. But it's all about like where's your entry point to this type of music?
Hmm.
And I'm much more open to that now than, I ever was. But because, like, yeah, like, I would consider myself a very big Trouble fan at this point, knowing all of their material. And I was like, oh my God, they're just completely ripping off, you know, shit from the first three records. Cathedral's ripping off this stuff, and it's not that the riffs are not different at all. The vocal delivery is a little different. There's not as much, Judas Priest into it, but no, it's I'm glad that people are so stoked about this type of music that they're still, you know, the stuff that's a little derivative to people that have heard a little more of it. There's still a whole nother generation that's like it inspired them so much they want to make a band based on this stuff.
And I think like you kind of nailed maybe what doesn't work sometimes for, Black Dahlia for us or Lamb of God, that it's
Sure.
just like by the time we arrived at them, we were well beyond that, whereas
Hmm.
like I heard Cathedral before I heard Trouble, I'm like so to me it was like wholly original. And I didn't even
Completely.
know
Yeah.
Sabbath that well. Like I knew some Sabbath, but I didn't know a lot of deep cut Sabbath. I almost got, like I heard Forest and Ethereal at the same time I was just picking up Volume 4. So to me, they're
Okay.
all like the same thing. Now
Yeah.
I can differentiate it and I can understand, okay, obviously this is a riff from that or whatever. But it was a weird era of discovery because I mean, I was listening to In Flames at the same time I was starting to pick up old Iron Maiden records. So like to me, when I heard
Yeah.
fucking the riffs on In Flames record, I was like, these are fucking killer. And I'm
Yeah.
sure some 40-year-old is like, oh, this is just a bunch of fucking Iron Maiden riffs. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
so it's
I
like
mean, a lot of the
we're the
Gothenburg stuff
40-year-olds now.
was taking a lot of creator stuff and
Yeah,
a lot of that stuff, but like it just depends on where you come into
that's
into
it.
the whole thing. So
Yep. Yep. So, it's weird because when you hear interviews with the band or you kind of get a mindset of where they're at in 2002 and 2003, and this kind of comes up too, the trio really saw themselves, they saw Agalloch as a total art project. That's it. Not a
mhm.
functional touring band. Um, but the end wanted to monetize that. And even John, to some extent, was like, I'm kind of curious what we would be kind of sound like live. But there was definitely some like trepidation. And this comes up in a really one question that Chris asked about, where they were at in terms of the idea of touring. And John basically says, we didn't have a lineup that could perform live. We didn't want to deal with the flaky Portland metal scene at the time, anyways. Keep in mind, this was before the quote Cascadian scene existed. To be an atmospheric dark metal band performing a city of anarcho crust punk, indie rock, and war metal would have been a total waste of time and energy. He said it was better to just quietly create in the shadows of a studio. We had no interest in hyping our work, and we still really don't. I didn't have anything to do with a conscious decision to follow the black metal promotional archetype. We'll do interviews now and then, but we always wanted to just focus on the art and not be bothered with the mass promotional side of the business. He said that's the record label's job as far as I'm concerned. And so, they're at kind of a weird crossroads because they're kind of sent out to do some tours and things like that, and they do a couple of mini tours, and it's just they're at a weird stage at this point because they're kind of starting to get big, but at the same time they're kind of like, you know, Dark Throne wasn't touring, so like some of their idols, they're like, well, what, Over wasn't doing a lot of touring, I don't think either, and so they're kind of like, why do we need to do that? Like the idols, the people we look up to, like we could just be this band that just makes these esoteric records, and you know what I mean? Like I understand that impulse of, it's like, I mean, we could commodify the fuck out of stuff with Requiem if we edited it differently and wanted to commercialize it and get fucking support, but that's not why we do this, So
True.
it's like
Yeah.
it's a weird walking that fine line, kind of thing.
I was just thinking about that with the, I've listened to Dark Throne since 92, I think.
Yeah.
And then there's that one time when Nocturnal Culto was over at MDF and they did a Dark Throne, with, fuck, what was the band called?
It's that year, so I'm drawing a blank on
Shit.
this.
Yeah, it was a band where he was doing vocals. I can't think what the hell the band was called now.
Oh, I know what band you're talking about. Does it start with an S?
I was gonna say
Sock,
Fart, but it's not true. That's the Finnish label.
it's a label. It's something
Um,
like that. I can see it. I own it. It's upstairs. I can't fucking remember
yeah,
what it
I've
is.
got the shirt.
Yep.
But they played a Dark Throne song live. And I was
Mm.
like, oh my God, this is
Ooh.
the only time I'm ever going to fucking see a Dark Throne song played live.
Hmm. Yep. Here
So
you
it's
are.
like there, I get the, if you don't want to play live, you don't need to, do that financially or whatever. I completely respect that.
Yep.
And Dark Throne, I think, might be the penultimate band of not wanting to do interviews, not wanting to play live, like being the most, cavolt band ever.
Yes.
And then completely like,
And then kind of
spinning
just
that around and
turning,
doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
yeah, and just having fun with it and finally
Yeah.
letting their guard down and be like, we don't have to be like, we can still be appreciated and be like more gentle about this,
Yeah, you just put out your what are your criteria for what you want to do, and that's
Yep.
completely cool. But yeah, that era was completely, the image was so huge for black metal.
Hmm.
And my thing was, I even wrote in my notes that with Agalloch, I was like, I wish they were more doom
Mm.
because the black metal thing, I've already experienced it in all kinds of different aspects. I wish they would have like doubled down more like Catatonia did after, their first record was definitely, black metal influenced.
Blackened, yeah.
Like Dance and Jehovah Meth or whatever the first fucking thing was. Like that was very black metal influenced, but there's still Paradise Lost,
Sure. And then
riffs.
by the time they drift to Brave Murder and Saw You Drown and
Yeah,
and
like they
that sort of
quickly
Sounds of
became
Decay
that's
and
where I was like, okay, this is much more, it seems much more genuine
sure.
than the first record. Um, like Jonas doing death metal vocals doesn't really come across as it doesn't sound like it feels like this it was like a placeholder
Mhm.
because like his weird, shit he was doing later on was much, it seemed much more interesting to me. I don't know. Um,
I get what you're
but
kind of saying there.
I think black metal is so ubiquitous with a lot of this stuff that I don't know. I feel like I feel Doom is the ultimate underground version of of extreme metal. Like where you really want to get weird and into a very like specific genre. It just seems like there's more to do that you can do. Black metal seems like okay, you can definitely stretch out a lot and do a lot of interesting atmospheric things, but like it still seems a little bit limiting with like vocals and a lot of other things. But like Doom, you can kind of just blow the doors off, and you can be operatic, or you can sound like Bill Oldham, or you can honestly do whatever you want to do.
I think I think with black metal, if you're going to do that stuff, I think you do like kind of what like radical research talks about all the time, the Norweird stuff, the
Yeah,
Arcturus route or the Dawnheimsgard or Vedbundsende and some of that. But
Beyond Dawn. Yeah,
yeah, and Beyond Dawn kind of walked a fine line because they were doom black. They were all of it, in
yeah.
some weird way.
And
I
then
think
and some of the
Agalloch's
later on
closer to
stuff with
Beyond
Agalloch,
Dawn.
I feel some of those vibes of Beyond Dawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say to me those bands have more in common with each other than Agalloch does with maybe even Dark Throne or something,
Absolutely.
Um, so yeah, it is I get what you're saying. I think it kind of depends on what record. I think they lean back into the doom on Ashes. I think when we get to Marrow of the Spirit, that's their most black metal record, and we'll talk about that in part 3. So I'll be kind of curious what your feelings are on it, and you may find that doesn't age well for you because you want and desire more of the doom. And then I think they come back around into a kind of completely different approach with their final record, and that's the one where it's much more meditative and krautrocky in a lot of sense. And so,
Hmm.
I'm always interested when you're on your own journey with this too, because I know my own feelings about those records for the most part, but like you kind of almost rediscovering these for the first time, or some of them
I
you probably
never,
heard.
I had the first record, and after that, I didn't have. I
Yeah,
think I had a couple promos, but I never heard the last,
yeah.
with the
So this
Serpent,
is
the whatever, like the very last record they did in 2014. I never listened to it.
Yeah,
I still
so
haven't.
it's good. It's gonna be really interesting. Part 3 is gonna be fascinating. I'm
Yeah.
kind of, I always look forward to like where you're at, and especially kind of coming at it from your unique perspective, and now at the time, the
Well,
2026 or
and I've been
2025.
listening to a shitload of like Can and
Yeah, the krautrock stuff. Yeah,
the Bite and stuff and all this. Like,
yeah.
okay,
Who
yeah,
knows? Who knows? So
bunch of
basically,
David Bowie, Berlin shit.
yeah,
You know,
that's been my yeah, big part of my last, I think teaching that the last few years has really helped me really like lock in on it, and then listening to some podcasts on it and reading some books
there's
and
a
stuff.
really
So
great documentary about that as well, about the trifecta of of Lou Reed. I've talked about it before in episodes, but of Lou Reed, Bowie, and Iggy.
yep, hanging out in Berlin,
Trifecta.
man.
Yeah,
Yep.
that'll
So
be something we'll talk about maybe this year.
yeah, yeah. Um, so Ashes Against the Grain, this third full length was almost written as a reaction in a lot of ways to the complexity and the atmosphere of the Mantle. They wanted to have kind of a more direct, more metallic sound in some ways. This is going to come up in interviews. It's going to come up in the book passage I'm about to read from Daniel Lake, but John doesn't care for this record at all. Like the other
Really?
two guys like it. Don and Jason are fans of it.
Yeah.
And that's going to come up. I'll let John speak to that in the interview. I'm not going to say too much, and I'll let him say it in the passage I'm about to share from Daniel too. But yeah, I think personally, the songs are amazing. I think he hates the production, he hates the tempos and some of the limitations. But I think he even admits now in 2025. I don't know when Daniel interviewed him for the book. Probably, it was obviously 3-4 years ago at least.
Hmm.
Um, I think now that he enjoys playing them live, and I think he sees the possibility of the songs, and he's rediscovered some love for them. I just think he doesn't like what they sound like on the record, on some level. And it's one of the reasons why I threw in we're going to play a live version from 2008 of one of the songs, just for people that maybe have not heard live Agalloch, just so maybe in their own mind you can kind of compare to the album version a little bit for your own. But this is a book we haven't turned to yet. I think I made mention of it maybe in part 1, but a friend of the podcast and a fellow teacher, good guy, Daniel Lake, who we ran into a couple weeks ago in Philly.
Yeah.
But he did this great book for Decibel called USBM, A Revolution of Identity in American Black Metal, and there's a whole chapter on Agalloch. And I thought that rather than trying to summarize this part, I think he does a nice job in integrating like quotes and stuff like that for these guys to kind of tell the story of this really weird era. Okay. So feel
This
free to
book is
interrupt
like
me.
fucking 350 pages too.
Actually, it's closer to 500 because I'm on page
Okay.
352 right now, and there's still a sizable
I'm just
chunk.
looking at the spine and my like
Yeah, it's
the only thing I have bigger is the Metallium the Slayer mag
the
thing.
Slayer Mag one.
Yeah.
Do you have the evolution of the
Oh,
cult
that
black metal book?
okay. That's the same
One's
side.
pretty
Yeah.
big. It's pretty
Yeah.
big too.
The Dow Peterson, like the
Yep.
yeah.
That one's pretty. I'm looking at I'm looking at my bookshelf right now to see if what else holds up to it. Swedish death metal is pretty big too, from Bazillion Points.
It's close.
Um,
A Day the Country Died is close.
that one's pretty big. Yeah. Our
The
band could
the
be your
biggest one
life.
I have that's in the same bookshelf
Uh-huh.
is the He-Man, the Master of the Universe,
Uh,
the comics that came with the action figures.
there you go. I have that
It's about
Marvel
4 inches
omnibus.
thick.
Yeah, that omnibus. Some of those omnibuses are pretty big. And then I
Oh, that's
actually
a different area for me. Yeah.
have a Simpsons World one, which is a ultimate episode guide for the first 20 seasons, and that could kill a small child if it fell on them. It's pretty heavy. So, but here's what the book says, and we'll start with Daniel's commentary first, and then kind of the others will kind of integrate in. He says, deservingly so, the Mantle might not be every metalhead's cup of ayahuasca tea, and it is certainly the least black metal record that Agalloch ever recorded, but is undeniably a masterpiece. For a record that could have flown so far off the rails, it holds together phenomenally well. Through folk and metal segments alike, each song always receives exactly what they need to achieve their full potential. Each song is the best song on the record until the next one starts playing. And just shy of 15 minutes into the record, the climax of In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion is certainly one of the most incredible moments of music ever recorded. The Mantle was not immediately loved, though. Walton and Hom both recall some fairly scathing reviews upon its release, but its popularity grew to match that and then eclipse the success of Pale Folklore. For this reason, the End started pushing the band to tour, which could only happen if they took on a new drummer. I like playing live, John says, and I really wanted to try playing live with Agalloch, if nothing else, just for a couple of shows to see if we could pull it off. I don't think we were a very good live band that first few years, but it was good enough that we pursued it. We had a friend named Chris Green, adds Don Anderson, who I worked at a record store with. We already knew him and liked him, even though he may not have been up for the job. He was a hard rocker, and he didn't really do double bass or blast beats or anything. Agalloch's live performances were hindered not only by Green's lack of metal chops, but also the way the songs had been constructed in the first place. They were never considered performing. They had never considered performing the songs live when writing and recording. So instruments were included and parts were layered together that could never be replicated by four guys on a stage in real time. None of these facts stopped the End from loading them up with tours on our highly visible bands. So I think that's a really interesting thing. This idea that like if you're an art rock band that's just making studio stuff, you don't really like write songs to be played live.
Totally.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you think of like other bands where like you loved them in the studio and then you've seen them live and you're like, oh, they just can't. This does not translate very well to the ideas of what they're trying to like, create live. I know I've definitely seen it before. I'm trying to think of who else was kind of like that.
Yeah,
Like,
I
oh,
can't
they
think
should
of
just stay
anything
in
off
the
the top of my head,
studio.
but
They definitely exist. But
yeah.
anyways, they kind of talk about some of the tours a little bit. Here, they toured with, they played a couple shows with Antimatter, the side project, Duncan Patterson from Anathema,
Hmm.
Green Carnation, Deceased, The Gathering, November's Doom, things like that.
They're playing with the Deceased again at the Northwest Terrorfest.
I know. That's pretty awesome. I wish I
They
could get
still
out there
didn't put
and
us
see
on
it.
the list yet for sponsors.
Oh, they have not? Oh, I'll have to mention
The
something to
the,
Joseph.
the
What the
list
hell?
it just says sorry, can't find that page.
Oh, no shit. Oh, maybe it's just not working. Maybe he
I
tried, but who knows?
don't know.
Um, and then Jason Walton, he says he credits the touring experience with affecting the band's next album, 2006's Ashes Against the Grain. Quote, playing songs definitely informed the creation of Ashes. At that point, we were considering songs that would be playing live, not, quote, here's an accordion and a ukulele. What can we accomplish with the people that we have? I think that's part of the reason that Ashes is more streamlined and stripped down. Don and I kind of steered John away from what he wanted to do a little bit on Ashes. Don and I really wanted to make a Catatonia record, really song based and really straightforward. And that's why you have stuff like Falling Snow, because we were really into mid era Catatonia at the time. We
Yes.
wanted something a little more focused. Um, John speaks without hesitation on his feelings about the band's post Mantle career. I think Agalloch should have ended after the Mantle. I think we started making dumb mistakes, and that's when things started to spiral a little bit. Ashes Against the Grain certainly is one of those albums that I wish never happened. We are in this strange crossroads in terms of not only our lives, but also what we wanted to do musically. The end wanted us to record, and we weren't really ready. We literally went into the studio with 5 songs done. Not unlike The Waves was not even finished when we went into the studio, and we ended up rewriting that song in the studio with the producer. If you listen to the demo version of that song and you listen to the album version of it, they're 2 different songs. The whole experience of recording that album was horrible, and its mixing and mastering of it was horrible. The shows we played after were horrible. For me personally, it was a dark period. I don't have any favorable things to say about that album. Whew.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, he's very, very strong, and this is a really interesting part of the book because Daniel does something that like I very rarely see. He says, there are very few moments in this book's narrative when I will disagree with the musicians themselves, but Ashes Against the Grain is certainly one of them. That high keening guitar tone that opens Limbs, which we started this whole episode with, was the first note of Agaloch's music I ever heard. And when it spends several measures evolving harmonies before collapsing into a stately metallic march, it has the same sky-rending impact on me every time. Then Falling Snow lands a second high drama punch with lyrics from which the following interlude takes its title. The snow has fallen and raised this white mountain on which you will die and fade away in silence. The center of the record lowers the temperatures somewhat, and the final trilogy, collectively titled Our Fortress is Burning, turns a brand new and unexpected corner. Don Anderson doesn't appear to feel quite so strongly about the album's problems, but he agrees that negativity played a major role in its creation. There's always a record that's a really difficult time in a band's life or in certain people's lives, and that was a difficult period for me. I was getting divorced. My father was close to passing away from cancer. A friend had committed suicide. That's who we dedicated Our Fortress is Burning to, Florian Rense. All that was happening around that record, it's a very dark record for me, but it was by that record that we started finding our program for doing things. Each record had to end on a catastrophically annihilating feel. That trio of songs that concludes the record, we kept doing that with To Drown and Plateau of Ages, and we started doing that live. Bloodbirds, the central movement of Our Fortress is Burning, became our live closer. And then he says, I like that album a lot because I think John's lyrics became a lot more precise and less ornamental. I thought he really nailed it there. I love it that it has this narrative to it. It's in terms of the musical flow. I don't remember how we decided on the arrangement of the tracks. I think we always knew that Limbs would open and Fortress would be the closer. Yeah. And then they kind of talk about some of the drumming sort of issues that kind of happened there that essentially Chris couldn't play like blast beats or any double bass. So John actually plays the double bass on a couple of the songs on Ashes because of that. And that's one of the ways,
There's like
the
4
reasons.
songs. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why Chris didn't last very long in the band because he just kind of couldn't cut it, which is why, we'll talk about this more in the next part, why they're going to bring in ASAP from Ludacra and stuff.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of it's really interesting. Have you ever seen, I guess, Kiss talks about the oath. They completely dismiss that, but
Yeah.
it's really weird to see a band like or at least one singular member of the band so completely like dismiss an album, just be like, no, I fucking hate it. Again, John, I think, has come around. I think he likes the songs now. He just doesn't like the album at all. It's kind of a weird.
Well, Paradise Lost does the same thing with
Which album?
Jesus. With what's the fucking record?
Shades? I know they're weird about Shades sometimes, aren't they?
No, not Shades at all. No, it was
Host?
it was the one right after 1 second.
Yeah, Host, right?
Oh wait, no, the one after Host. Sorry.
Oh, Believe in Me or Believe
in
in
Nothing.
Yeah.
They hate that record. They re-edited the whole thing a couple years ago, but it's not that bad of a record. It's just I don't know.
Got a couple of cool songs on it. It's pretty boring, kind of. It's pretty.
There was
you know.
Decibel did a thing of like basically like a retrospective of Paradise Lost,
Yeah.
and Albert couldn't find anybody that had anything to say about that record.
Yeah.
So I wrote like a 750 word thing about that specific record,
Yeah.
and that it still I think it still fits the the idea of the band and the um it doesn't seem that completely crazy compared to anything else they've ever done. But for some reason, Greg just hates that fucking record. It's so bad. And I get
Yeah.
it. Like, and it's the same like with Celtic Frost with, um,
That's true. Yep. You got
you know,
that with Cold Lake and
Cold Lake.
stuff.
Like, he
Yep.
will not, like, he's fine with Nemesis. He will not even, entertain any ideas about that record, which is not, it's not even that far off of what they did, but like whatever made the band members feel like it's just completely shitting the bed. You know, I guess that's up to them to
I mean, I guess it's
kind of
it's
deal with.
pretty remarkable that you get that quote in the book, and now this summer they're playing a couple of shows with Emperor, and they're playing Ashes in its entirety.
Yeah,
So like to me, like there's some growth, and who knows? John is obviously somebody that and he self-admittedly has struggled at times with anger and misanthropy and just different things. I think he's had mixed feelings about the band. I mean, I think
totally.
you know
Yeah,
the band kind of imploded at times and there
I
was
mean, he's a very
controversies.
emotional, creative guy, and you're gonna have some problems. You're
I think he
nothing's gonna be like 100%. And he's kind of the heart of the band.
Mhm.
He started it, you
Yep.
know, and Don came in from Sculptured, and um, Jason
Some
came
tunes,
in
yeah.
from they were did previous bands together. But I feel like it seems like it's a very personal thing for John, and these other guys they're definitely, involved with everything, but they're kind of he seems like he's the arbiter of like this is Agalloch or this is not Agalloch.
I think he's almost going through now versus when this book was published. I get the vibe having interviewed him recently that I feel like he's kind of in the like the he's entering the Max Cavalera stage of Cavalera as a band where he's able to sort of start going back to what he likes about Agalog, and he's losing some of the bitterness or maybe the bad memories he had of making some of these things or some of the conflicts. And
Yeah.
like he's kind of just like being like, you know what? These are good songs, and I like I enjoyed this, and maybe this is something I want to do again. And he kind of flirts with that near the end of the interview about we've written some songs, and there might be some songs we might try and see if we can play them together. And now we have Hunter, who is a drummer that we like and trust, and so I think he's getting to that point of like the idea of not just playing these old songs, but perhaps like rekindling this whole thing and maybe, righting the ship somewhere into the future in a different way. And that's cool. I'm glad he's healed those wounds a little bit and is trying to like maybe letting go of some of that and just kind of like liberating himself and being like, you know what? Okay, maybe I don't like the way Ashes sounds on record, but these are pretty fun songs to play live. So there's something here,
Well, and
and I,
there's a lot of people that really like stuff I did that I'm not 100% happy with.
yeah,
And
yeah.
just like when you're in your, he's 50, I'm 50. If anybody gives a shit about what I did when I was younger, that's kind of cool now. Like,
Oh,
I feel
cool.
like
Yeah.
that when you hit a certain point in this kind of music where, um, if you're not even Opeth with the last record, like,
Hmm.
okay, we're bringing the death metal back. They became what they were because they were a death metal band.
Yep.
As when they're a prog band, they're like, I don't care. I don't give a shit about what they did. It's the fact that they mix the two things together. I think when you really just embrace what you got excited about when you were young and you're still doing it now, I think that's great.
It's this whole idea, like we were just talking about Alice in Chains earlier, but it's that great line, and I think it's in Hate to Feel, where he says, "All this time, I've spent my life trying to not turn out like my old man, but it's time to embrace that's exactly who I am. And it's like so
Yeah.
much of our lives we're running away from who we really are. And once we actually like accept who we are and embrace that as part of not as a weakness, but as a strength,
Hmm.
then I think we actually become happier as
Yeah,
people.
totally.
And that's again, it didn't work out for Lane. That was probably a bad lyric to pull out, but it's
Oh,
that concept I remember listening to a lot as a kid and
yeah.
thinking about this idea of like, is it genetics? Is it destiny? Like, can you run away from who you're supposed to be?
Well, a lot of it's drugs too.
Yeah, exactly. I know that was kind
Yeah.
of some of that, but yeah, it's yeah. So I think like I'm hoping that they're maybe coming into like kind of the golden era, and they're playing these shows and festivals, and they're starting to I think whatever the you know we're gonna get into stuff in part three a little bit with the breakup and stuff, and we'll definitely speak to that. But definitely with Ashes, at least I think playing it live and all that stuff is good, and that's one of
Well,
the
I mean,
reasons why.
look at Acid Bath right now.
Yeah.
Did you ever think Dax Riggs would come back and do a fucking Acid
I
Bath
did
show?
I did not, man, and I think they're selling out
Everything's
everywhere. I
sold out.
think like
Everybody wants to fucking see this shit.
yeah,
And like if you made something in your past that really resonates with people and you don't want to like deal with that again, like I, that's your own thing, but like that's a really special thing where you did something when you're in your fucking 20s and people are fucking stoked to hear it again.
I know.
That's incredible, man. I love
Yep.
it.
We could only all hope for some of that. You know what
I
I
know.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I get stoked when I run into like a former student from like 15 years ago, and they're like, "Man, I really like fucking loved that thing you did, and like that was cool." And I
Totally.
took that class. I was like, "Holy shit, you remember that?" And they're like,
It
"Fuck yeah, I remember
reinforces
that."
like you're
You know?
on the right path.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
we're doing shit out of passion. We started out, we didn't really know what we were doing that much. We didn't write very good. We didn't talk about it very well, but
Hmm.
we were passionate about it. And if people still give a shit about it, man, I'm absolutely stoked for anybody to give a shit.
I know, and and like I think that's one of the coolest things, and I learned this kind of from Mike, when he would talk about jazz and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Our old manager,
absolutely.
like he's been playing Northwoods for a long time, and there's some songs that like they have taken that were recorded early on in their career, and they've like reformulated them. And Miles Davis did that, and Coltrane did that, and
Hmm.
that's kind of cool when you can. And I think being able to like probably play these Ashes songs live and speed up the tempos and kind of change some things around and be like, there's a really good kernels of ideas and great solos and great hooks. Like we could do something with this. Like
Yeah,
he's even talking about recording those Emperor shows and releasing Ashes as like a live album again. And for him, I think that would be like liberating because he could almost like erase the studio album from his brain and be like, this is the like quittest, this is the version I wanted it to be,
yeah, totally.
and I don't know if that's how Max feels with what he's been doing with the Sepultura re-releases for especially their older stuff. Perhaps, it's interesting when a band gets to go back and redo that, and
Well,
sometimes it
it's a
sucks,
weird
like
situation with
Megadeth,
them too, where
you
it's
know?
like, you know, the brothers were the band.
Yeah, and then you got Andreas, and
And
there's
then
some
like stuff
conflict there.
happens but like there's such a protracted long weird history to the whole thing. But like the fact that the brothers that started the band um are back together doing stuff and they're so fucking stoked about it. It sounds great. We've seen them live at MDF. It was just
Mhm.
it felt exactly like when I saw Sepultura in 93, 94. Back in the day. It was like it's just such a like revelatory thing. Like I feel like, as a guy who just turned 50 this year, everything, like, how much time do you got left? You got 20 years, you got 30 years if you're lucky.
Mhm.
Like all these guys are thinking these same these same
Just
things.
fucking put aside this bullshit and just move on,
But also
like
like
do
the
things that make you
Cavalera
happy.
thing, his son is in the band.
Yeah, that's really
That's
fucking cool.
that's fucking cool. That's super cool for, like John Carpenter, his son and his godson are coming together doing shit together. He hasn't done a movie in 15 years or something, but he's out there playing with his son and his gods. Like that's cool to be
Mm-hmm.
able to like make this, intergenerational kind of thing happen. But
100%, 100%. So we're gonna hear a pair of tunes to go along with Limbs that we started off with from Ashes, and we've got Falling Snow, which is, as mentioned before in the Daniel Lake book from Don, pure catatonia.
yes.
Definitely like Saw or Drown meets like kind of Rapture Futile. It's got a lot, that sort of thing. It's almost like what I write. It's like it's got like half Discouraged Ones I Break meets like Murder from Brave Murder Day, kind of like tempos mixed together,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I mean,
And
it's
you've
almost
got like,
the riffs are almost exactly there.
yeah. And it's like that Jonas Renske kind of drumming style from that era where it's like
Yes.
really kind of like meditative, almost krautrock. There's like something like I've kind of
It's
started to
Noi
notice
almost. Yeah.
that there's like the Motoric beat is almost like what drives, Brave Murder Day and some of that Catatonia stuff. But
Mhm.
and then we've got the Belgian live from Belgium 2008 version of Not Unlike the Waves. You know, basically it's like kind of a return to some of the older Agalloch, but it also still has that epic kind of melancholic, mournful sort of stuff. Almost reminds you like a Ennio Morricone kind of soundtrack. I mean, they make very cinematic music sometimes, and this song kind of does that. But then you get some fucking ripping leads. This is some of the best like leads that I think you hear on any Agalloch. Pinch harmonics. It's
This reminds me
almost
of his like Gods of the Sun, My Dying Bride.
pinch harmonic all over the place, right?
Yeah.
That's like the ultimate, like it's one of the great pinch harmonic records of all time, that My Dying Bride. That's a good call on that one. Here's what I also get from some of the like not the pinch harmonics, but some of like the way that Don is playing the leads, they're very like celestial and a little bit kind of like I don't want to say pompous, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but it almost reminds me of some of the leads that like you hear on like Arcturus, like Aspera. You know how
Okay.
they're
Yeah.
almost majestic. They're like he's doing some
Classical.
majestic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like something really dynamic and majestic on some of the stuff that he does on Not Unlike the Waves. So real cool.
Also, I think
All
the
right.
vocals are,
Dude,
I kind of,
emotive.
I like them a little more guttural, which he's doing on this song.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that might be my most. If I think if the vocals were more guttural through all this stuff instead of more black metal, I think I would be a little more 100% aboard on everything.
Really? Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah,
It's
I
just
can
like
say.
because they're just such they're so similar to Catatonia as far as where they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
That black metal thing, but Catatonia lost the black metal thing after, really the first EP, the first record.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of gone, and they kind of figured out this, this new weird direction they're going to do.
Sure.
And yeah, it's just I don't know. The black metal seems so easy to me for a lot of reasons, and I think Agalloch is better when they don't like double down on it. Honestly, when they're doing their own thing, I think it's ultimately more interesting to me.
Yeah, I can respect that and actually see it. I think I probably agree with you that my favorite stuff from John is when he's doing some different styles of vocals beyond just like the normal black metal kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
the more like drawn out, like like where he's harmonizing himself on stuff. Like I like the clean vocals better than the extreme stuff, honestly.
well, and he does some really cool, clean, emotive stuff that he's never really done before on Not Unlike the Waves. There's almost like
Mhm.
I don't want to say a hook, but there's definitely like something, like you said, I think he's like harmonizing with himself in a cool way here.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, let's
it's
get
like
into
the Ulver stuff too.
yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
first
I
couple
think
Ulver records. There's that
Garm
kind of
has
like
such a
harmony, harmonizing himself.
well, I think Garm also is so singular in terms of like his approach to vocals, the things he did in that and Arcturus. He's just
Yeah,
weird, and I
yeah.
think John leaned into the weirdness a little bit more. I think it gives it a more unique, singular quality. I think
Hmm.
that's what musically it's what Agalloch does anyways, but John's would be like that that missing piece if he like fully committed to some of that stuff. So
Sure.
it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's a good critique. Absolutely. So we're gonna hear actually twice from John. We're gonna hear something at the very beginning where Hunter comes in for it's kind of funny the exchange where Hunter enters and just listen. Some fun surprises there, and then at the very end we'll hear briefly from Hunter and John again, just kind of talking about their thoughts on Ashes and some of that. So we've got Odal from the Mantle, then Tomorrow Will Never Come, and then a pair of tunes from Ashes, Falling Snow, and the live version of Not Unlike the Waves.
Well, man, how are you?
Good, man. Good. It's fun to actually finally have you on. We've had Jeff on so many times. It seems apropos to have you on,
Turn your camera on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Hong.
Unless you're naked. Otherwise, keep your camera off. So,
Only from the waist down.
well, yeah, it's like COVID times or newscasters, no pants. So,
Well, it's good to finally meet you, Hunter.
Yeah, you
do you guys know each
man.
other?
I've heard so much about you.
Yeah. Well, when we rehearse, he always has his tech fill in for him. And then when we play shows, he's got like a limo waiting and he just like bolts out the door. So we've actually never met Hunter.
I'm glad to bring you guys together.
I come in, I do the job, and I'm out.
You're out, man. You got shit to do, man. Yeah, you got private planes and all kinds of stuff,
Yeah,
You got parties to be at. So, so we're not quite to your era yet, Hunter. We're just kind of getting there, but
What era is that anyway?
I don't know. Well, I'm really gonna bring Hunter in a little bit later for like the outsider perspective as a fan and somebody who is in the American metal scene to kind of comment on some of that stuff too, So be prepared, Hunter. Your time will come. So
I can't wait to comment as an outsider.
yes. As an outsider, now insider. That's you're like Mark Wahlberg in the Judas Priest tribute movie. You know what I mean? Like you're getting to like live your dream as
I am almost in the band, Jason. Almost.
So close.
We'll see.
Hunter, are those rototoms in the back?
As a matter of fact, they are.
Well, if we make another album, you're going to use those.
Oh shit,
dude! I bought those in Portland.
You did?
Yeah, and we were talking about using them for I Am the Wooden Doors.
Well, you should.
Well, if we make another album, I will certainly use them.
Bring back that Pleasure to Kill vibe.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Rototoms. All right. So we're okay. Let me find where I'm at. Okay, cool. So I guess
Jason, do I need to adjust my light? It's kind of dim in here.
Oh, you're good. I mean, none of this is really, we don't really put this stuff up on like YouTube or anything. But I do throw this up for the patrons basically after like the episodes drop, if they want to see the full uncut interview, because we're going to chop the interview up into the talk sets and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't really matter how you can put on a funny hat, only the patrons are going to see you. So so you're good there.
Well,
so
I'm glad I took a shower and put on a shirt.
if you want, I'll throw this whole thing up on YouTube just for John. All right. So that way we all get to win here. So, but yeah, you look great, Hunter. You look good. So yeah. All right. So back to kind of where we're at. I guess after the Mantle over the next 4 years, we get some pretty interesting stuff like, the Tomorrow Will Never Come and the Gray EPs. What was the impetus for these, I guess, these more experimental works and the song Tomorrow with the spoken word has very much a, Godspeed You Black Emperor kind of feel to it and stuff. So I guess before we get to Ashes, what is some of these new EPs and different singles and stuff that you guys are doing?
Well, that was a weird time for us because we didn't know where to go next. Yeah, we were not interested in I don't think any of us were interested in making another metal album. And so, some of the stuff that you're talking about, like the Tomorrow Never Come, that was actually recorded during the Mantle session. It just never appeared on the album until, later we put out a 7-inch with that. But yeah, we didn't know what to do. And then like when Chris Green, who joined the band when we started playing live, he was our first like live drummer. He was in the band during that time. This would be like 2003 to 2007, that era. And he's a really cool like experimental musician. and he's got several projects of like dark ambient and that stuff. So him and I start working together outside of Agalloch in a way, working on stuff, and we started putting together what started to be this like conceptual EP that was going to be for Agalloch, because Don ended up playing on it a little bit, and I think Jason's on it. We recorded some sessions where we chopped up the parts and put it into it, and it was going to be like this kind of like sound collage EP, and that was going to be our next surprise, I guess. And when it was finally finished, Don and Jason just didn't like it, and they're like, "I don't think this represents the band. This is just too experimental. It's not good." And what I wish we would have done was put it out as a side project, but we didn't. So instead, we just chopped it up and pieced out some of the parts onto other releases and other things. And so that was kind of something that we were doing instead of writing a third album, which kind of annoyed the end records. And so in like 2004, I finally, like mid to late 2004, I finally decided, okay, well, I guess we should probably write some material. And the material I was writing at the time, like I said, I didn't really want to make a metal album, but I kind of felt like we had to. And so we had been a live band up until that point, or we had started being a live band. We did like 2 tours before that. And so that kind of influenced the writing. I was like, well, let's make some material that's more stripped down that we could actually replicate live. And yeah, but we actually went into the studio not even prepared. I mean, not all the music was done. I think there was like a weird like version of Fire Above Ice Below that was really just terrible. That ended up getting rewritten in the studio. Not unlike the Waves got rewritten. The whole album was written in E standard. We ended up changing that to D. So I mean, it was like that album was largely written in the studio. And then I stupidly gave Ron a copy of Viva Emptiness as a sound reference, and he took it a little too literally. And so that album just sounds really, really, really digital.
Yeah.
And that was when Ron was really getting into digital recording at the time. And he had a whole new setup, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's so great. All you have to do is just like record this riff, and then I could just like copy and paste it." And I was like, "Well, that's not fucking fun." He's like, "Yeah, but it's perfect every time." And that's a big complaint I have about that album. Is it just those songs are fun to play live, but the album is really hard for me to listen to because it just sounds so processed. It's like it's like styrofoam. The aesthetic of that album to me, just bland.
Yeah, because I could see like, you guys playing like Limbs or Falling Snow or Not Unlike the Waves live and bringing some of those songs to life. And it's interesting because Viva Emptiness, when it came out, I loved that record and I loved the way it did sound. But now, like you said, when you go back and listen to it, there is a little sterility to it, and that's unfortunate because there's some good songs there. It's just and I like the way Catatonia has played some of those songs live better than I maybe have on the studio version of that a bit. So I guess you're very outspoken about your feelings towards Ashes Against the Grain. Are you able to kind of look at it as two separate things, both the songs versus like the album now, where you can
Yeah.
appreciate the songs or?
Well, I mean, and we're going to be playing the album in full in a couple of months, and I think I'm going to enjoy that more than listening to the record. Like if we get a good live recording of it, that's going to be probably what I would listen to because those songs just they feel better and they sound better live than they do on the album. I think the tempos are way too slow on the album to start with. And because it was never really rehearsed, I mean, a couple of songs were. Falling Snow was, Bloodbirds was, but for the most part, that we didn't rehearse those songs. We wrote a bunch of stuff. We went into the studio unprepared and we made it happen. And then there was other shit that happened in the studio too that I don't even want to get into that happened that was made that album a nightmare as well. I mean that was probably one of the worst experiences I've had in the studio.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense why you would have those kind of feelings towards it. Because I've read about like how you're not a big fan of that record. And I've never been able to kind of wrap my head around. I'm like, oh man, there's some good songs on that, but the circumstance and context of it sounds like it was pretty terrible, you know.
I would
So
love to. Yeah, that's one album. Like, I'm not somebody who likes it when bands re-record albums, but that's one I would probably re-record.
I still have this male aggression thing, and I don't know if you're gonna kill me, and I don't care. Enough's enough. Because we were getting 20 gunshots a night, and I couldn't figure out where they were coming from. I went out there and found out everybody was shooting everybody. There's a lot of stress in that city. In Detroit, as far as stopping the crime, if you want to stop the crime, you better talk to John Nichols, because he knew what he was doing. Danny, you know how you feel? I feel it's worse than that. That man, if I wanted him to, and said, get up and go to the bedroom and leave me alone, would do it. He is a father complex, but he's not a wishy-washy father complex. He's 68 years old and he still kick my ass, even though I can do squats for 2,000 pounds. I don't have any fun at all. The police department is fun. Yeah, there ain't no fun out there killing people, no. I've got a certain amount of common sense too. I have precedent and morals, and whether you believe it or not, you taught me a lot. Somewhere you lost your love for past. I'm scared of you. Who do I go to? Where do I go? Nothing that you knew you were doing. Because I've always known what I was doing. Dr. Petrelli said, Gerald, there's nothing wrong with you. You are so sane, you're insane. I don't have no fun. Ever. You worked 30 years at Chrysler's. Well, hell, I got 15 years seniority there. What are you talking about? I don't have no fun at all.
Schizophrenic, so I guess I'm fashionable.
Sleeping a lot and staying on the subject, or being more awake?
Sleeping a lot and being awake, because I feel that I got a fairy friend I had in childhood who got very anxious over the word people. Last Yuletide, he took the resolution, I don't like people. And my reply this Yuletide is mad chicken.
So, do you want to hear a couple more? I think we can do that. Not unlike the waves.
Well, I guess because we have him here, I guess for listeners of Requiem, probably are familiar with one Hunter Ginn, who is the co-host of Radical Research, one of our sort of podcast, just kind of OGs, like we're kind of in the same kind of realm. I know our fan base is pretty well shared. Hunter, you're currently drumming with Agalloch, and I guess I was going to bring you in a little bit later, but as a fan, who was maybe buying these records when they were coming out, what's your perspective on Ashes? Somebody that's separated from the experience of making it. Like, were you into it, or did you see it as like
yeah? And let me run back really quickly. I was telling someone today that I was going to be on the show, and I was someone that was buying Requiem fanzine in the mid '90s.
Wait a minute. Pump the brakes. This is related to Requiem fanzine?
Fuck yes. Yeah, Mark and Chris did Requiem. Yeah, that's why I said if you didn't know Mark, we all grew up together in Mount Pleasant together in Michigan.
Oh,
so,
it's all
yeah.
coming together now. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember those issues back in the day. Yeah.
Covers that were very Agalloch.
That's how I found out about Opeth.
Yeah.
It was issue 5.
Issue 5. Yep, that was my first Requiem issue. Yep. Yeah. So
Yeah.
no, we'll appreciate that, Hunter.
But
Thank you
I,
for that.
yeah, no, dude,
I'm
that
glad
was
John now knows what podcast he's part of.
no, that's yeah, formative for me. So my relationship with that album is quite different from John's. I have been an Agalloch fan since 1999, when Pale Folklore came out. Got into it through Marty Ritkinen's review in Maniacs, and I thought Ashes was like a brilliant follow-up to the Mantle. The Mantle is so expansive and so ambitious. Um, and I just thought the songwriting on Ashes was really, really dialed in. And I remember my band, my primary band, Canvas Solaris, um, we were all huge fans of Agalloch. And so every time an Agalloch record would come out, it was like a kind of a part of our rehearsal ritual. Like we would play. And I remember summer of 2006 spending so much time with that record. And I just remember those like flaring harmonics and limbs and that last 2, 3 minutes of falling snow. And even though John's never met me personally, he's probably also never seen me almost cry those last 2 minutes of falling snow. Um, I will agree with John now, having played, because John, what do we do? We probably already play half of that album live, right?
Most of it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I will say that playing it live, um, it's difficult to rehearse it with the album now because I think those tempos are a bit sluggish. And I think we picked up, I think the energy of those songs live now is better, especially not unlike the Waves.
Well, and like, I want to record the two shows that we play with Emperor because I want to see if we can make a live album with that. Because I think a live album version of Ashes is going to be so much better than the actual album. It's just kind of funny.
Oh, that's cool. I look forward to hearing that. Hopefully that can happen. So, yeah. So no, that's good perspective because I've always been a huge fan of it. And then I've always read how much John didn't like the record, and I felt like was something wrong. Like was I? And even Daniel in his book is like, normally I don't disagree with the musicians, but I'm going to disagree with John here. And say that it's a great record. So. That was the live version of Not Unlike the Waves, Falling Snow, Tomorrow Will Never Come, and then Odal that we started with. And we just heard from John and Hunter there at the very end. So as we start to kind of wrap up Ashes and kind of wrap up this episode, I did want to mention that the album came in at number 20 on Decibel's Top 100 of the Decade issue. I don't know if you remember that issue. But it was one of their first special collector's edition issues they did. I think
What
before
decade was this, the 2010s?
2000 to 2010.
Okay.
Yep. So Agalloch came at number 20 on Ashes, and then the top 10.
What was the
Electric Wizard Dope thrown at number 10.
Okay.
Big Destroyer Phantom Limb at 9.
All right.
Iron Maiden Brave New World at 8. Queens of the Stone Age Songs for the Deaf at number 7.
Okay.
Catatonia, Last Fair Deal Gone Down at 6.
Nice.
Mastodon at Remission at 5. Isis, Oceanic at 4. Opeth, Blackwater Park at 3. Cave In Jupiter at 2. And Converge, Jane Doe at 1. That was the Decibel top 10.
It's pretty good. I put Catatonia Last Fair a little further up than, but
yeah, that was a pretty big record for us. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's a guy I don't even know who he is. Scott Seward. I don't know how long he wrote for Decibel, but he wrote a little thing, and he just said all you need to know about Ashes is that it's so great it could almost be Swedish or Norwegian even. Rarely has an American band so successfully transplanted the grandeur and love for the epic nature of European folk metal onto the flora and fauna of these shores. It helps that Agalloch are from Oregon. The trees are friggin' huge there. And to be fair, U.S. nature-worshipping metal types have made great strides as of late. Celestial, Blood of the Black Owl, Whole Throne, rooms filled with righteous wolves. Okay, it's trying to be clever. But Agalloch did something truly special with Ashes. They took well-worn elements of folk and doom and black metal and completely made them their own. There's one strong and confident album, and catchy as hell considering the length of the songs, and overall just so goddamn fucking beautiful. It's an album as legacy statement is essential. It came out in 2006, but it's already a classic as classic gets. So, thank you, Scott Seward. I don't know,
Absolutely.
but yeah, and then Joseph Schaefer's a pretty big fan of this record too. I think kind of like Daniel, this was his gateway Agalloch record.
Mhm.
So, so we'll hear from Joseph going into, the next set of music, talking just a little bit about, this and kind of like seeing Agalloch live and some of the kind of stuff from that. And of course, Joseph is putting on hosting Agalloch for the Northwest Terror Fest. So I forgot to get the name of the person that won the free ticket from our contest last episode. I forgot to reach out to him. So I'll have to find that out for part 3 and shout them out a little bit. So if it was you and you're listening, congrats. I'm glad you won something. Oh, it was you? Are you going? Good job, Mark.
I
Yeah,
can't.
we should have rigged the system so we just fucking went. If we could get free plane tickets, maybe I would have went. But it's tough. But we'll hear this at the beginning of the next set of music. But before we leave Ashes behind, I want to check out the middle section of the triarchy that ends the record. The
Of Lost Lovers?
A triarchy of lost lovers, yes. I wanted to use that word just to see if you got a Rotting Christ reference. Thank you. You did it. Our Fortress is Burning is the name of the trio of songs that ends the record. And part 2 is called Bloodbirds, is kind of what it's subtitled a little bit. And this tune that we're going to hear that's kind of going into this kind of cascading sort of last set of music that we're going to hear from Agalloch here. It's like the love child of Mogwai's My Father, My Son EP and Tonight's Decision Catatonia. Like if they had a baby,
Tonight's
this fucking song.
It's the total note progression of tonight's
Yeah.
decision.
It's fucking so wild, man. That build in the opening, that first like 4 minutes, and then finally when John screams, it's pretty awesome. That's like a cool release moment. Very emotionally heavy, and if people have not listened to Ashes, I urge you to listen to all 3 of the songs like as a singular kind of suite, as a trio, a triarchy, whatever you want to call it. But this one stands out as the best. But the next song, part 3, is really like noisy, and it's got like a lot of like electronic kind of noise rock shit. Maybe you'd be into it because you've been listening to Ibouten. But it's cool, and it kind of flows together. But as a song, part 2 is the fucking one. And they even said in that interview I just was kind of sharing in the last talk set that they close with this song now. This is like their album closer is part 2, Bloodbirds. Bloodbirds. Yep. So kind of cool. And then a few years later, in 2008, Vendalus Records released the very excellent White EP. And this is pretty interesting. I want to share what they said about this. One last little thing, and then we'll kind of talk about this and wrap it up. But I think this is Don Anderson kind of talking. John's talking here. He says 2 of the songs on the White EP, Sawillow Rune and Pantheus, are songs I recorded for a solo album that never happened. Anderson had also written a pair of new songs, Birch Black and Birch White. So everything else was stuff that we had recorded for something else, just bits that were put together in a way that magically just worked. The opening track, The Isle of Summer, had been recorded for an experimental EP in 2003 that never came to fruition. Every part of that EP that we killed was recycled and reused as something else, says Jason Walton. It's not like there's anything that nobody had heard. It's just revamped and reworked and reused. There's even a version of Ashes that has a bonus track called Scars of Shattered Sky that is a track that was part of that EP. And all of the piano stuff on the White EP was from that session. He says, I'm actually not on the White EP anywhere. I was living in Minneapolis. It was a weird amalgamation of recycled stuff that we'd done years prior and some new stuff. And I think it turned out really great. So kind of weird, but I like that they find an outlet on their EPs for their weird ideas sometimes. And that's kind of what EPs should be used for sometimes, perhaps, is to test out like the next evolution of a band and test the waters maybe, or to really, do something that's kind of left of center, perhaps. I don't know.
I
Um,
completely agree.
and I dig this DP. I was listening to the whole thing today, and it's very calm. There's like a beauty to it. It's not very metal at all, but it kind of has a peaceful quality to it that is cool, but also kind of dark at times as well. Um, I don't know, and the two tunes we're gonna play, Sewilo Rune and Summer Isle Reprise, they almost create their own little Wicker Man suite that's like a little 11-minute kind of piece. And I think like folk horror is perfect for Agalloch, obviously, as we've sort of mentioned before, and you get a sample of the really incredible exchange between the virginal Sergeant Howie and the pagan Lord Summer Isle, Christopher Lee, of course.
Yes.
And Sewilo is a Proto-Germanic word that means sun, and the song kind of has these whispered vocals that, if you look at the lyrics, are kind of about the seasonal transition when the sun's closeness to us is kind of shifting as well. And obviously, pagan horror and folk horror is all about nature, and that's a big theme, obviously, in Agalloch. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
This is about the bright, like kind of like the dark clouds and the bright lights coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're talking about the literary kind of references of a lot of this stuff, and this is the same era where we were really getting into the Wicker Man and Christopher Lee and like all this, oh Lord Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've mentioned probably multiple times in the last couple episodes, but like all that kind of like pagan stuff coming back and the literary references, and it's just funny how much of the stuff is so similar to what we were experiencing at the time,
And that's where like
in college. And
yeah, in a parallel universe, like if these guys were like living near us in Michigan, we would have all been hanging out together.
Totally,
That's the
absolutely.
funniest thing. We would have all been fucking talking about films. We would have taken the same fucking classes. We would have hung out the record store. It's just this weird. These were three guys that found each other in fucking Montana in the Pacific Northwest, and you, me, and Chris were three guys in mid Michigan that just fucking stumbled into each other, and it's just it's cool. I feel bad for people that have never found their people, because it is affirming in ways that if you walk through a lot of life lonely, it's just I feel bad for those people, and I definitely have met those people who never really found their person, and yeah, so it's cool. I'm glad these guys, worked it out and they're friends again and all that stuff. And, obviously the friendships that you, me, and Chris have, I value, incredibly. So,
completely. Yeah.
But I just think, yeah, it is funny because, I can't remember, did I watch Wicker Man in the late horror film class? Because that you took with me, right? Did we watch it in there, or did we just talk about it? Because I remember buying the wooden box set, but I couldn't remember if we had seen it first or we bought it to watch it first.
Gosh, I don't remember.
I was trying to remember too.
It's
yeah,
just,
but
it's
it
so
was
like ubiquitous now. Like
it was definitely in that era, though. I mean, we were buying
Yeah.
Fulci shit, the Beyond like tin box set. Like we were just in it. We were like,
I had it was like the Evil Dead 2 like tin box set that I had of this. I feel like it was definitely during when we were taking those classes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we were just like, reading textbooks on it, and Dr. J in his lectures would make reference, and I was just fucking writing shit down. Like, got to see this, got to see this. This sounds interesting. You know,
also like the whole thing with the oh Jesus, the Lord of the Rings stuff. With Christopher Lee.
Yep.
Like I feel like that was kind of around the same time. That was
we were, because the first Lord of the Rings came out in 2001. Because they were released every year.
I don't remember at this point.
It was 02, 03, 04, but it was like a 3-year run because they filmed them all at the same time and released them 1 year apart.
Yeah,
So
but it was the same production company as Nightmare on Elm Street,
New Line, yeah, New
New
Line
Line.
Cinema.
Like that was their big risk, and
Yep.
they took it, and it just it. I mean, I think it's probably the biggest thing since Star Wars, honestly, as far as a movie franchise was concerned.
Yeah, yeah. I
It was
mean,
huge.
yeah,
I remember
yeah.
buying like the special
Special
edition
editions.
DVDs where it was like 6 hours each and watching them multiple times. And
You know what's
yeah,
crazy?
like I can't think of another, series that was that big since.
It's funny you bring those special editions up because I can't find mine, and I have them, and I've like searched to see if like I stored them someplace, but generally I've had most of my movies on display for most of my life, right?
Yeah,
And I was like, who the fuck would have borrowed these from me? It's just really weird. They're just gone,
I've got to
and
look
like,
because we've had stuff like, since our move, we've had so many things just in storage for so long. Like I don't know where I've got like a Blu-ray version of Next Generation, Star Trek, and a bunch of other crap, but like we haven't been able to like put them anywhere
I
yet.
but it's so strange because those are like movies like everybody just owns, like nobody borrows them. And so I was
Yeah,
like missing those. And the other ones that were really strangely missing, I definitely know I had them, is all the Christopher Nolan Batmans were gone. So I was like, did somebody
Hmm.
like come and just steal two trilogies from my house? Like, or did I
Well,
lend them to somebody and they never brought them back? Because
you
I'd
you
lend
were
stuff
you were a
out.
big lender of things,
Yeah. But those
but
are
like,
those
but you didn't have the clipboard to like write this
I
stuff down.
know.
So like, who
I
knows who
just
has it
I
at this
believe in
point?
the goodness of humans that they'll just remember to bring them back. But I don't know.
I get it.
It's probably for the best. I've seen both those trilogies so many times. I don't really reach for them too much, but still, it was also it's kind of just it's one of those like things where like you lost your keys somewhere and you're like they gotta fucking be here
Yeah,
somewhere and I
yeah,
can't
totally.
figure it out. So, but yeah, so we get this pair of tunes and we'll hear Christopher Lee sampled in both. And so Willow Rune has kind of like a dark neo folk kind of thing. It's kind of like perfect for like late fall days. It's then that Wicker Man conversation kind of links right into Summer Isle reprise, which has this really cool, I call it rainy day piano with some very melancholic energy. I said it's like watching a storm on a warm summer night. It's kind of peaceful, but yet kind of like dark and mysterious and elegant. And I don't know, it's a really cool ending
Yeah,
to an EP and just a cool vibe. Um, Definitely, this is the least metallic set that we're going to hear. I mean, our Fortress has some of that, but it's very calming, and so kind of a good way
completely.
to kind of go out here. So let's get into it. We got just a trio of tunes here. We're going to hear from Joseph at the beginning briefly, and then we'll hear our Fortress is Burning Part 2, and then we'll hear the pair of tunes from the White EP, so Willow Rune and Summer Isle Reprise, and then we'll hear John from John one last time. Come back, say our goodbyes, and get out of here.
So I hopped on Agalloch. This is now becoming like a cliche with me on this podcast, but I hopped into Agalloch when I was in college at Kalamazoo, Michigan, on the broadband, pirating records, smoking way too much dirt weed. And when I was doing that, the record that was out for me was Ashes Against the Grain.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite album of theirs. I feel like for a lot of people that record is the Mantle, and that's cool. But this will give you like a really tight time band. Ashes of the Grain was the new record when I was a freshman.
Okay.
Right. So it's the first thing I listened to. I like to listen to discographies in reverse chronological. So for me, it's Ashes, and as a close follow-up, Marrow of the Spirit. That's my era. But I also listen to the Mantle. And I also think the Serpent in the Sphere is great. And I appreciate the more homespun earlier material, the more John Hum solo sort of material too. It's all great. I don't think this band has a miss.
Yeah, agreed. No, yeah, well said. I mean, we've by this point that people hear this, we've already told this story probably several times in weird circumstances, but like Pale Folklore was like the first American like metal record in the late 90s that said people in America are listening to Ulver and Catatonia and Dark Tranquility, and they're making music here now. It was like
Right.
a real, like if you were there, it was pretty lonely, to be like a Chris and a Mark and a me, like living in the middle of Michigan, kind of like no one knew what this shit was. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't like a community we could reach out to other than like tape trading. The internet was still like kind of just bubbling. So like that was a really interesting thing when Chris was like, dude, these guys are from America. They're fucking out like in Pacific Northwest and they're doing this and it's awesome. And we're like, whoa. Even though Pale Folklore is not like my favorite record of theirs, it still holds like a kind of a special place for that reason because it was like somebody here who's absorbing the same influences as Chris Mark and I is now making music. That's weird. It's kind of like when Daylight Dies came out. Like we wanted them to be more than they were, and we were like rooting for them. But like, you know what I mean? Like it was like I get what you're trying to do. It's just it's not quite there, and that's fine. But at least you tried, and that's cool. But yeah, so but that's kind of where I come from with them. That was like Pale Folklore and Mantle hold such a special place because of just where we were. I was in college at the same time. I was sophomore.
It's a hard thing to do, the thing you're talking about, where you absorb this influence that you have no direct access to and then synthesize it. And like even replicating your influences is fucking hard. But like even if you can successfully do that, a lot of times it kind of comes across as like inauthentic or like, I mean, that seems too gatekeepery, but I'm like, at the very least, like a little like, okay, you like this. I also like this. Was there a deeper thought besides that? And not to throw too much shade, but like I had this experience, another band at the same time as Agalloch was and still is Death Heaven, probably the biggest US black metal band of all time, right? But
Yep.
I have that issue with Death Heaven where I'm like, Alcest, got it. I also like Alcest. Is there something more? But with Agalloch, and I was getting into Ulver and like early Satyricon, Dark Medieval Times around the same time, Windear, right? All of those were sort of like swirled in together. But like it was immediately apparent to me that John was able to synthesize all that and replicate it pretty well. But also like it came from an individual. It was an individual's perspective. And this is like the magic trick that guy has. Like you listen to even Pale Folklore too, and it sounds the way an Ansel Adams photograph like feels, or the way that like presents the majesty of nature to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, it's not a technique thing. It's not a production thing. It's just a thing he can do. And how do you do that? It's amazing to me.
There's something kind of cinematic about them too, and we talked a lot about that in the interviews that we did that will be sprinkled throughout these episodes. And like, I was a film student, I still teach film classes and stuff, so we were kind of nerding out about it. But like, there's like things like in Terrence Malick's Thin Red Line, right? The World War II movie, where like the wind is blowing through the trees, or like a Tarkovsky film where you're just watching like things happen that are really slow. That's what I feel like Agalloch is to me. Like they are capturing, like you said, the photography and so like just these memory seeds or these like artistic feelings or thoughts I have about like a photo or a image in a movie, and they just sort of do that. They're like a soundtrack to that stuff almost. And I don't know. That's why like they're really good at doing instrumental stuff sometimes too, because it's like this could just be a score or something.
Yes. That's
I don't
very
know.
true. And actually, my favorite song on The Serpent in the Sphere is Plateau of Ages, which is an instrumental song.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying, so I'm not trying to push back, but I do want to add like one other thing in here. And this is also an interesting thing about Agalloch. How do I want to put this? I'm into what you're describing, but like in the abstract, or maybe listeners who you've probably already heard Agalloch by now by the time I'm in this episode, but whatever. Like if you're just describing this like, oh, it's like a sometimes one man, but sometimes full band formulation, semi-acoustic folk black metal band that makes you feel like the not war parts of the thin red line. That sounds cool. That sounds a little,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
if you've got ADHD like I do. The thing that I like, I hope this comes up with other people. There somehow Agalloch is also kind of like a rocking live band. Like, like they actually have like a lot of swagger and oomph. Even when they play the Mantle songs, which I don't think is like in the Mantle recordings so much, like when they play some of this stuff live, it really kind of kicks ass, which is like another like amazing, like how did you make this like dainty pastoral thing do a Led Zeppelin? Huh.
Well, I'll have you know, and you'll hear this when you listen to the episodes, but this comes up in the interview. John's hope is he doesn't like the way that Ashes was recorded, and he thinks it sounds remarkably better live. So he's hoping these Emperor shows to record them and put out a live recording of Ashes.
Oh, that would be
so that it can be heard the way he wants it to really be heard. So that for a guy that loves Ashes and is just talking about the live experience, that might be like the Venn diagram of awesomeness for you, if that happens. So
absolutely. I mean, I can't afford to go to those Emperor shows.
No,
I already like paid too much to see Emperor in America the last time they toured. But like that is like a tasty
little juicy nugget there for you to think about. So
now that I'm thinking about that, I mean, that last half of Ashes is just what an astounding composition. And Ashes 2, Our Fortress is Burning.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal song. Like to me, that's like an all-timer song.
I think that's on the playlist for part 2. I'm pretty sure. I know we're recording this before we record our episodes, but I'm pretty sure I have that part 2 in there because it's fucking amazing. Yeah.
I don't usually like the thing where it's like, oh, we have a suite and we're going to chop it into pieces. Like usually I think that's kind of wimpy, even though I may be doing that on our new record. But like it works for them because the middle act of Ashes, Our Fortress is Burning, is just such a phenomenal fucking song.
Now, those children out there, they're jumping through the flames in the hope that the god of fire will make them fruitful. Really, you can hardly blame them. After all, what girl would not prefer the child of God to that of some acne-scarred artisan? And you encourage them in this? Actively. It's most important that each new generation born on somehow be made aware that here the old gods aren't dead. And what of the true God, to whose glory churches and monasteries have been built on these islands for generations past? Now, sir, what of him? He's dead. He can't complain. He had his chance, and in modern parlance, blew it. ministers fled the island, never to return. What my grandfather had started out of expediency, my father continued out of love. He brought me up the same way, to reverence the music and the drama and the rituals of the old gods, to love nature and to fear it, and to rely on it, and to appease it where necessary. He brought you up to be a pagan. A heathen, conceivably, but not, I hope, an unenlightened one.
I guess after Ashes comes out, there's some EPs and collaborations and singles and things like that, including the White EP, which features some pretty cool neo folk stuff that you guys are doing. The Wicker Man samples, I think, are pretty apropos. We already talked about like how I think Agalloch is almost like there you go. Hunter's wearing some folk horror looking stuff.
It's a Wicker Man t-shirt.
That is, yeah, that's awesome. Do you have the Wicker Man box set that has the wooden? I actually have the wooden one that's got like the chars in it. Do you have that one, John?
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, I got that back in college. But I guess, what was the driving force with the experimentation in the post Ashes, pre Marrow sort of time period? Similar to before, that you guys were just testing the waters with some different ideas, or was there something different kind of going on with stuff like the White EP versus say the Gray?
Well, I mean, the tumultuousness of the Ashes period almost split the band up actually, because we had some very terrible shows supporting it in the States. And then we went on a European tour that was good, but that was also the tour where Chris, our drummer, wasn't exactly developing. And so we had to let him go. So there was this like, I'd say about 9-month period where I didn't talk to the guys. I didn't play the songs. I didn't care. I mean, and that was the thing, is the End Records was like, we want to put you on a US tour. And we're just like, fuck off. So, and that was the other thing, is that whole attitude that I had in response to to that album and that time was the end of the line for the End Records. So we left the End Records. We didn't fucking make any new music. We didn't talk to each other. So I'd say around the summer of 2007, Don and I finally started talking again, and we were kind of trying to figure out what we were going to do next. And I was like, well, we have all these like acoustic tracks that we recorded that we've never done anything with. And I was working on a neo folk album, like a solo album, like a neo folk album. So I had 2 songs that I had ready to record. And so Don was like, well, let's just maybe put out an EP on some independent label, and just kind of scale it back a bit. We had kind of crested the whole thing with, the band thing with the label and everything. So it's like, let's be unsigned and just kind of make a small record. And we had done the Gray EP with Vendalis before. So we were like, well, let's do the White EP, and have it be like some neo folk stuff, and like kind of angle it towards like a sort of a Wicker Man theme, and that's what we did. And what was cool about that was like, that's like some of my favorite Agalloch material is on that, because it was written in such a starting from the ground up and just recording whatever came out kind of way, which was so fresh and different for us. Like Swillaroon, I had one riff for that. One riff. And we literally, I was just like, okay, I've got this riff, and I played it, and Ron looped it, and then we started adding stuff to it. And there was like synths and piano and percussion. And next thing you know, it's this really fucking deep, awesome sounding song.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that was fun. And that kind of brought back our fire to maybe make another record. So the White EP definitely saved our marriage.
Cool. Good to know. Summer Isle Reprise, Swillaroon, and Our Fortress is Burning, Part 2. And so as we close out this mid-period Agalloch era, we'll kind of basically tipping our hat to where we're going next in Part 3, as we're going to kind of end with a preview from 2010's Marrow of the Spirit, which was the album of the year for Decibel that year, I remember, and the first record that they put out with Profound Lore. First record that they record with ASIP on drums, who's a different type of drummer than what they've ever had before. And it's pretty fierce and savage and heavy record overall, although the song we're going to play here, To Drown, not that at all.
Yeah, it's like
kind of
Saw You Drown-ish. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very atmospheric. It's bleak. That incredible cello that's kind of going on throughout. It's got a lot of that building tension, like Neurosis, Swans, Godspeed, Do Me. It's all those kind of things. There's almost a theatricality to the song too, like when the violins are kind of like coming in, almost like suffocating you. It's very like Grand Google or something. It's like kind of gothicy or over the top, but in a cool way. It's different. I don't know. It's really different, and it's strange. It kind of gives like a false preview of Marrow the Spirit. Just fair warning for people who haven't listened to that. But I thought it's a good way to end this episode in a quiet, sort of like calming note, especially with that last set of music. And since it's the album closer of Marrow of the Spirit, I was like, let's just tack it on here at the end and give people like kind of a warm, weird kind of ending, since it's been kind of a weird experimental episode anyways, since that's kind of the tone of what they're doing here. But what were your thoughts on this tune? Any thoughts on some of the weird stuff they were doing here, or any takeaways?
I mean, there's been a lot more anathema isms than I originally thought.
Yeah, it's good.
Just 'cause the whole Peaceful Three thing, it's it's what it is. Like people talk about a lot, but it's funny that to me how like relevant and influential that stuff was. At this point, 10 years after it really started.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, like
even when some of those bands had to kind of all but abandon that sound by 2010, or any of their kind of roots. Bride was still on it, but for the most part, I guess Paradise Lost had come back around by 2010. So, Anathema was completely
yeah,
on.
because by 2010 they were doing, what was that, like Faith Divides?
I think so. Yeah, they're kind
still
of back
wasn't
into
death
that
metal
mode.
vocals yet. It wasn't
Nope.
Beneath Broken Earth or anything yet, but they were definitely coming around a little bit for sure.
But even like Catatonia was kind of, after Great Cold Distance, they kind of just started drifting more into that kind of proggy type thing that they were kind of doing.
They were doing like the Tool riffs and
Perfect
kind of
Circle kind of stuff.
the same old stuff. So
Yep.
It was interesting seeing them kind of push it a little further.
And I'm holding out hope based on that post that Anders posted in response to the kind of breakup between him and Jonas, that perhaps Anders might start, I don't know, like maybe he'll do what Max is doing to some extent, but with Catatonia
I
stuff.
would love that, because
I would fucking die for that stuff. That's what I want to hear.
Like Lisa's brothers digs Catatonia stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when he went to see them last year, I mean, they're not playing anything. There's not even anything from like Last Fair Deal.
No,
it's just like the recent stuff, which I'm like, some of it's fine, some of it's just like completely repetitive.
Dude, when I saw them at Vegas 2-3 years ago at Psycho Las Vegas, like Coughlin, I remember was standing near me, and we were pumped because it'd been a while, and he was just like, dude, what the fuck was that? They didn't play, like, they played like two songs that I like care about. I'm like, I know, it's almost like strident. It's almost like a middle finger. It's like if Kiss got up and just played Psycho Circus, and you're like, dude, come on. Like, I get it's your new shit, but like, this is a festival. Like, people are wanting to hear the stuff.
But also, like, what they're doing now is not completely different from Tonight's Decision. Play like two or three
that's what I
songs from
mean.
that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. Yeah, we're not asking you to
it
play
blows-
like
kind of blows
fucking
my
Brave
mind.
Murder Day stuff. You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know. It's weird. Also, and this will come up in part 3. John and Hunter and I will have a sidebar conversation. Catatonia is just not good live. They just never have really been that consistently great.
I've only seen them, I think, twice live.
Okay.
But like the first time
Well,
seeing
the first
them
time at
live
Metal Fest,
was Metal Fest, where Jonas was just like, losing
scared
his shit.
scared shitless. Yeah, but he did play End Time, so that fucking ruled.
I mean, that was very cool.
And then we saw him at what, Blondie's? Where was that? I remember seeing him with you, because my sister came.
That was
Jill.
at, Jesus, it was the
It's down by the bridge, right?
Yeah, for a
Wasn't
minute
it? Where we
there
saw
was
Vader. This is the same place we saw Vader and Marduk. That venue.
no, it
Pretty sure
wasn't
it wasn't.
Blondie's. That was Blondie's
Was it?
too.
Okay.
But this place was fuck, I can't think where it was. It was downriver, which is just slightly south of Detroit for
Yeah.
people who aren't in the know. But that's the same place where like In Flames played like the Clayman tour because I've got a bunch of photos I took of that. I can't think
Oh,
what
wait,
that
is it
place was
IROC?
called.
Did they play IROC?
It was the IROC. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
Yes.
I saw Jessica came with us to that In Flames show, I think.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
man. Yeah. Huh.
I've got like
That's where I
60
saw Death.
photos of that place.
That's where I interviewed Chuck in the IROC parking lot
Yeah.
on the Sound of Perseverance tour. Yeah. Pretty wild. Huh. Man, there hasn't been a show at IROC for fucking ever. I don't even know if that place
I don't
exists.
think it exists anymore.
Yeah,
No.
that's a bummer. But yeah, anyways, it'll come. I won't ruin it. That's in part 3, but we definitely have a sidebar conversation about the frustration of having seen them live, that they're always not, sometimes they're not the best, or they're a little inconsistent.
that's Paradise Lost, that's Entombed. That's a lot of my favorite bands are not great live sometimes.
Yep. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
But let us know what you thought on part 2 here, or on even in part 1 if you discover. Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can check us out on Facebook, Mark and Jason, or Jason and Mark on Facebook. Blue Sky we're on, Twitter we're on, Instagram. Obviously, Agalloch fans love Instagram because that was the post that blew up the most. It's still hard to beat the algorithms. I don't know how many people actually see the stuff when I'm promoting episodes on, say, Facebook or Twitter or whatever.
Who knows at this
But
point.
clearly people saw it on Instagram, so I'll probably keep using that, try and use that a little bit more. And then, like I said, leave us a comment on wherever your podcast seen from. If you're going, or if you're listening to stuff from Apple Music, or even Spotify. For now, you can leave us ratings on there. Maybe it helps on Spotify. I'm not really sure. But clearly, the more comments and feedback we can get on things like Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts, that helps. And if you want to support us, patreon.com/Requiem Podcast. You can sign up to become a monthly subscriber. I'm hoping, because I know Mark is in a crazy mode with a house and kid and stuff like that, but maybe this summer, now that I've got a microphone, maybe even just for the Patreons, even if I talk over some things or do some like quick bonus things to drop for the Patreons. I've been trying to drop the videos of these interviews that we've done for some of these recent episodes as like a little gift. But trying to give you guys a little something, because it's hard for us to have time to record normal episodes, let alone a lot of bonus stuff. So I'm trying to think of something we could do that's just a little treat, that's easy, that we can kind of do. I don't know. We'll come up with something. So, but yeah, we do appreciate the support, since again, we're not a profit podcast, and we do all this out of the goodness of our hearts for free for you guys, and we enjoy it.
Yes.
But it does help us to sort of get the resources, new mics, other things like that, hosting duties, especially if we're going to have to move everything to our own server eventually, if this dystopia nightmare happens.
I think that's where we're at.
Yeah. So that's not going to be cheap. So we want to kind of preserve our past and continue with the future. That's what we're kind of hoping for. So
with no advertising.
Yeah, with no advertising. So, all right. Well, for Agalloch, To Drown, and Marrow of the Spirit from 2010, enjoy Agalloch Part 2. And I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Thank you.